Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for down, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great, with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes wait late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate of all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on ribbon with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and guns, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes time. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back in the house one more time. What's up with it? Give me 1 second. What it do? What it do? What's up with it? There we go. All right, get that going. And we get that going. And before we get into it, we get this going. All right. All right, what's up with it? Q Black. What's up with it? Keith Watkins in the house. Yeah, I know. It's a late night, Tuesday night. Taco Tuesday. We have a few people trying to get the rest of that Cinco de Mayo celebrations out the way, so we'll give them a chance to come through. Try to get stream in before the midnight hour. But I was kind of struggling with the title. Y'all can always edit and change the title whenever y'all get ready. Just push the edit button and tell me what y'all want to talk about. Because for me, I don't really think people are getting paid to push anti-black rhetoric. They doing it for free. I think it's self-enjoyment to purposely go out your way to try to push black agendas at the bottom and to the back. And you get real excited when we getting ready to talk about religion, other things that primarily are concerned with white people that don't have nothing to do with black people. You don't need no money to push that rhetoric. You can do it for free for the bargain basement prices. They give you $1 to talk shit about black people. There's plenty of platforms on YouTube. Y'all know what I'm talking about with the beef sector. Bashing black men, bashing black women. You know, y'all like to come over here in front like y'all don't know nothing about it. But they reveal themselves sooner than later. You got one person that he'd love to hit the panel and talk shit about black women. He can't wait till a black woman hit the panel so he can come his motherfucking ass up here and let everybody know that he has a problem with it. He don't like to see black women in control, talking smoothly, knowledgeable, in control, got their own agendas, taking care of their communities, and they're providing for their families, have a good relationship with their spouses. You don't like that shit. But it's a lot of them out there though. I don't really get caught up into trying to call them out, because calling them out ain't gonna do nothing but make them even more madder. But don't think you're gonna come through and pretend like you're not doing it, or you don't know what we're talking about. If somebody want to call it out, if you call it out. Whenever informative topics come around, when we're talking about education, when we're talking about social issues, when we're talking about reparations, no, you don't want to talk about that. But let's get on the niggas ain't shit moment. Let that hour pop off. The panel gets stacked up like a mug. Can you have too many people in the back? It'd be a long waiting list to get up on the panel to talk shit about the black community and how much shit they ain't doing. You don't need no Google or no Wiki page for you to tell us how much the black community is not doing and what you don't like about the black community. But whenever we ask you what are some of the contributions in black empowerment and people that have contributed to their community, whether it's present day or in the past or any part of American history, crickets. It has a big ass echo. You don't know nothing about it. You don't even want to get on Google then. You even try to look the shit up because you don't give a shit about the black community. Let's just be, keep it a buck. Stay out the way then. If you don't want to contribute to the black community, you ain't in the support, don't get in nobody else's way. You ain't really contributing nothing. Why you in somebody else's way? There's plenty of people out here that are trying to network, get information on how to better themselves, better their families, better their communities, expand their knowledge base and how they can progress. And you still want to get in the way and push some goddamn pseudo white shit. You want to talk about ancient this and that, 15 billion BC. Well, this is how they did it back in Rome and Greece. This is how the Jews did it. This is how the Arabs did it. But you don't say that though, do you? The Romans and the Greeks, they was black too. They had black in them. They was mixed in. Look, somebody said it. We supposed to ride with that. We're not gonna get into your particular contributions to the black community, are we? That turns into what? I don't feel safe around black people. What's the first thing they bring up? Black on black crime. Black people commit crime against other black people because they black, right? You don't commit no crimes against white people because they white. What's wrong with that? You scared of white people? Anything, the information that you get from white people, whether you fact check it or not, you take it and run with it, right? Because it's solid, right? That come from hanging around a bunch of bums. It's way more white bums than it is black bums. I can promise you. I can count them out. They on the internet also. But you don't pull up their fucking social media web page, do you? You always go back to fucking these clown ass pseudo web pages and pull up their goddamn information like they the fucking top knowledge fucks. And all their pseudo information come from white folks. Since you was always here. If you was always here, why you ain't got shit? You been here all this fucking time? Your people been here all this time and you ain't got shit. But all the other black people are supposed to feel good about that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the link about President Trump talking shit about Africa just this past weekend. He said that illegal immigrants from the Congo come over here and commit murders in the millions in front of the black woman mayor of Washington, D.C. But since she was surrounded by a bunch of white folks at the event, she did not crash out. But I promise you, there were plenty of black folks that championed and supported that particular message. For free. They don't need no money. What's up, Joe? You didn't hear that? Miss Marsha? You letting her know that he don't give a shit about black folks. You always see me crashing out on FBA. I don't see FBA crashing out on all this goddamn racist activity going across the country right now. Department of Justice probing an investigation into why the state of Minnesota legislators have been practicing and imposing racist policy since George Floyd and prior to, in the wake of the white Ukrainian lady calling a 5-year-old Somalian boy nigger in a public park and resulting in, I don't know what the figure is, 'cause I don't feel like supporting them, but some reports say $250,000, $500,000. Either way it go, she has the support of thousands of white nationalists and white folks from coast to coast. And she's not even from America. What's up with it, y'all? Logic? But the sad thing is, there's a bunch of black people that jump on the same bandwagon. Well, all these protest videos now, all them videos that we saw protesting against the Carmelo Anthony situation. We had the Hinton case in Cincinnati, Ohio this morning. Had his bond hearing. No bond, of course. The father of an 18-year-old boy gunned down in Cincinnati last week. by police officer, law enforcement. The father was reviewing the body cam footage and was so distraught he walked out the session. Then he didn't even see the end of the tape and took it upon himself to retaliate against law enforcement, resulting in another death. FBA quiet on that case too. Summer just now starting, just starting to crack. I don't know what makes you think it's gonna slow down. Y'all saw how 2020 went, starting with Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and then the wave just kept on continuing. Week after week, it was a brand new case. White cop against black citizen. And then what do we have following it? An excessive amount and a continuous stream of black folks in support of the white cop or the white authority figure. That's right. Teach that black dude, or in their case, teach that nigga a lesson to bow down to the white man. So to say they're not getting paid, if you look at payment in currency or cash, they're probably not getting cash, but they're definitely getting paid in self-fulfillment, gratitude. You feel they feel better about themselves, not wanting to be associated with anything that has to do with being black, African, or anything of Afrocentric origins. They don't want to be tied to nothing. You know, most of their attachments, they want to be attached to Eurocentric, Anglo-Saxon whiteness, flat out. From the looks, the appearances, all the material things, especially the authority, they definitely want to become slave masters. They want to flip-flop the position. Let me be in control and rule. Let me be king of the monarch. Notice how they separate themselves time and time again. Every time they give these BS analogies, they always refer to black people as them and they. You niggas, you black people. Quoting white racists word for word in some cases, most cases. The same way you be Anglo-Saxon and Eurocentric, but you ain't ever been to Europe. The same way, Mr. Thomas, to answer your question. Jay Sanders, did I answer your question? Look at that. No smoke for white people whatsoever. Ever. Let me just talk shit about people from Africa. Don't worry, I'm gonna put the link in the chat in 1 second. Yeah, I don't have to go to Africa to be a Pan-African. Matter of fact, I'm trying to strip the title of Pan-African from Dr. Umar personally. I'm revoking his Pan-Africanism title that he claimed to claim. So as long as I'm remain a descendant of Africa, which you and nobody else can never change, I'm gonna remain Pan-African for life, nigga. Deal with it. All this crap that's going on in this fucking country that's committed by white folks from Europe, Ireland, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Yugoslavia, Greece, Italy. You don't ever talk shit about them motherfuckers. You ain't got no smoke for them. They pass laws every day to make sure that black people are discriminated against, but you ain't got no smoke for them. Denying education, denying housing, denying basic needs that everybody should have, but you ain't got no smoke for them. You want to still talk shit about people from Africa that ain't did shit to you. At most, talk shit in response to you talking shit. But if somebody talk shit to you, you mad. That's a top agenda now. You want to fight them. Meanwhile, the white man can have his foot on your neck all motherfucking day and your parents, and you won't say shit. Joe say you gonna crash out worldwide. As long as the plane make it back to the homeland, yo. Don't crash all the way out. Just let them know that you see they BS. Hold on, let me put this link in the chat before I get out of control. 1 second. You sit up here trying to tell me that when you have conversations or you have interactions with people on the street, one of the things that comes up is where you from, where your descendants from, right? Okay, Mars, make sure y'all keep posting the link. We'll get the link posted up in the chat. Shirley, this is going to be a very busy next 2 to 3 weeks. Brother Q's got a whole bunch of projects that he's trying to push out, including the science fair at the end of the month. Working on reorganizing the institute, not only in Brooklyn, but some expansion down south in the Carolinas. Shout out to Carolina. Shout out to the Harris County in Houston, 713, I think. I might have messed that area code up. But shout out to Houston, Texas. So come on, y'all was typing earlier. What other than talking shit that have Africans done to you FBA niggas? Can you post up the list of things that you feel that were wrong? How many crimes they committed against you personally? Since this is an anecdotal topic. So I told you the anti-black don't get paid. They might have was getting paid back in 2015, 2017, 2018, but they doing that shit for free now. Let's go with it. I don't want to hear nothing wrong with your connection. You got chicken crumbs or mud gravy in your keyboard. Let's go with it. Nah, don't hide now. I don't see you on the white pages. I don't see you on them white pages of the people that gave that white girl money up in Minnesota. Cause the black boy, he not FBA, right? I ain't post the link. It's in the wrong chat. You wanna sit up here and push white shit all fucking day. You wanna make everybody black across planet Earth. Hell no, I can see why they don't want to join. I wouldn't want to join either if I was ashamed to be black. Always associating black with unintelligent, poverty, not logical. Always in a place of submission. Did it go that time? I ain't tell Q to block you. Why you can't march?
Dev, can you hear me?
There you go. You good now, bro.
You can hear me? Can you hear me clear?
Yeah, you good. You clear now, man.
All right. So what is it? We got some fake avos or culture vultures in the chat.
Thomas said he FBA, he not marching for no Somalia.
Mm. Okay, well that's cool. I don't know what FBA is though.
Yeah, you need to stay out the way then. Why are you concerned on what Pan Africans do? If you not marching for Somalia and that's not your concern, it must be a concern since you keep bringing it up.
Yeah,
Why
you know,
you don't address FBA issues? What's the top agenda for FBA?
I know what it is. It's to tell African Americans, black people that they're not black, that they're not African American, that they're native to America, that they're
Oh,
Native
these
Americans, that they've always been here. That's their job.
they always been here, crowd. So
Mm-hmm.
you think they really white people behind the keyboard? The Thomas and the Sanders name? You're probably right. White people still they love this channel.
They could be white, but I doubt it. They're lost African Americans who don't want to associate with Africa because of some of the things that you mentioned, the association with the word black, um, the association with the continent of Africa, the idea that Africans sold us into slavery, the other idea that they never came and got us, all of those stupid arguments that you've heard them make. I've heard some stupid ass arguments. They never came and got us out of slavery. Why is like that? What? What? Like I've heard some dumbest arguments from grown ass men and women. But you know,
What's up, OS? What's the late? I haven't been keeping up with the Tariq Nasheed. Did he come out with another video or documentary or something? There's a couple of people making titles on it.
I don't know. I ain't been paying attention to him. I don't pay attention
Mm.
to that dude.
Nah, you're not relevant at all.
No, he's only relevant to the crowd of people that think he has something to bring them, and they have something to give him. They have money and attention, and he has lies and bullshit and grit to bring them. And if that's what they want, that's what they do.
Well, that let me know they don't want shit.
Feel good story. The feel good story, man.
That's why I don't ever bring them up until they start coming over, calling themselves to be relevant.
What up, Tazo?
What up, though? What's good, Joe?
What's up, Ted?
I can't call it. Cracking.
Trying to call out these anti-black folks pretending that they care about black people. They don't want to tell us how much they've been running up the bag, pushing the white supremacist agenda.
Oh, yeah, ain't nobody gonna tell the truth about that.
They can't.
Everybody pro-black than a motherfucker.
Look what
Black
Sav
power.
97. Look what Sav 97 said. This man said Black Americans weren't called African American until 1988. Where was this? How long has this person been on the planet?
Yeah. African American. And let me guess, that was all Jesse Jackson's fault.
All Jesse Jackson's fault, right?
It had nothing to do with nothing else. Just Jesse Jackson popped up one day and said, y'all African Americans. And we said, okay, Jesse.
Okay, right? Damn. Like,
okay, Jesse.
Like so now do you understand my frustration with some of these people? Like, if we were to mention the Free African Society, they'd be like, what does that mean? Huh? They wouldn't even know what the Free African they wouldn't even know when the Free African Society was established. And why it's important. Like, it's frustrating. These grown people though. And we're supposed to take them serious. Jesse Jackson in the 1980s made us call ourselves African American. It's bad. That lets me know a lot of niggas was asleep in history school.
That nigga said some Haitians in Lima. Oh yeah, bro. That's what I say, bro. It's shit done changed, bro. I ain't never seen no motherfucking Haitian in Lima, Ohio, bro.
hey, Maury Shaw. Don't show him proof. He just told us the truth hurts. So Sav think he knows what he's talking about. At this point, let the idiot be the idiot.
Was Sav
where they at?
Was Sav born in '97?
Probably so. I know what I was doing. I was doing shit in '97. I was doing the gang shit in '97.
Oh, they on a little mini raid. The short bus must have just dropped them off. They all came in at the same time.
The short bus crowd.
Yeah, they brought in all the short bus niggas. What up, Wale?
Brought in the short bus teacher. You know, when the teacher comes, the students gotta follow.
He said, why is it only FBA's job to fight racism? Who else is gonna? I mean, I would argue, who else's job is it to fight racism in this country? Nobody owe us shit.
I heard you help me. Yeah, man. I'm on a up right now. Everything's going up.
That's always good. Nothing to complain about that. That's what's up.
I just had a long conversation with one of my high school friends.
What word?
And, I was surprised to hear him say it because, you know, the year that we went there, we integrated the school. So I was bused in. The people from my side was bused in. The people from his side were not, because he lived closer to the school. They were breaking up our school and sending us over there. So anyway, he was like, he said it before I could say. He said we didn't even want to go to that school, them cracker school. I was like, wow. I be telling people that, but they don't believe it. He said, yeah, he up there telling them too, because he goes to the the class something, the class reunions. That's what they call it. Yeah, he still go to that.
Some of these people.
That was beautiful talking with him for a while. There's a lot of the conversation that's being had today. We had that conversation 55 years ago. That's where he brought me back to about everything. We were talking about this stuff 55 years ago.
55 years ago, ain't nothing changed, Wale?
Dude, I'm telling you what dude was telling me, and I had to agree with him.
So you've been
Yeah.
You've been an Abo Oriental Immortal Mortal for 55 years.
Is your friend black? Wale?
What'd you say?
I said, is he
What'd
black? I said, is your friend black?
Oh, he's a color guy. Yeah, we went over there and integrated the
color.
school. Like I said. Yeah, we colored.
Color? What?
Color folk.
From being, wasn't he Sienna? Wasn't he Sienna the other day?
Oh, I was saying a particular color when you ask, because some people sometimes ask the particular color.
Indian red. Indian red.
Indian red.
That's it.
That's burnt seed. Same. But anyway, yeah, man. And we were talking about all the stuff. He reminded me that we went and we went together and saw Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin. Yeah. Back in the day.
You're going to see Black Jimi Hendrix for?
What?
You're going to see Black Eyed Jimi Hendrix for?
Oh, I didn't notice his ass.
What's up? Good, Samuel. What's up, Miss Chocolate?
Yeah, I'm just over off some of these good ass guys. Only way I could deal with some of the stupidity there. There's some stupid shit going on. It's like Trump has made stupidity the norm. Like stupidity is the key. Everybody wants to be stupid.
Taz, you didn't hear the story of how I gave that title to Jesse Jackson back in '84. Was it '85? '85.
What you mean,
Yeah.
you
You
like
gave
you
the
was
title
there?
of African American. You gave
Yeah,
the title
yeah.
of African American.
Yeah, I gave that to Jesse. Because I was taking it to Louis Farrakhan, but their behavior rejected me. So I was still at Hyde Park, around there at 79th. That's Louis them area was around 79th and stuff, and then Hyde Park, that's where Jesse came through. And I was hanging out around Hyde Park. I said, shoot, Jesse is good enough. Give it to Jesse. So I rapped to him for about 20 minutes. Gave him the angle.
He said 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's all it takes. You run the angle.
You shot him the angle and he ran with it, Wale.
That's crazy.
That's what it's. That's why I do it in that fashion, because that's what he was doing. That angle. He was doing all that.
You know what, Wale? That makes me wonder. Then, so is that why you don't like the term? Because it was originally yours and they took it because you don't really like it now. You don't want to be called Black or African American or none of that. But if you came up with it, why you don't like it now?
I didn't like it when I came up with it. I gave it to Jesse as the man says, as a point of departure. Because at the time there was a lot of talk about Italian Americans, Irish Americans, rights, and all this stuff like that. And people were talking about they wanted equal rights. And I was like, if you want equal rights, you got to put yourself in an equal condition, right? And I said, the conversation needs to be had, right? So that we can see if this is the position we want to put ourselves in. But this conversation needs to be had. And he agreed the conversation needs to be had. He said, okay, you're going to run with it. I said, beautiful. And that's how that
Hey, Taz, you remember lie bumps? You remember people used to say that if you told lies, you would get lie bumps on your tongue? Paul, that nigga Wale must have had lie bumps all the time.
You don't believe me?
Fuck no. Throw that shit in the trash. The storytelling is amazing.
Not even possible.
You'd be surprised at the experiences I have had, cousin. I mean, not even surprised. You're already unbelieving. That'd blow your mind. Stuff I've experienced.
No, you wouldn't.
It's already blowing your mind. You ain't even in the
half of what you say. The shit that you say sounds astronomically stupid and far-fetched.
Of course it do. Of course it does.
Like you gave Jesse Jackson the idea to start calling us African American when we were already calling ourselves that.
That wasn't so. You'll find that not to be.
You're right. I'm not gonna argue with you. We just showed you and talked.
You could do all that. You're right.
About the free African society and all that shit. True story.
Oh, I know all about that stuff.
So
I know about that stuff.
So all that bullshit you just said, throw it in the garbage.
I know all about that stuff. You talking about the Philadelphia?
They was voting on that shit in the 1800s. They was voting
you talking about the Philadelphia joint?
Just stop talking, making shit up.
Oh, hey.
Jesse Owens,
whatever you say, man. You're the man. You funny guy.
Jesse Owens was in the 1700s, Wale.
Jesse who?
I mean, Jesse Jackson was in the 1700s.
I have no idea. I didn't really play with it around with him that much. I just met him for about 20, 25 minutes, man, and I was out of there.
Around with him. That sounds crazy, Wale.
Crazy.
What's that? What you mean?
I mean, because it sounded like you was doing serious business with him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Wasn't no time for play, right? Y'all trying to come up with a strategy to call Black people something to identify themselves. You know, why would y'all be playing around? Like,
it wasn't. Nobody's playing around, cousin. It was trying to see. That's why I even explained it to you about what they were doing was talking racial equality, and they were doing it with the Italian stuff was going down and the Irish stuff was going down. So in the comparativeness, that thing came up about the African American, right? And we said, okay, well, a lot of people ain't gonna go for this. I know that already, but from a point of departure, in order to discuss this rights activity that you're talking about, this is a thing, and he agreed. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they right. Hmm?
You went up to Chicago and met with him.
All right, so
All
right, watch this real quick.
Oh, I didn't know that.
African American. African American. This term is used to refer to people of African descent ancestry in the United States. It was popularized by Reverend Jesse Jackson and other community leaders in the 1980s and was viewed as a term that put the community into a proper historical context and acknowledged the African ancestry of the community. The earliest known mention of the term African American is in a 16-page pamphlet entitled A Sermon on the Capture of Lord Cornwallis, published in 1782. The term African American was used from the 1960s to the early 1990s and held a similar meaning as African American. Afro American. Excuse me. So again, all that I know, all that shit you was just saying, Wale, throw that shit in the garbage, all right? I'll be back.
But I did notice in the paper he just read that he mentioned Jesse Jackson in the 80s.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
So yeah, so whatever else the noise, I don't know about all that rest of the noise, but I just told you the story, the background story as it occurred, and then there you go. You deal with it as you please. I'm good. I've lived. I keep living, man. We were talking about how much life we lived. It's crazy, man.
Facts. No, I feel you, Wale. I appreciate your contribution, man. Even though Jesse Jackson took credit for it, I definitely appreciate you putting in the work. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, I was giving it to whoever. I was giving it to Louis, giving it to Jesse. They supposed to take credit for it. That's why I even put it on the table like that. I'm not trying to get credit for nothing or be famous for nothing. That's why I'm telling you in the back room. How many people here? 30 at best. It's only 30 people on this whole. You get what I'm saying? I ain't trying to be no big showboat shit. This is 30. I mean, it ain't a whole lot. 50 people in the whole big old world. Come on. And half of them or more don't even believe me. No way. So it's cool. I ain't trying to get no whatever. I'm just telling you something that happened.
Yeah, I believe it though. Jesse Jackson took a lot of shit from Dr. King and took credit for it. So you know what I'm saying? It don't surprise me that he took your shit too. He do. Snake.
But he didn't take it as much as he accepted it.
That's fire, Wale. You sure accepted it. You sure right, bro.
Right. We went to Miami Central in '67, man. Me and the guy I was talking to yesterday, we both broke that ground, started that tried it the same year, '67. Yeah. And we the only. He asked me, "You know anybody else, man?" I'm like, I don't know nobody else. He doesn't either. So far, we the only two we know about right now. He'll check around though. He's still in Florida. Yeah, life is good, man.
So when you coming out with your book, man?
Which one?
The first one. Shit. Shit. Come on, which one? What you thought?
I put out a book some years ago already.
Yeah.
It's a herbal medicine book. A herbal medicine book.
Oh, okay.
I just got an order for the book this week. That same book.
Bro, you should have wrote a book about what Jesse Jackson did, bro.
Like I said, I wasn't really into Jesse Jackson. I only met him 25 minutes of my whole life. I ain't write what a book I'm gonna write. I had an incident. There you go. I can write incidents. That's my life.
That's about how long I talked with Muhammad Ali back in 1981.
See what I mean?
About 20 minutes, man.
That long. When I
Yeah.
ran across Ali, I talked to him for what? If at much 5 seconds.
Yeah, he had a whole bunch of dudes around him.
What they were doing, he was working out at in the Miami gym.
Oh, you caught him at his job. Oh, yeah.
So he would move around in that area, and you could run into him, and la-di-da. He wasn't. He was chilled. I mean, as far as that, he was easy going.
Yeah, he was approachable.
Sure.
Hell no, they ain't talking about that $1.98 gas.
What's $1.98 at?
Nowhere.
That's in Trump's imagination.
$1.98.
He said he was gonna bring down the price of gas, but he rolled out a bunch of Teslas in front of the fucking White House. Didn't nobody say shit about that shit.
Yeah. A regular joke. In the Florida, they used to call it the sticks. In Jamaica, they call it the bush. But in Florida, we used to call it the sticks. Live in the sticks. If you're down in Florida, you must know about ghouls and Homestead. Well, Homestead kind of been taken over by the Air Force, but ghouls and all them other far southern towns down there, man, that used to be the place. Real niggas were down there in ghouls.
Yeah, it's a bunch of legislation that's getting ready to lay off and restrict the African American Museum, the Association for Minority Businesses.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Wait, what you mean? Put a funding for the museum?
Yeah, the African American Museum funds. I'm just trying to see how much longer this
Like that.
this
Yeah,
whole
but I
this.
don't say I didn't really like that museum, but I don't think it should be defunded though. That's crazy. But I wasn't a big fan of that museum, so I didn't like the exhibits they was putting in there initially. Like I think they'd have fixed some of it now, but like they started that museum off with a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, when it first opened, yeah, I could probably see a lot of stuff that we was probably looking for that wasn't up in there yet.
Yeah, they had kind of happening, but that shit had me sick.
I know, right? I'm like, how this motherfucker make it up in here?
Black history, nigga. I'm mad at the motherfucker, bro. Like, hell, bro. We got way too much history for this nigga to be in this bitch. Like, what are we doing?
You know what, though? I'm looking at it like this. I even mentioned it to Dude yesterday. All of these people, they get all this money and stuff, and they open a museum or they open something like that, something non-functional. You got to keep feeding it like it's a child. They don't open no factory or nothing. They got $3 million. Open a factory. I can open 3 factories with $3 million. 5. I can open 5 factories with $3 million today. And they just wasted talking about, oh, it's a museum for that's not, get out of here, ain't nothing changed. That's just
Man, you talking about Tariq Nasheed? That's a party place. Ain't nobody give a shit about that. Yeah, he just wanted some place where he can sell weed.
Yeah, I'm talking about like a real museum. Not that shit that nigga got going on.
Just saying, they're not throwing down, man. At least build a school, but to take a couple of grand, $1 million, and then we can build another school like Q's school or something. Make something that will benefits the doggone people.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But it's no, it's unlikely.
Okay. For the past 2 days, I've been pitching businesses because I'm pitching businesses now. I decided. So I'm pitching businesses that start a business, can do the business for less than start it up for less than 50,000, get it going, and make over $1 million in 3 years easy. All the resources are not only easily available, but they are also free. All the resources, no marketing necessary. You can't make enough of what I'm pitching. Even if you made it all day and night, the market still will be hungry for it. You ain't got to go sell it. Just let them know you're making it, and they will come to you. That's what I'm pitching. Some real business. Something people can get into and make something out of and give it to their children and stuff, and not have to send their children to no doggone job working for. I mean, if you want to, I've worked for different people. I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying you don't have to.
I think it'll be a better pitch if you can actually provide a client list, show somebody that they didn't already did it.
Oh yeah. I got three how to do this particular business videos. They're already on YouTube telling just how to do it, just what you need, just what to do with the product, just how to get the product out, the entire situation on 3 different videos telling exactly how to do the business and how much it makes, how much resources per pound or something like that you got to have, and then you'll get how much you get on the other side as far as product. So it's pound for product, pound for sources. All that stuff has been figured out years ago. They even know that just a matter of is anybody up to doing any business. A man used to tell me, an 84-year-old elder man, he used to say to me, he said, you know what? He was from Boston. Isn't that where Louis Farrakhan from? Because they went to school together, high school together, him and Louis. Anyway, he said in Boston, a nigga can do whatever business he want to do. No, he said he can do whatever he want to do, long as he don't want to do nothing. And that's how they play.
You got the people that made $1 million already on the video?
I'm saying now they on the video telling the people how to do the business. They're the business people on it. Yeah, that's what. Hey, and they tell you how much money it makes. What and like I said, in our situation, which is different than the people on the video, in our situation, we don't have to do any marketing, none. That's a lot of savings, man. Marketing takes up a lot of business capital, and when you don't have to do no marketing, you put all your money into production and distribution. Oh, it's killing. I mean, shoot, I don't even understand. But anyway, like I said, I'm pitching businesses, and I got several businesses. I'll be pitching this. This is the first one right now. I got all, and the guys making a portfolio. One of the guys I just got on my team because I realized people been telling me I need to have a team, so I just got this young man to be on my team. He just agreed. he's fixing up the portfolio so that we can pitch the business that I'm talking about now. And I sent him all the the information and everything. So he's going to use his robot. I mean, he say AI. I think it's an actual robot. It's just the whatever
machine. Yeah. Well, that's cool. We promote black business over here, so we post up the information like you already know how, like you already been doing that. So.
And my thing about the businesses that I'm pushing, I want to hire as many people as possible. So this business I'm talking about now starts off with at least 7 people. So we need drivers, a couple of drivers, this and that, people to work the machines, this and that, people to to work the factory at part of it and stuff like that. So yeah. Need drivers to bring in the resource material. Yeah. And the resource material is ostensibly, but for real, it's free. Matter of fact, people be looking for how to get rid of the resource material that I'm talking about. Actually, I was thinking if you're slick enough, you can start charging them to get rid of the material. That will put more money into the business coffers. So the people who supply the material, it's trash to them. They're trying to get rid of it. And it's a some kind of $258 million business. That's what they said. As far as the full business itself. So I'm saying 258. I take 1%. What's that? 2.5 million. I take 1%. I ain't trying to be greedy about trying to. I'm gonna take. No. I'm good. 1% of that sounds like 2.5 million to me. So yeah, I'm good.
Hey Wale, did you ever get up with Lou?
Lou who?
Lou
From Arizona. Oh.
Lou who?
Did you? Because I thought you was trying to get up with Lou first, right?
Lou who? Because I didn't hear what you said. Lou who?
Oh, Lou Fairtime.
Oh no, I never even And then once I heard him talk somewhere, I just was like, no, I don't even want to deal with him. Because now that Million Man March, I saw how that went down. And I was like, look at him. He won't even say the man's name because he got that from the dude in Philly. The dude in Philly came up with that. But they said to him, the dude in Philly, let Louis take it over because he can bring more people. He can make it, he got more notoriety. So he turned it over to Louis, and Louis just ran with it like it was his. And that turned me off. So I was like, you know what? And Louis said, looking like an African is a sign. He was talking about dreadlocks is nasty, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Wow, that's what Lou said.
Hey,
that's crazy.
Easy to find. Just Google. Say, what did Louis say about dreadlocks and stuff?
That's wild. I wonder why Lou would say that about us, man.
Because Louis, they had that like a Boule type attitude in that group as far as I saw. You got your Elijah, who are almost a cracker. You got your Fard, who is already a cracker, and then you got your Louis, who is almost a cracker. And Malcolm was not dark skinned either. So Detroit Red, you know what I mean? So they were running that kind of colorism thing through there. I wasn't my cup of tea, man. And they didn't really care much for dark-skinned people as far as I can see.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't join though, man, because you know they got a bad track record for what they do to brothers. You know what I'm saying? You might not even be here had you joined up with them cats.
Who, Louis them?
Yeah.
Oh man, they tried to recruit me a couple of times. Like I said, when I came out of school, you know, we opened the bookstore, and they would come through and do their thing, and you know, I saw their papers and stuff. It's cool, but they were trying to recruit me and stuff, and we were like, "No, we're not doing that, man. We know too much to be a." I couldn't even understand how he could sit around and tell me about some Muslims. And I know for a fact that at the same time, they are cutting little dudes' penises off.
Oh wow.
The
Oh.
Muslims in Northeast Africa and in the Arab countries, they kidnap these little boys, and the mortality rate is 1 out of 110. They get one successful eunuch out of 110 children that they cut them up like that. They get one to survive. That's the rate. They got a rate on it. Hey, I can't. I'm gonna have to put my mic on, man. I'm gonna get upset.
GA, Truth, what's good?
What's up with the price? What's up with the truth? July 1st, if you live in the state of Illinois, you will be paying more for gas no matter what, as the Illinois tax increased from 45 cents per gallon to 48.3 cents per gallon. What happened to that low gas stuff? I didn't know it was a couple truck drivers that suing Amazon for not having signs up in their warehouse, and then when the driver got out the truck, one of them got hit by a car.
Damn.
He did.
Hey, Dev, did you hear about the African people getting a DNA test and it's coming back that they part cracker? The guy that I saw that, you know, just a small amount of the story though. He was saying, "How I get crack? I mean, European in my blood. I've been in Africa all this time. All my family been here. Where this coming from?" It was funny to me. I was like, "Damn, I wonder what they doing with that." I just asked, "Did you hear about it?" Maybe you know more than I do about that subject.
No, you talking about maybe 1 out of 1 billion people? No, that story didn't come through my desk, so.
I don't think it's 1 out of, you know, whatever astronomical figure you use, but like I said, I'll just keep my ear to the ground, see if it makes any more noise. I'm good.
I'm pretty sure there's plenty of Africans that got Eurocentric lineage somewhere in their blood. Ain't that what the cracker did?
No, why would they?
To breed more slaves.
I'm saying they in. Okay.
You ain't hear about that?
No, absolutely. Hear about that one.
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and all the rest of most of the founding fathers.
Mm-hmm.
You need to come down on your speaker a little bit. You got some massive feedback coming back through your speaker.
Yeah, I was saying the Africans on the continent of Africa, not George Washington's, grandchildren.
Yeah, they wasn't discriminatory on who they breeded with. And Cracker, he going around. He participates in all types of strange activity.
Yo, what up?
Shut your dumb ass up.
Coon,
Oh man.
a case of Coonus virus. That's what's up. The
Okay.
price of gas, that's up. Price of food, that's up. They're like it's a whole bunch of shit that's up.
Wow. Let the church say amen.
Nah, fuck the church.
Nah, man. I mean, hey, that's why I hate. You know, well, Taz, man, we ain't gonna stop shooting at the messenger, bro.
Shut your dumb ass up. Man.
All right, cool.
You one of the dumbest niggas like that come through. Most niggas that's as dumb as you know not to get on the panel, but you just don't mind.
Say don't mind.
I'm one of the realest niggas that ever graced.
I'm one of the realest niggas. Really. I'm real.
You know what I mean? Like, real.
Man, you wouldn't know real if it pop you in your goddamn nuts.
I woke in this panel up.
You ain't woke shit up.
You know what I mean? I brought light to the darkness.
You ain't brought life to shit. You brought life to Coonville. That's who you brought life to. You lead the coon niggas of the South.
A lot of these niggas was groping in the dark.
The backwood coon movement of the South. That's who you woke up.
I gave these niggas light. I gave these niggas heart. But they gonna shoot the messenger.
Well, the messenger should have some discernment and not walk around dumbass messages.
Okay, what part of the message was dumb?
All of it.
Can you be more detailed?
Nope, because you ain't in more detail. Shit. Everything that you fucking said. What more detail do you need?
Well, that's fine. I mean, I ain't tripping. You know what I mean?
You don't remember what you be saying? You just be rambling your mouth?
Bro, everything I say,
you in the gun bumping business, man. We get it. Shit. Don't put that goddamn hard ass task on us. Like we supposed to figure out what the fuck you be talking about.
Or you don't be up here bumping your gums.
Yeah, I be bumping my guns, but what comes out actually be information that people can actually use.
Misinformation. I mean, yeah, you got a little information, but sometimes it be misinformation.
No, you don't never have any information at all. Zero.
You're right. I got the truth.
You come to the internet with zero information every time you log on.
I come
just
with
a waste
truth.
of time.
That's it. I come with just truth. So,
like I said, you wouldn't know what truth was if it slap you in your forehead. The Trump administration has shut down the CDC's Infection Control Committee.
Hallelujah.
Damn, how Weight Watchers filed for bankruptcy?
Is it Weight Watchers?
Yeah.
Shit, I didn't know that shit was still around. I remember
I know, right?
They had fell off because they used to have a little notoriety out here, though.
Yeah, man.
Damn.
Motherfuckers don't mind being fat.
They used to have a gang of commercials and shit. They ain't got no promo now. I thought that company folded or some shit. Damn.
Oh man, what our man at, man? Our man, where you at? Where your Canadian ass at, man? You heard what Donald Trump told Canadian Prime Minister today? Bro, that was brutal.
What he told him, bro?
Well, you know, they was having a conversation in the White House, and Trump was basically telling him, you know, like, hey man, look, the U.S. and Canada, you know, we've been cool for years. Y'all might as well just, you know, come on and make this marriage happen, meaning making, you know, Canada becoming part of the U.S. And the Prime Minister was basically like, well, you know, Canada's not for sale. It'll never be for sale. It'll never be for sale. And Trump was like, well, never say never. You know, I mean, he was just stunning the nigga, bro. This shit was hilarious.
Yeah, that was a different conversation from that Zelensky motherfucker, wasn't it? Looking like a straight ass.
Hey, man. Trump,
What you mean, hey, man?
Bro, I'm just talking about how he sunned the Canadian Prime Minister.
No, motherfucker, Trump is the one that got sunned, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about?
I'm talking about when he's talking to the Canadian Prime Minister.
I saw the goddamn meeting he had with the Canadian Prime Minister. And Trump looked like a straight goddamn fucking clown.
Are you serious? I don't know if you watched the same interview.
No, bitch, you ain't watched the same fucking interview.
Bro, why are you so upset? Like, what's going on? Like, what the Oh my God. Hey, yo, niggas is, hey man, only in America, like Don King. Well, let me say, but check this out, bro.
To that Ukraine motherfucker, Zelensky. Was he sunning him like he was Zelensky?
Hell yeah.
No, you a damn lie. You okay, a motherfucking lie.
All right, pull it up and play it.
It's gonna come up. No, it's gonna come up. It's gonna come up. I ain't gotta pull it up.
Yeah, now you stutter.
That motherfucker said, Canada is not for sale. He lied. And then Trump lied and said we don't do a lot of business with Canada. That's another lie. All that goddamn Ford Motor Company.
He told him to his face, we don't need Canada.
Man, you a goddamn fucking lie.
All right, play it.
He said we don't need him. He said we don't need him. He might have said that, but he also said that that we don't really need fucking Canada. We don't really do business with them like that. It's not really a big deal. And that's a fucking lie. We get most of our goddamn petroleum oil from Canada. But I know you don't know shit about that.
And we're gonna put a stop to that.
You ain't finna put a stop to shit.
All right, well, you just hold tight.
Sitting up here lying, making it seem like Trump got some goddamn fucking progress. And putting a goddamn White House looking like a straight goddamn fucking fool. Embarrassing the goddamn international community.
What
international community? What are you talking about?
Something that you don't have no concern about.
Man, listen, I know what I know.
Go back to watching your TikTok clips.
I don't watch TikTok. I don't even have a TikTok account, bro. What are you talking about? I don't have Facebook.
Any other jokes that you want to say that Trump made? Because that's the only thing that he's known for, is making dumbass fucking remarks.
I mean, he just told him straight to his face, we don't need y'all. We're gonna make our own.
He ain't telling him straight to his face. He was looking shook. His face turned red. He kept looking back towards Vance and that other motherfucker. What's the other motherfucker name? Rizzo. Waiting on them to say nothing. They didn't say shit.
That was Mario.
Because he showed didn't like him saying Canada not for sale.
And that's why he punked him.
Hey, Madonna.
Go ahead, bro, Rob.
Yeah, peace, good brother, man. How you feeling, dear?
I need to get something to eat, man. I'm finna chill out for a second before this motherfucker make me snap.
What's happening, Ted? Hey, what up, Wale?
Hey, Rob.
Man. Listen, man, Madonna, what you're saying, right? What you're saying, he punked somebody and all of this type of talk, right? You understand that he's the president of the country, right?
What else is his position? What you think here? Police officer?
The point. Hey, stop. The point is, right? The point is, when you're the president of a sovereign country on the global stage, right? Well, every time a camera on, right? You're supposed to look the part, sound the part. You understand that you understand that he's
who told you that?
Hey, hold on. You understand he's unique to history, unique to this country in the leadership, right? You understand that, right?
Right. What is your point?
I told you the point already. Here, listen to it one more time. You listening? You listening? Hold on.
If your point is he's supposed to talk and address the nation in some way,
and all of
who told you that?
Hey, hold on. I need you to listen.
Bro,
right? Don't keep asking questions. Let's stick to one thing at a time before you start talking.
You're giving bad answers, bro. Do better.
Fuck up for 1 second. Listen, right? When you're the president of a country, the prime minister of a country, right? The CEO of a company, well, the pastor of a church, the imam of a motherfucking mosque, anything like that, right? You're supposed to carry yourself in a, how would I do? In an elegant way. You're dignified. You're dignified in the way that
you've been groomed by the goddamn white man, bro. That's what that sounds like. You talking to me? You can't tell a president how to talk. You don't.
And you embarrass.
I mean, come on, bro. Get the hell out of here with that goddamn soft-spoken, push-your-ass mentality, bro.
I'm gonna let you talk, dog. I'm gonna let you talk. What I want to make the point. The point is, because you was confused. The point is, when you're the leader of something, you're supposed to carry yourself in a dignified manner at all times. That's the fucking point.
Who told you that? Somebody groomed you like that, bro. Somebody told you that. No, somebody told you that.
That's not a comeback.
Bro, you can't tell.
Bro. Hey,
when you're a world leader, bro, it's all about time.
Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
When you're a world leader, sometimes you gotta talk aggressive. Sometimes you gotta be more patient. Sometimes you gotta talk light. Bro, it ain't just one way. I mean, it's a time for everything. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Who told you that dumb shit?
Talking about. That's the issue.
That's a fact. That's human nature.
Who told you that dumb shit?
That's human nature.
Okay.
Who?
When the last time you heard a CEO punk somebody else in their same industry, like on TV? Like, yeah, bitch, I'm coming for you. Hey, I'm about to outsell you in the next quarter, bitch. Like, what CEO?
I'm talking about world leaders, bro. I ain't talking about a goddamn CEO.
Hey, you understand? Hey, shut the fuck up for 1 second, dumbass nigga. Hey, yo, with your dumb ass. Hey, you dumb as fuck, bro. If a world leader,
tell him why you mad.
Shut up for a second. I let you talk.
Bro, you didn't let me do shit.
I let you talk.
You didn't let me do a goddamn thing.
You always saying some dumb shit.
Your mic ain't good enough to talk shit, madame. Let him talk, bro.
When you're the leader of a country, that means you have a military. You probably got all kind of fucking exotic ass weapons where people's lives are on the line. So if you go and start punking motherfuckers, you understand that somebody might not come home. That's the point, dumbass nigga.
Man, that was a dumbass point, dumbass nigga. what history has proven is when you're a world leader, sometimes you're aggressive. Sometimes you call out your enemy. Sometimes you negotiate with your enemy. Ain't no specific way you're supposed to carry yourself.
Yes,
Nigga,
it
you
is.
gotta
Yes, it is.
you gotta adapt to the
You know they got a word
You're
for it,
supposed to
dog.
adapt to the situation.
With
You
that
adapt
dumbass
to
point
the
you just
situation.
made.
Hold on,
With the
nigga.
dumbass
I'm talking.
point you just.
You
Hey,
gotta
no,
adapt
you're not
to
talking.
whatever it
You're
is
not
going
talking,
on.
bro. You're not talking. Hey, the point is, it's called diplomacy. They have a word for it. And you can't be talking all like you a gangster and still have diplomacy, dumbass nigga.
Nigga, who told you that? Have you not watched Netanyahu and Israel, my nigga? They about to take Palestine now, nigga. What are you talking about, Rob? That pushover ass, bitch ass mentality you got gonna keep black people back 400 more years. Listening to your ass.
Hey, Madon.
Ain't no Madon, my ass, nigga.
Whenever you refer to me, right? Whenever you refer to me, you make sure you be careful about it. It might come a time. This is what I'm telling you. It might come a time when we might see each other. You
and
be careful about the way you talk, G.
Bro, I'm not concerned about seeing you,
okay.
Rob.
I'm taking notes, nigga.
Take notes, nigga.
Okay. You better not ever leave
don't
Alabama.
Smoke.
If I hear that you're going anywhere, if you fuck around and say on the panel, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you in real life, Joe.
You won't do a goddamn thing, bro. Come on, bro.
And in real, stop.
I don't know what part of shit. That's because you live in Chicago, nigga. That don't mean a goddamn thing to me.
I don't.
Goddamn.
You don't know me, bro.
You could be from Korea. You could be North Korea with Kim Jong Un, nigga. You ain't pumping no fear here, nigga.
Yeah. But anyway, getting back to the point. Hey, Netanyahu, the only reason he's doing that is because militarily, right? Palestine can't fight back in a major way. That's why he can talk like that, your goofy ass.
Bro, sit your ass down. This is the only nigga I ever listen to this nigga. Bro,
I'm listening.
I'm listening. Listen to yourself, bro.
Madon, you sound like a scared bitch ass nigga right now.
No, bro. I'm listening to a crash out dummy. Vince, I don't know if he
Vince
Larry.
You sound shook, nigga.
Well, maybe you Vince and he Larry. One of y'all Vince and one of y'all Larry. I know that for a fact. I don't know who's who.
You sound scared than a motherfucker.
Man, I'm scared. Scared of what? A nigga who wanna be something on the internet, like get the fuck out of here, rob a fake teacher.
He talking to you. He talking to you about politics and geopolitics, and you talking about scared shit.
Listen, who looking for work? Ass come on this platform. Hey, we did not start it for goofy ass niggas like you to come on here and espouse all this shit. You never have any links or anything to prove what you're saying. And I seriously doubt if we put a poll in the chat, I seriously doubt if you would ever come in the majority with any point you've ever made.
The chat ain't gonna save you. I don't give a damn if they did try to save your ass.
Ever, nigga.
That's crazy.
Hey, you come on here daily and you make bad points, G. Daily. You're fucking done.
Bro, this is why you're not in a position of leadership. You a pushover, bro.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing, right? You talk right and you don't know.
I'm just letting you know what it is.
You don't know
that. That's why you upset. That's why you mad. That's why you got hate in your heart for me, because I'm calling it like I see it. You know and I know. I see, like Common and Q, I see the bitch in you.
I'm gonna tell you out loud. I told you before. You don't take what you're saying serious, and then if somebody's listening and they take what you say and run with it, the shit you be saying is dangerous. It is,
bro. Being black is dangerous, nigga. What the hell are you talking about,
man?
Yeah, man.
It's hard to take what you say serious. Are you some kind? How old are you, bro?
Bro, get out of your feelings. This is why We don't need.
No,
This,
for
this,
real.
this is why. This is why you gotta fall back,
no,
bro.
for real, bro. For
Just
real.
fall,
I'm
fall
dead
back.
serious.
You ain't built, bro. You ain't built. You ain't built for this battle. Look, you ain't built for this battle that's coming, bro. You is not built. I'm just telling you right now, bro. You are not built, bro. You ain't built, bro.
You're not a mature person.
Look, do whatever you're doing. Just stay in your house.
Usually
don't come outside.
That's why I don't come on the panel more often, because you and motherfuckers talking about hey, if you move this letter around and hey, listen, man, we don't have time every day for this goofy shit. It's serious shit going on right now, bro.
And you scared.
I'm scared.
Yeah, you scared.
Of what?
That's what I hear.
Of what, bro?
Bro, you scared of the reality of white America. You in fear. I'm not in fear. I don't walk around in fear. I don't
scared of what? Hey, what are?
Oh, but darn, your words. Oh, you are. Oh, this might happen and all. Get the hell out of here, bro.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I'm just saying,
what are you talking about? I'm of the white community.
Hey,
no. I want to understand your point. Expound on that. How do you believe that I'm walking around in fear of the white society?
Rewind back and listen to what you just said over the last 20 minutes.
No, I have an issue with the dumbass talking points that you bring to the platform on a daily, and some of it is really dangerous. I mean, people who are informed, they kind of laugh at you, but like, man, G, because you do it day after day, this shit going on months now, right? I'm starting to believe that it's something fucking wrong with you, cuz.
Bro. Get out of here.
I already don't take what you say serious.
Bro,
I told you that I didn't take.
That's on you. That's your life. That's your prerogative. I don't care what you take serious. You feel me?
Man, obviously not.
Who are you? Who are you to question me, bro?
You don't know,
nigga. You ain't answering the goddamn question. Answer the question. Who are you to question me? Who are you to question me? Answer the question. No, I ain't no maybe not. Hey, bro, you want to be on some real shit? I can go on some real shit.
You couldn't be on real shit.
All right. That's what I thought. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean by that.
You're a fucking troll.
You from Chicago, so you should know exactly what I mean when I ask you that question.
Yeah, 079, south side of Chicago. That's where I'm from. Why don't you show up?
Nigga.
Why don't you show up, bro? I'll show you around the hood.
Bro.
Right. And then I'm gonna get my shouty. His name Tank, right? He 19, bro, and he likes slapping goofy niggas. I let him slap the shit out of you, G.
This is what's wrong.
I sure would.
This is what's wrong. Weak niggas who got to call on youngsters.
Yeah.
Who can't do shit for themselves. Yeah, call on the youngster.
Who can't do
the problem? You fake ass OG wannabe ass niggas.
Hey,
y'all the ones who setting up the youth for failure, right? This is why you should not be a goddamn teacher, bro. You should be banned from all public school.
Man. I just don't brag, bro. That's all it is. If I bragged on the shit that I did, I think you would be impressed.
Man, look, I just came on here to talk about Donald Trump. Bro, listen, Donald Trump. Hey, man, listen. This is how world leaders act, bro. Look at all of them. They talk like Trump talk.
No, they don't.
The real ones do.
No other world leader in history has ever talked like Trump. Nobody talks like him, G. He's unique. Uniquely stupid.
Have you heard the president of Iran talk before?
He's gonna live in infamy, bro. He's not gonna be famous. He's gonna be infamous.
Bro, have you heard how some of these other world leaders talk about America? Have you ever heard any other world leaders of countries talk about America?
Man, bro,
they only talk about America when that dumbass motherfucker at the microphone. Yeah,
they've been talking about America since the fucking dawn of time.
Do you realize, right? Do you realize? But you know those 48 footers, right? That the truckers be driving on the road, right? Every four of those canisters that show up on our shores, that means one job. Do you realize this dude that you support, Trump, right? He has cut that by at least 45%, bro.
Bro,
We just don't feel it yet, but it's coming. Do you understand?
Whatever happens, happens, bro.
What?
Yeah, whatever happens, happens.
What?
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Until black people do something. I mean, what you gonna do about it, Rob? Tell us your plan to go against what Trump is doing according to these canisters that's rolling up on the shore that you're talking about.
All right. So the canisters, do you know what a 48 footer is?
I'm just asking, what are you gonna do about it?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you in a second. Do you know what?
I just need to know what you're gonna do about it first.
I'm going to.
Can you answer my question first, bro, instead of going to another asking me something else? I need to know what's Rob's plan. If Rob got a plan, maybe we can attach to it.
Thinking ass nigga.
All right, man. This is the problem.
You have
you don't want to. This is what I'm saying, man.
I have dealt with a lot of dumbass niggas on YouTube. Hey, bro.
Bro, you ain't never came across a nigga like me, bro. I guarantee you ain't never met a nigga like me.
Not only do you have not a place to argue from, it seems like you don't realize that your talking points
bro,
are dumb.
If you need time to come up with an answer, just say so. Other than that, can you answer the goddamn question?
All right. So Dev, right? He drives.
See what I mean, bro? That's what I mean.
Right. I got my plan, and I've shared it on this platform.
I'm talking about to go against Donald Trump. What Donald Trump doing to affect whatever you was talking about with these things coming up on the shore. Hey, what are you going to do about it?
What if I told you I got a comprehensive plan, and I could go over it for the next 2 hours? And I could bore the fuck out of people who don't really pay attention. But niggas like GA, they would love to hear this shit.
Man, GA gonna say, Rob, you live in fantasies, nigga. That shit ain't gonna work.
Hey, GA, just come on StreamYard. I want to get your email because I want to get your feedback on a plan that I got. A real deal plan, G. I got a real deal.
Oh, that's gonna go against Donald Trump.
I wouldn't share it with your dumb ass.
Bro, Rob from Chicago got a plan.
Hey,
Rob from Chicago got a plan that's gonna derail Donald Trump shares.
If you decide,
we would love to hear that, Rob.
Hey, so Madon, this is the agreement. Is when I start talking about the plan, you have to leave the panel.
Bro, we do not want to hear that bullshit, bro. We do not want to hear that bullshit.
You ain't got to negotiate no goddamn terms with this dumbass nigga.
Man, Rob ain't got shit but a long-winded, tired-out ass story that's gonna put your ass.
You comprehend the shit I'm saying anyway.
Bro, we don't want to comprehend that dumbass.
Who is we? Who is we, Madon? Who is we?
Oh, well, maybe Dev, because he is venting.
No, motherfucker, answer the goddamn question. Who the fuck is we?
The real one.
Hey, bro. Listen, right?
Real coon ass nigga.
If it's no merch in the store, right? If it's no
and Rob up here trying to save America.
Hey,
shut up, bro.
If it's no merch in the store, right? That means that the price of any good that's in the store goes up because it's called supply and demand. So, like I told you, if almost half of the deliveries that we normally get that go on the shelves, if that is cut in half, that means that the price of goods go up. You understand that, right? That makes sense, right? What I just said. Supply and demand.
If you want to save America, just say so.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Do you understand what I just asked you?
You see?
Shut the fuck up.
I'm getting to the root. I'm getting to the root, bro.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You understand what I just said?
What I thought.
Yo, dumbass. Hey, so do you understand what I just said? If half of the goods that we need and our economy to flow, if half of them not coming in, the ones that are here, the price goes up because of supply and demand. Do you understand that?
Do you understand that everything you saying is save America? Save America. That's what it sounds like to me.
Hey,
That's all I hear. That's all I hear is you complaining. You can complaining about the economy. You can complaining about things going on in America. Rob, just come out the closet and say you want to make America great again, nigga. Quit faking the phone. Quit smiling at the goddamn gallon.
Dumbass nigga.
No, nigga, you want to save America. You want to make it great again. You want to fix the economy. You want Trump to get out of office so somebody can get in office and put the tariff that you think is best for the country. That's what you want to do, Rob. Stand on it. Quit being ashamed.
Is Trump saving America?
Hell yeah, he's saving it.
Okay, but I can't.
Hell no, Rob. You can't save yourself.
I'm not about saving America, actually, dumbass nigga. Hey, what I'm concerned about is delivering on what I didn't promise people, but because of the uncertainty.
How you gonna save America? You can't save Chicago.
I'm not trying to save America. I'm trying to save the people that I work with. And because of the uncertainty, right, with the tariffs and the stock market, right, that makes everything slow down. And when things slow down and people already are at a lack, bro, you can understand how that could produce a very negative effect. You understand that, right? While you sitting around here joking, talking about, well, hey, don't try to save America, let America die, Trump doing a good job. You can understand that's like fingernails on a chalkboard, the way your dumb ass talk up here, bro.
I didn't say let America.
I work in the community.
I said let the ideology. What I'm saying is I work in let go of trying to be like white people.
Shut up.
Be yourself. Build for self.
I wasn't finished talking.
Bro, you've been talking. You seen me jump on the panel, then you wanted to hit the panel.
I let you talk for 2 or 3
minutes. Go back and listen to your mic and then fix it, yo. Shit, that shit get on my nerves now.
I work in the community, bro. And these choices that have been made that people thought wasn't going to affect us and all of that, man. Hey, in the next 60 days, you're going to see it now. You know what I mean? And it's, man, bro, all I can say is eventually, right? Eventually, we got to take this moment serious and do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, GA, I need your email, bro.
Yeah, it might be rolling right now. I thought I had it. It's on my other device though, because I know he had dropped it before.
Yo, Rob.
Yo.
Why are you? You know one thing that I'm starting to realize? Madon doesn't come here to learn per se, but he knows he can't get no intellectual conversation anywhere else. And because of that, he tries to front like he's intellectual and he knows what he's talking about. And we have to quit.
You give him that much credit? You don't want to sound smart.
Nah,
I don't think you want to talk intellectual. Like, I'm not being sarcastic. Yeah.
Nah,
he just said why he come on the panel.
I'm gonna just start agreeing with everything the niggas say. Fuck it. Trump the man. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Man, shit.
Yeah, hey, fuck the black community. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you right, but
yeah,
you right. Oh, I bet. I see you, GA. All right.
Or just let him get his dumb shit out, as they've been saying.
Yeah, I just want to share my proposal. I would never even try to talk to Madon about that shit because it takes like some higher level thing to even conceptualize what I'm saying. You know what I mean? On the real, too. But GA, what's
Where you
happening,
need to
Fully?
be, man. If you think back,
Uh-oh.
talking about empty shells because of terrorists, and I don't want to say this because of not to spread fear or anything, but I really want folks to think about if a corporation has no problem pulling up out of your community and no discernment about whether you're gonna eat or not, or whether you're gonna get fresh produce or not, how is they gonna play out when the damn supply and demand really comes into play? And I just lay that out there.
Well, GA, when people don't understand supply and demand fully, they can say the things that they say and not recognize how the tariffs are going to impact them in the long run.
See, so to try to put this not fear talk. This is just this is economics, right? So say for instance, we got one of them 48 footers, right? You know what I mean? That y'all see the trucks, they load them on the trucks deliver them to the distribution center, drop it to the store. That's the chain. That's the chain. Right? All right. Let's say, for instance, we got 400,000 coming a day. Now all of a sudden it's 200,000. And that 200,000 each canister now, let's say for instance, you was paying 10,000 a 48 footer. Now, because of tariffs, you have to pay 14,000, 15,000. You got less canisters, have to pay more for it, and the store got less merch. So of course do you want the ripple effect of that right there? You know what I mean? It's man. I just shared my document with you though, GA. Yeah.
I'll peep it out. I definitely will.
Man. Yeah, I'm just looking for a little feedback, G. That's all.
Yeah, but you saw that during COVID with shipping containers, where the price, man, it went up exponentially just for the container.
Yes. We ain't talk about content. We ain't talk about content shit. See, like when we start talking about supply chain economics, right? We really talking about globalization. It was already working, but you have disruptions like wars, sometimes
Famine.
famine. Sometimes people just looking to get a couple more dollars on their resource, and so they might slow production down. It be all kind of stuff going on that we don't even know about. You know what I mean? Like the hurricane season affects the futures market because they trying to predict how much orange juice is literally gonna cost. Like that's real, G.
Yeah.
That's real tough. UPS just laid off 20,000, and they're not doing the Amazon stuff that come from China no more.
This motherfucker playing chicken on a global stage, man. This shit is crazy. And motherfuckers was saying that, listen, man. I remember that man C. Dot, he was so animated about this topic a couple of months ago, just before Trump got elected, and was explaining how, because remember, Dev, niggas was like, man, the other country pay for tariffs.
That shit was crazy. That was nasty work, man.
Niggas was up here damn near in tears talking about y'all niggas think y'all know everything.
That shit was crazy.
Oh my God. And we like, no, G. And C. Dot literally went and found the source, went and gave niggas like 5-6 links.
Posted it up. Yeah.
Man, if this motherfucker do this shit gonna go bad. And now here we are, and we got people still G'ing for this white motherfucker. It's unbelievable, bro. It's unbelievable.
But I'm saying outside this clown, I ain't really seeing a response. Not even a damn. I thought it was gonna go the other way. I'm not even seeing that really. I mean, I see a few TikTok videos and clips here and there of motherfuckers hunching their shoulders, but like the bullhorn shit. Late October, all through that post, getting shot in the ear shit. I don't see that. I don't hear that shit. Unless I ain't been looking. I kind of been trying to stay out of the way since I backed off the Musk, my Elon Musk campaign. I think that actually worked faster than what I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, is China feeling it? Is China gonna feel it too? They are, because you got to think about the manufacturers that's not selling goods. You got to go and find another supply partner so that your goods ain't just sitting there. I mean, you might have manufactured a bunch of shit, but if you ain't selling it to nobody, you ain't making no money.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
here's the thing, Rob. If you look at this from a global perspective, first of all, economies are long-term plays, so it's not a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year type deal.
Yeah.
For the policy to take place. But China and Russia is already collaborating. They're trying to get that northern pipeline to run from Russia to China.
Yeah.
And they're making moves to say, hey man, y'all keep putting these sanctions on us, y'all not letting us come to the table and eat, so we'll just make other partners around the world, because the rest of the world is more populous than the United States, even though the United States has the largest economy or whatever. But
man, they put America in the friend zone.
Yeah, I think I posted up the links about China just completed the world's largest solar farm grid and the tallest windmill. And they're also constructing the longest suspension bridge. So if it is supposed to be immediate, I'm not so sure that these particular events are getting in the way of what they already had on the table, before it came into office.
Canada put America in a friend zone. Everybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, all right,
you know what, Trump, you trying to trip? We just gonna put you right here, sit you over there, little man.
It's a huge commodity that people don't think about that we get from Canada. Lumber. If the price of lumber goes up, man, every construction site in the country literally got to charge more.
That's paper too. That includes paper.
It's so many ripples that come off of that, dog. Like, I don't, man, to try to explain it is like, but that's just a micro, like, look at it. You know what I mean?
That's a big one.
My fault. Go ahead. But lumber is huge.
Yeah, that's a key commodity.
Yeah, and I mean, man, bro.
Yes, that affects the black community. Lumber affect.
Then with the outbreak of the bird flu, literally barbecues, that shit gonna be more expensive because of the price of wings and thighs and legs. It's little things like that, bro. You know what I mean? And then the break in the supply chain makes the price go up whenever the supply chain is broken, right? Like y'all saying, like the price of eggs went up because of the bird flu. Like, literally, they didn't have enough eggs to supply the demand. That's why the price went up. That's why. You know what I mean? and so
company,
you gonna
the
definitely
companies
see
want the
it in
price
some
to
of
go up. What are
yeah.
y'all talking about? The talk is a distraction. The T talk is a distraction. So the Trump talk is a distraction. The tariff talk is a distraction. The companies want the price to go up. Ooh, some of these niggas is slow.
No,
I mean,
my only point, I'm not even gonna be here long. My point was, you know, we were complaining about food deserts. Now,
We
if the
really
supply
were.
chain does get disrupted, I mean,
Yeah,
how
listen to all the
easy?
food guys.
I'm just saying, you know, how easy would it be for our communities to get even just cut off? Like, you know, fuck them niggas. We just ain't got nothing to go over there.
Bruh.
it's so many. Like I could go on and on and on. Look, right. It what you have to understand is we are in a global economy right now. It's right now, bro. You can get anything anywhere in probably 4 to 5 days. It don't matter what it is, dog. In 4 or 5 days, you can get something that was manufactured in India to Ida fuck Utah somewhere, bro. We in a global economy right now. This is what we need to do. Same thing Q been pushing. We need to get in our kids' minds. Man, we gotta find a way to manufacture something. Use this advanced manufacturing technology that's kind of coming out now, and be a player in the global economy. That's
I
it,
don't
bro.
I don't disagree with that.
Wait, hold on. Hit the panel, Raymond.
Please hit the panel. Put the link in there for Raymond Ellis to tell us
Yeah,
why is
you
that
may
the
stick
best
around and hear what you got to say,
performance.
bro.
Please.
Yeah, I
'Cause I'm
mean,
not
I'm
sure he's
I'm
gonna
I'm
drop it.
kind of a gearhead, bro. And so you know, I brag on it a little bit. I'm restoring the 67 Camaro, man. Man, you mean to tell me if don't nobody know that I know that the prices of these goddamn parts that just went up overnight? Hey, of course I know. You know what I'm saying? Everything too, bro. Paint, goddamn paint thinner, nigga. Everything. Oh man, bro. And the motherfucker think I'm trying to save America. Yeah, my shorties live in America. Hell yeah, I'm trying to save America. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? And that's where
Where
my
else did I
family at.
what
What the fuck you
yeah,
mean?
what's funny? What's crazy is where else would I be trying to save? I live in America.
Mhm.
I mean, even if I don't like it, I live in this country.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this is where my people at. This is
Where
where,
my people at?
man, I don't want to see young deity out here, you know, starving and gang
Huh?
banging, about to go run up in somebody's crib. Give me that good goddamn grilled cheese. You know what I'm saying?
Right? People weird.
You know,
People weird, Joe.
like I don't know if y'all have ever experienced it, right? I'm old enough to remember that I went outside with clothes that had holes in them. I didn't cut it there. Like those was my play clothes. Like, you know what I mean? I'm old enough to remember play clothes.
Yo, listen to his excuse. He
Play
said,
shoes.
"No thanks, brother. I only rock with the young brother Deity, the Jamaican cat, and that cat from the shop. The rest of you cats are too smart."
Oh nah, man.
What a
I'm still
lame
learning like
ass
young Diddy, man.
excuse.
I'm still learning. I just try to
That
Yeah,
I
that
just
shit is lame. I'ma just
yeah,
tell you like
yeah.
that,
No,
bro.
no.
yeah.
If you can enlighten us on something, please do so. Don't hide in the chat and act like you're the smartest person and then hide behind a lame ass excuse like that. Then he gonna put no disrespect. Well, all disrespect with me calling you lame.
No,
All disrespect.
The email, man. I'm gonna get out of here. I got some stuff to do, man. Got some logistics to do.
What's
All
up with you, GA? What's
right.
up with you, bro?
Hey, I'm trying to get settled, Taz. I got some logistics to do, but hey, if
Nah,
Roland's gonna come to
soon as shit get cracking, bro, you be getting up out of here, bro. I know.
Hey man, I'm coming down there, man. I'm a smash
Oh, I
some
don't.
bluegill ponds down there, man. We gonna eat good this summer. I'm gonna come down there. I'm gonna smash them bluegill ponds, and we gonna get fat, sit there and drink beers.
Let me a Rob.
Yeah.
Can you hear Rob Price?
Yeah, he kind of went out. I was just trying to figure out if it was me. You say you gonna come down to Houston? Hey, they got a place. You like them watermelons, man? They got a place here called Hempstead. That's supposed to be like the watermelon capital of the world.
It's in
So,
Houston.
it's outside. Hempstead is like 50 miles outside of Houston, but you can just ride down 290, and folks be out there. They call them like Black Diamond. Supposed to be the sweetest watermelons, and
Oh
yeah,
man.
man.
Oh yeah, because just to get the seeds. Yeah, just to get the seeds, I drive all the way down there just to get the seeds. Yeah, I'm planting my watermelons. I started them in the crib, but I'm planting them next weekend.
Yeah, I think you still got about 6-8 weeks. But hey, Taz, I be looking for answers, man. I ain't got no more time for the shits, man. The clock's running, bro.
No doubt.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I thought he had some answers. I thought he was finna enlighten us, GA. But apparently we're too smart.
Yeah, this is about to be my first crop. You know what I mean? I got the red ones, I got the orange ones, and then I got these purple ones. And so man, that's what it say that they purple. So I'm starting them next weekend. I got a little family farm right outside of Chicago. It's in this little town called Moments. It's like right near Kankakee. You know what I mean?
Damn, I bought a car down there for $1,500.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, back in the 90s.
Yeah. So yeah, my pops, this was some years ago, man. He bought a little half acre, so we got somewhere to chill at, like right off the road. And then in the back, he got like 5.5 acres, and we farm like probably like two acres of it.
Oh, okay, that's tight. That's tight, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but I Hempstead, man, that's good information. I need to get some. I'm gonna go get about 4 or 5 of them, and that's for the seeds alone. You know what I mean? For the seeds alone.
Well, I'll try to make that.
Damn, did he, man? Shit, you make me want to roll, man. Let me roll up something. Shit.
Yeah, that's blunt paper is timber, right?
So what now?
I said blunt paper is timber, wood from Canada.
Yeah, I mean you can make paper from the lumber, yeah. Damn. Man, them YNs, boy, y'all got them young lungs. I can't blow like that no more. 4 or 5 blunts right back to back to back. I can't do that shit, man. Yeah, man. Roll me a couple of cones. That's what I be smoking now, them cones, man. I can't do them blunts no more. I can't wait till the summer, bro.
Well, Rob,
what'd you say?
Y'all came up with a title yet?
Nah, not yet, man. I ain't got in tune with her, man. I need to get her email, her number or something so we can work it out. Damn. Yeah, but man, I look forward to it though. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do the best I can. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, yeah, man. Let me stop fucking around. I want to win. I ain't even fucking around, G. I want to win. I want to come out the gate with a win. You know what I'm saying? So that's my goal, Joe. On the real. Shock the world, G. Shock the world.
Yeah, I damn sure be shocked if you win.
Oh man, Joe. Y'all motherfuckers, this shit be sounding like motherfuckers hooping. You know what I mean? Like that's how much shit motherfuckers be talking. I ain't like, damn,
Oh yeah.
Joe. Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit lit. Shit lit.
Yeah. I over prepared for my last one.
I over prepare for everyone, bro. Just in case.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I might be. Go ahead, bro.
My bad. I'll be talking up some shit. But nah, I had like 20 slides I ain't even used. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I over prepared. But I had too much time. That's all it was. Too much time.
Yeah, no, it's better to over prepare though. I mean, shit, you better off with more content. Because to be honest, I think you might start talking faster than expected. By the time you know it, you know what I'm saying? You still got 2 or 3 minutes left. You want to add something, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, better to have and not need. Better to have and not need. Yeah, man. God, I ain't got one more cone.
Well, I'm about to call it a night. I got a long day ahead. I'll holler at you gentlemen in the morning.
All right. Man, I'm supposed to be coming when the Cubs play the Cardinals. I think it's in like mid-July. I'll be down there, boy. I'll be trying to get at you.
Well, let me know.
Yes, sir.
Shit, holler at me in the morning. I'll holler at y'all. Y'all keep the stupid people in check.
All
right.
Yeah.
All right, so
I think I'm gonna take that nigga advice. I'm about to stop cussing niggas out, yelling at me. But Don, you right, man. Damn, bro. You right. I'm about to stop, man. I'm about to stop with that shit. Yeah, because that hey, I was over here rolling, man, when Wale was saying that he
be
told
pissing Wale off.
He told Jesse Jackson that we should call ourselves African Americans, and Jesse Jackson ran with it. Wow.
He said 15 minutes. Yeah, that's killed me.
Hey, that nigga Chance had me rolling. He was like, yeah. I was over here weak, folks. Like, oh my God, this nigga is dumb, Joe. And he worked the bookstore into it.
You know what I'm saying? We're gonna do it. Let's just see how far we're gonna go with it here. Like, fuck it. You dead serious. I can't, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, as much as he been talking against using the name African American and black and all that shit, I didn't really know what he was talking about at 1st. And then he stood on it. Taz kind of pressed him on it, and he was like, yeah.
Yeah, because I can see if he had told Jesse we should call ourselves niggas,
Yeah, a color.
Man, he'd
Yeah.
have said that, I'd have been like, damn, for real, you met just because like he said Hyde Park was on 79th and shit.
Oh yeah, he know exactly what the officer. Yeah.
Hyde Park ain't on 79th, nigga. Fuck you.
Nah, he just
I
hollering
this
out
nigga
numbers.
I was like, wow, bro, he is really stretching it. It was like he had watched some movies and shit and kind of weaved them together, you know what I'm saying? Like some Forrest Gump type shit, you know what I'm saying? On the
Yeah,
real.
it's gonna be summertime, boy. He got that new batch in. Shit,
Yeah.
we about to go down a whole track we ain't never been down.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh man. But hey man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This is my favorite time of the year, bro. Like for you
coming
know,
up. Yeah.
yeah, because it's prom time, graduation and shit. And it's
Hmm.
just good feelings, bro. Like, you know, you get to see all your hard work and shit and you know, get a feeling like, all right, we fake made it. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And I get look good luck. This my favorite part of the whole shit, bro. All the mamas that you know we get mad at me for calling their ass at work and shit.
Hmm.
And now they wanna hug me. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. That's my favorite part, Joe. When they can't do nothing but say, damn, there go my baby, and this nigga had something to do with it. You know what I'm saying? I love that part, Joe. That's my favorite part of the whole shit. You know what I'm saying? You hate me, right? But I helped your shorty, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta give me my flowers that day, you know what I'm saying? On the
In
real.
the end, yeah.
Yeah. And then just hearing shorties be reflective in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I know these motherfuckers was calling me and coming by my crib and damn and all of this shit, but man, look at me now. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Hmm.
so that's just this my favorite part, Joe, and then prom and shit too. You know what I'm saying? Just some
Yeah.
memory making moments and shit. You know?
One long ass weekend and shit.
Yeah.
It's been but we supposed to be seeing 80s next week though.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir. And make sure y'all go do something nice for y'all mama, boy. On
Yeah,
the real.
Mother's Day coming up.
Yeah, you only get one, so might as well do it right. You know, might as well. You know, I love my mama, so you know, still got her. So I'm about to do something spectacular this weekend. I already got my gift. I just need to think about what else I'm gonna do.
Hey, get her some flowers.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
man, just tell me. Yeah, she tell me, hey, give me mine while I'm living.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You right, man. And so I got the get out of jail floors, boy. I mean, hey man, I ain't gonna lie, man. This Latino lady cold with the flowers, boy. You heard? Hey, young Diddy, you ever mess up? You send the flowers to her job. You see? So all her friends can see and everything. You see what I mean? That's how you make it work, bro. Send the flowers to her job. That's what you do, Joe. You know, you ever mess up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, she can't throw it in the trash or pretend like she ain't get it or nothing like that.
Yeah, they was, oh, look at this. You know, even if she like, he ain't shit. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Hey, her girl still gonna be like, but look at them flowers, though. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? On the real, Joe. Yeah, take it from an OG, man. Send it to her job, Joe. Yeah. Early in the morning, too. Not like lunchtime when people
No, not at the end of the day because they'll end
yeah,
up taking off work or some shit.
yeah, early in the morning. Yeah. But yeah, I got my get out of jail florist, boy. Latino lady cold with the flowers, boy. I swear. And so I'm going to ride down. A matter of fact, I'm calling her tomorrow. Miss Rodriguez. Miss Rodriguez. I wonder, is that a lucrative business? A florist?
Well, they'll never run out of business. Another recession-proof business.
Those shit growing. And now you got the internet. You can take a picture of something you see, and it'll tell you what it is, how to take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga said, say he ain't sending her no flowers. He's sending her some groceries.
Mm.
And I'm not mad with that thought, man. But I just know, man, because to me, man, I was always like, man, that shit is a waste of damn money. You know, come on, I take you to go see some flowers or whatever, but I don't know. He seemed to like it.
Well, it worked for me. I don't, my bad.
That what I'm saying. It worked. It worked, Rob. You be like, even though she be over there talking about he ain't shit, but she don't throw them flowers in the trash.
Mm.
So so I don't know.
Damn. Well, I don't know. My lady liked me a little bit, so yeah.
Damn, Shaq still got his home on the market for $2.75 million when he was in Cleveland.
Hey, man, who got it right now?
And then, it's the market. That's what it is. The market.
Hey, money's still expensive.
Dude, that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, Michael Jordan just recently sold the crib that he had here in Chicago.
I saw that shit.
Yeah, that was recent. Because sometimes you build it too elaborate for the market. You see what I mean?
Yeah, when he had it, shit, that shit was.
Yeah, that's
Nobody
good.
else had that shit.
You're right. You don't want to be the big dog on the block or the top dog in the neighborhood or whatever. Yeah.
Like the shit Jeff Bezos got right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I saw where they just found his that black Testarossa he had. We used to tailgate in front of the old stadium when he had that Testarossa with MJ1 on it with North Carolina plates.
Yeah,
I remember
Wait a
that
minute.
car.
So that's the crib he just sold. The one it was like what was it 6.5 million or something like that in
yeah,
Chicago?
because at first it was like 20 million.
At first, yeah.
Then he dropped it to like 11. Then he went back up. Then he came down, and so you see he settled at 6.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Built it too elaborate for the market. That was all.
No, man, that's but who got it like that right now, man? That'd be my question. Okay, you even if you got it to pay for it, can you maintain it? You know what I'm saying? That's a lot, man. Grounds, utilities. If who can furnish that?
Yeah, I mean, most of them people are people who they not worried about that anyway. You know what I mean?
Nah.
These probably like day traders and future market gurus and shit like that. They ain't worried about it.
The market just took a $3 trillion hit, man. Jokers took about $3 trillion worth of profit. So yeah, somebody got some money. I'm not saying ain't nobody got no money, but I'm just saying that's a lot.
Yeah,
Somebody got it.
Yeah, somebody got some money. I ain't saying nobody got some money, but damn, that's
And
can only
and
imagine.
you know, when you start talking about how much money has left the market, like that's the thing. People have to understand money do transfer, but when you got a loss, right? When you're taking an L, there is no transfer, it's just an L. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but a lot
You
of
know,
motherfuckers they took profits, Rob. A lot of motherfuckers, they took profit. That's
they
all that was.
those was people that was betting on the shortfalls after they kind of, you know, seen that a couple of people that they had those what was it? It was some type of securities that they bought. But it wasn't a lot of people that made a lot of money on those shortfalls. Not a lot of people, a couple people. What's dude name? Real famous Wall Street guy. He
Oh,
just
the wolf.
retired.
Mike was it Michael?
He
God
just
dang.
retired. Old guy with the glasses.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you talking about Warren Buffett?
Yeah.
Oh,
Warren Buffett just retired.
Berkshire Hathaway. He just had he just shifted some of his what he had some T bills that he just shifted.
he been moving a lot of stuff over the last year or
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
But man, to me, he had a strategy. He speaks openly about his strategy. It ain't like it's a secret or nothing, you know. And he was disciplined in the market for years. And you see what discipline gets you, especially when, you know, you make a couple of bets. You got to make some bets in order to win big. You know what I mean? And he made a couple of really good bets early in his career. And man, that's what happened. Ain't nothing special about dude, if you ask me.
Yeah, but I think he started after the 1929 crash. He like a value investor.
Right,
So
right.
yeah, so
Value investors, when they discipline and they got a lot of money,
oh
yeah,
man,
yeah, they don't usually take L's. You know what I'm saying?
he crushing it right now. He got mass yeah. Can't be talking about no old rich white man. But yeah.
Making you mad.
Yeah, because it's like he had a point now. He figured, damn, he can't take it with him, and he ain't enjoyed none of that. Well, I ain't gonna say he ain't enjoyed none of that. He did what he wanted to do.
Yeah, the only reason I bring him up because he retiring and he was significant in the market for a number of years. So you know, not like he gonna get no major shout out from me.
No, well, I mean, you right on your point though, because I mean, he's been in position to hold CEOs hostage. He get enough position in their company, he can literally tell them, "Hey, nah, you need to do such and such." So he, Charlie had a good run.
Yeah, and I mean, it ain't no. I mean, I guess anybody with a plan, with a strategy, I guess you could do well in the market as long as you got a strategy. But the key thing is you need some capital. You need some money in order to be able to invest in, you know, long term. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Nah, you right.
So I don't know. starting small, I guess it is. It's smart. It's just that it takes a long time, and you just got to be disciplined. You know, long time in terms of conditions. I don't know. Shut up, Rob.
Yeah, I said that would go for any type of scale project, whether it's large scale, medium scale, local scale, even if it's only confined to your four walls and your ceiling and your roof, you still got to be disciplined. If you're not disciplined at home, you definitely not going to be disciplined in the streets or in business.
That's true, bro.
So nobody saw the Meet the Press when the lady asked Trump, "Do you think that anybody that's charged with a crime in the United States should be mandated to have due process?" And he said he don't know.
Oh, I heard some talk about that. Yeah, yeah. He said he got lawyers to handle that part right there.
He don't know. He don't know if they deserve due process. Like,
Yeah.
man, that's what I was talking about. Like, you can't be in front of the camera
Mm.
saying unpresidential shit like that. What the fuck? I mean, like, are you stupid or what, bro? That's
Nah,
your number one job as the president is to enforce the law.
that's called culpable deniability. So they can't come back and play that and say you say it. He said, "No, I said I'm gonna defer to my lawyers."
But yeah, the unseriousness of actually being president, you kind of gotta know the job requirements. You know, like it's your job to make sure everybody get due process, bro. That's your fucking job.
Ain't that written out in the Constitution?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't know, bro.
No, we that's we fundamentally changing.
Let the motherfucker burn. What they say, burn, motherfucker. Burn.
Well,
I guess that's what we on. Dev just socially engineered niggas to, you know, let the roof burn. Fuck it. At the end of every party, that's what it used to be. Burn, motherfucker.
To the point where it's not even shocking, because I was actually shocked that he didn't come up with one of them dumbass punchlines. I never would have thought that he would have responded with "I don't know." Like "I don't know" is way worse than some other clown ass response. I don't know if he would have said "I don't know" back in his first term, but him saying "I don't know" now, man, that shit was just.
and that was strategic. And
Like,
he gonna say, "I didn't say that." You can't twist his word. You can't parse that into nothing. But he just said he
Some
don't
Meet
know.
the Press. Meet the Press been out longer than my motherfucking mama been living.
That's I get it there. I get it. I'm just
Like
saying.
every political leader watches that program like every fucking week since World War II. It literally says "Meet the Press." What is going on in uh, you know journalism? And now turning towards America, the president says he doesn't know if people are required to have due process.
Right. That was Walter Cronkite, right? Meet the Press.
I think he did it for a while. They kind of shifted a few anchors. Yeah,
Brokaw.
yeah.
Yeah, I just ain't Meet the Press the one that be on the weekends and jokers just call in across the country.
They
Ted.
used to have phone calls though when I was coming up. I remember a motherfucker on the phone hollering about Nixon.
Yeah, Ted Koppel and shit like that.
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, that's when I guess, you know, that we was under the spell of, you know, the illusion of America. You know what I mean? Trump is how
Yeah.
we really supposed to be doing it.
I don't know,
Lo-
the media is that's an institution that I think over the last couple of decades it has failed. Journalism, not journalism no more, bro.
Mhm.
the bars got lowered.
Shit, I don't even get the ball on the ground there. That,
Mm.
yeah, the bar's the chalk line. That
I'll say it started when Fox, when they just decided to go completely like Republican, you know, and after that, MSNBC decided to join in on the fun, and it just been going off the rails ever since. You know what I mean? Because like motherfuckers remember y'all used to watch Geraldo and shit. You know,
oh yeah. I remember
you know?
Gerardo.
Yeah, that was on Fox. See what I mean? And so
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. The Ku Klux Klan on his damn show.
they just made some choices in the late '90s, early 2000s, and you know, and then now we see with all of the scandals that came out of Fox, like what they was on, you know, and they got, you know, sued for almost $1 trillion, and you know, man, bro, they didn't made their bed, they had to live in it, get out of it, and make it up again. You know what I mean? Straight up, bro. Fox News, like, man, bro, they literally went down with the ship.
Mm.
800 billion, bro. Think about, man, shit. Hey, I don't
Rupert
like
Murdoch.
nobody like that to go down with the ship like that. 800 billion. God damn. That's a lot of money, man.
Mm.
But yeah, but just by the sheer fact that we literally can say that Newsmax is Republican makes that unjournalistic. You know what I mean?
That that's crazy in my mind, man. We
Mm.
was talking a little bit about museums and stuff earlier. You know, you used to go to museums and you can always there's somebody that's either did some photographic journalism or some type of article there to source and add to the record. What is the record at this age gonna look like shit 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now? You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna have two versions? Well, Fox said this and NBC said this, or what that shit even look like? What do the record even look like in the future?
Mhm. I man, when people look back on this age, this is something I was talking to my students about. I think they gonna call this the age of political correctness. You know,
They gonna say you niggas was dumb.
we was we were so we were so politically correct that we allowed for bad leadership for so long that like it became normalized. You know, and how they tried to glaze, over racism, but we had a couple of uprisings, and then next thing you know, black folks unified, and the rest is history. I think it's gonna happen in our lifetime. We're gonna unify and do something significant.
That may be worth the trip then.
Yeah. I
Make
think
all
it's
this
gonna happen, bro. I really do.
that make all this necessary there.
hmm You know, sometimes, man, the journey it be hard, but that's what make it worth it at the end. It's just I think with the benefit of the platforms that we be using and all the communication that we get, you know, I think eventually it gonna work to our benefit. You know how they say it got to get worse before it get better. I think we just
Right.
seen. I think we just seen the worst already.
I don't know.
Oh man, I'm over here with my fingers and toes crossed. I'm an optimist, man. So I gotta be in my line of work. Shit, I gotta be. You
No,
know,
and that's true. That's
uh,
true. Dealing with the future and stuff. So I'm becoming more pessimistic with each year. So just say we're
I,
gonna see.
uh, it gotta be. It gotta be options and possibilities. That's the idea. If they not there, we gotta create them. Options and possibilities.
No,
That's
that's a
what it
fair
gotta
point.
be.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's a fair point.
Mhm. Man, hey, I know this kind of off the subject, but did y'all see the interview that Nuri Muhammad did with Cam Newton?
Nah,
Man, Joe, pretty dope, man. I just like Nuri Muhammad. Maybe I'm just biased or whatever. You know, I like the way that the brother speak. He speak with a degree of humility that I can identify with. You know what I mean? My people, they from the Delta. They talk like him in a general sense. You know what I'm saying?
got you. Yeah, I can definitely relate to that.
Yeah. That humility, like underneath, you can tell it's a bunch of wisdom, but you
Right, but they don't flaunt it.
yeah. And so I just felt like Cam did a good job with the interview, and Nuri Muhammad is one of my favorites in the nation. I'm not a Muslim, you know, but I
What what
respect. Yeah, I
so
respect the faith.
what they were talking about? What was, just give us a
Oh well, yeah. He was just asking Nuri Muhammad, different stuff about the Nation of Islam and his ideas on. And I mean, he did a real good job, but I feel like of explaining, the Nation of Islam and how it is, how it was structured, and some of the things that people question about it, like uh like eating pork and all of that and all. The way that he was answering the questions was just pretty good. And
mm,
and then I liked his take on he asked them like, man, what is the nation's plan, for the next 4 years while Trump is in office? And his answer was kind of like we have an agenda. And so no matter who in office, man, we gonna work our agenda. I'm like, damn, that's exactly what we need right there. You know what I mean? That's exactly what we need. And so I mean, of course, that's the Nation Islam plan, but I mean, black folks in general need a plan like that, you know. And I certainly don't believe that they working against black folks. That's what I say, you know.
yeah. I just say that they've been quiet with uh minister. He stepped down in what 2 years ago after that last Swan song. This
Yeah,
2025.
like
Was it 2023? Yeah, about 2 or 3 years
that.
ago.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of quiet,
Mhm.
but they still there. So
Well, man, I just feel like no matter what people differences are with the minister, right? That man got 60 years of work. 60 years. You know, some people ain't put 60 minutes into this. That man got 60 years on the front line. And so I just feel like, man, they gotta be respected, Joe. Gotta be respected, you know. And no matter what people might feel about him, like the man intentions was good. He might have had some missteps, but he ain't never embarrassed us, you know. I got great respect for the minister. Like again, I'm not a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a guy from Chicago that just seen it up close all these years. And so now, when he just stepped down, now it give you a second to kind of reflect, like damn, man, that man, he was like the soundtrack of our life in a way, you know what I mean? Me being from the South Side and all of that, he played a big role. That's what
yeah,
I,
I know he was president in the city.
yeah, played a big role, you know. And I just tell you this little quick story, right? You know what I'm saying? So one Savior's Day, towards the end of the lecture, you know, he was just going on about how, language is important and how we have to stop calling ourselves niggas. In a general sense, we family. That's how we should refer to each other. Man, peace, my brother, peace, my sister. What's up, family? And so we took that from Savior's Day and we around the crib, we started calling ourselves family. And now y'all see it. It's everywhere. You know what I'm saying? People didn't cut it short to peace to the fam. But I feel like that came out of that Savior's Day lecture. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. That's just how profound of a impact that he had on us when we was young. You know what I mean? People was breaking away from the church, and the alternative voice we had was the minister. You know.
Did he cut out?
No, I'm right here.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I just felt like I was finishing my point out. Finished with my point. That was Young Diddy,
Nah, it's
you
all
ain't
good.
said nothing, man. What you over there reading, boy?
He waiting on everybody to go to sleep so he can start reading his book.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, he usually come in
yeah.
storybook hour. What you got up for? Did I'm still waiting on the YN dictionary so I can be up to date. I need the 2025 edition. Cause y'all don't be letting nobody know. Yeah, man. Gotta
if you
close that
talking, your mic
communication.
muted, bro. We can't hear you.
Look, man, I'm gonna tap out, man.
Okay,
I'm holler
man.
at your brothers.
Okay, Price. Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah.
Hey, take a look at that presentation for me though. Tell me what you think.
Hey, we'll do, bro. Just give me a little time. Like I say, man, I am multitasking right now. So
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
but yeah,
Whenever you got time, G.
I get through there.
Yes, sir. Young Diddy. I say your mic muted, folks. I don't know if that was you talking to me. I don't know. I can't hear you, G. That's oh God. I can see you.
Yes.
I can't hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. It's still off. You probably got some chords mixed up in the back.
On everything. I can't hear you. I see you unmuted.
What up, Bayasa in the chat? I seen you earlier, and True Bleed, Truth Magnificent, Primo, everybody in the chat. You got the link pinned up for the late night crew. JJ, what's up?
Yeah, shit. I ain't gonna be on here too much longer either, dear.
Yeah, man, we get ready for the midnight shift.
All right.
Yep. Late night, we be on. We all wake up in the morning.
All right. So this is when y'all kind of get started, like right now.
Yeah, y'all part of the pre-show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Normally, I've been in the crib, sitting there watching the game,
Mm-hmm.
vegged out. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And then wake up in the morning on the way to work, y'all still on. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Around the clock. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Testing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
you
can.
good now, man.
Cool. That's what's up.
Yeah, he was trying to figure out what you got for storybook hour when
I
everybody go to bed.
was reading excerpting here. The book is called Black American History and Crime, 2-in-1 book compilation on group survival and lawlessness. Examine the impact systemic injustice has on African American behavior, statistics, and lifespan. But it's an excerpt here talking about a common trope that white society likes to say about black people having low IQs, and the brother breaks it down as far as there's 3 components to IQs. There's basically the way he breaks it down. I want to read it. I don't want to botch what he's saying, but it's simply not just there's more to it than just an IQ for me, as far as the barometer for one's intelligence. It's a trifecta that make up. I'm gonna read it. Let me see. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, that put me in the mind of it's a book. It's written by a guy named Tom Burrell. The name of the book is called Brainwashed. And
I got that book. It's
oh yeah,
yeah, showcase like talking about slow suicide, like certain behaviors and practices that we indulge in that we're necessarily not conscious of, but it's like a form of slow suicide.
yeah, in a general sense, yeah. And then he also builds on propaganda and how those
Inferiority.
images, kind of inform our own opinion of ourselves. And so, being that he's from Chicago, I just like to thump my chest on that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Chi-town. You know what I'm saying?
I was just, it's crazy.
But yeah, it just what the title of the book that you just mentioned just put me in the mind of that book.
Yeah.
I haven't read what you got right now. Who is the author? Who is the author?
This is a DC Cannon, like
Okay.
DC, and then last name Cannon, like an actual cannon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like cannon fodder.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Burrell's that dude though. He that dude.
Oh yeah. And that, I mean, great read. Anybody that like reading, yeah, that's a book you definitely want to sit down and kind of digest. If you like reading, that's a great book to read.
Yeah, but you definitely right though, as far as the inferiority component, debunking that and really just uprooting that, that fallacy of us being inferior.
Yeah, it's quite a few books actually in and around the subject. You know,
Oh yeah, I would say Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. He definitely one of the ones too, as far as uh, one of the first subjects to really tackle and to dispel the because his whole his I would say what was I don't know about prior to Dr. Umar Johnson. Prior to him, I ain't prior to Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu is the first time I ever heard somebody say the conspiracy to kill black
uh,
boys. You feel me?
well,
Before
Dr.
Umar
Wade,
Johnson was talking about it.
Dr. Wade Noble's out there in California.
Okay.
He definitely spoke on it,
Okay. Okay.
and uh,
Dr. Naeem Akbar too.
yeah, and that I just couldn't think of his name, but yeah, Naeem Nakbar, um, um, Marumbia Na. She might not have a lot of work on it, like in terms of a formal work, but she got like plenty of lectures on the subject. You know what I mean?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I live just on this page.
Powerful lady, man.
What's her name? Sister's name is it?
Yeah, Marumbia Na. I might be mispronouncing her first name, but Dr. Ana. Here, I'll look up try to give you a link real quick.
This is
Yeah.
pardon me, y'all.
She wrote Urugu.
You said she wrote a book called
Yeah.
called
It's a critique of European culture. So you know how they always critiquing us. So what she did was flip it on his head and critique them. So yeah, I'm putting so that's the link to the I should have gave you a link to the Wikipedia page. But man, powerful sister, bro. Years ago she had spoken Chicago State. I was able to catch it, and so man, felt super dumb lucky to be there, in person.
Oh, you met the sister. You had the opportunity to meet her.
Yeah.
So, and she's what is her expertise or her specialty? What she's so I want to say she's in the same field.
She anthropologist.
Okay, anthropologist. Okay, so she studies
warrior scholar anthropologist. That's the best way to try to.
They study like body remains, or I mean not body remains, but I mean not remains, but like what they study again, like bones or.
Well, they study aspects of like human culture and philosophy, and then it's also blended with forensics and biology too.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I got. Let me. Did I copy it? Let me. I'm on her Wikipedia page now. I'm about to give you the link to that too. But yeah, you know how they always critiquing us. So she critiqued them, and it, hey man, on the real, Joe. Thank me later, kid. You're gonna be like, Brother Rob, show put me on the gym right here, Joe. You know how you be getting geeked up and shit. I was like, yeah. Hey, Joe, hey, on the real, you gonna thank me later. If you done read Iceman Inheritance, huh?
Yes. Yep.
And so Urugu is similar to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going into the vile nature, you know, just that as far as like going into their, you know, that exposing that sinister, you know, just their what they are, you know,
Yeah,
and
it
what
it is
what they
their
are,
it
what
is
they
their
are,
nature.
and
Right.
why
You,
they
you can't
conduct
you can't
themselves the
get
way.
mad at a snake for hissing or a dog for barking. That is their nature, you know. So you prepare, you know. You keep that snake in the sock. And if he die, he die. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You know, keep that dog out back.
Keep it
So
out back.
he'll never shed in your house if you keep him out back. See?
We was just talking. We was just talking about. Let me see.
Country boy logic. See, that's the thing. See, young Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Them old men from the Delta, they'll say something like that. It's like 4 or 5 meanings behind what they said. You see what I mean?
Mm.
You keep the dog in the back, he'll never shed in your house. You see, man, they always talk with that dark wisdom where you like, oh, wait, what you mean? So they might give you one meaning, but then the other time they might just laugh at you, walk off. I heard you like talking to old men. Oh man, that's how old wisdom gonna come. It gonna come in an analogy, in a little story.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know you was talking about Fox News and CNN earlier. You was talking about the news network earlier.
Yeah.
This chapter is talking about profits generated from black crime. If you want to understand any problem in America, you need to focus on who profits from that problem, not who suffers from that problem. Dr. Amos Wilson. So, as previously mentioned, black crime benefits white society in many ways, such as neutralizing the black warrior class, helping to. So, as previously mentioned, black crime benefits white society in many ways, such as neutralizing the black warrior class, helping to control the size of the black American population, continuing the tradition of black bondage, and motivating voters to vote for certain politicians, thus influencing the passage of laws. Because people associate black people with criminality, black street black black street crime causes others to join white society and loathe black people, consequently reducing competitiveness and employment opportunities for them around the globe. This chapter specifically discusses both the financial benefits and the detrimental cost of crime in the United States. The task of calculating the profits associated with crime is so challenging that an undaunted team of professionals could only produce a cursory estimate of the amount of money generated by crime. It would be necessary to identify all the recipients of the profits of crime, evaluate every facet of the billion-dollar security industry, thoroughly analyze the prison industrial complex and the associated products and services that generate income, and accurately estimate every aspect of any financial impact of crime relating to all sectors of society. Pardon me. Due to a variety of factors, including the many methodologies that could be utilized to produce precise figures, it is impossible to determine the exact costs and profits of crime. There are no widely available archives, dissertations, encyclopedias, public records, books, or timelines that provide financial data on the total amount of money made from crime. That's interesting. That's crazy. Insider knowledge on the fiscal matters is kept secret, and the company's annual income or financial records are rarely revealed. Therefore, this information is inconsistent at best. So, furthermore, only a limited number of qualified organizations, think tanks, universities, legal organizations, law enforcement professionals have undertaken efforts to collect precise data on crime costs and profits. In the absence of absolute data, and a long-standing consensus, we are left with a spectrum of both approximate and accurate estimations regarding the costs and profits of crime. As a result of the secrecy surrounding earnings, the, the different methods for defining crime profits and a number of built-in fluctuations and hurdles, obtaining solid, profitable criminal data is challenging. There are many ways in which crime generates profits that most people are unaware of. Rarely are the economic gains that black criminality brings to white control institutions such as the prison industrial complex in Hollywood ever considered when people demonize black crime because because of because of space constraints, the costs and profits of crime cannot be fully explored. That's interesting.
So
Hmm.
so so if I could hop in right here real quick, right? Um, there have been, and I refer to them as attacks on the black community,
Hmm.
right? And so I line them up in this way, and I got a literal statistic that I could like show if I could present a screen or whatever right now. But the relation is to the crime bill. I mean, not the crime bill, the civil rights bill, and then the uptick in crime in the black community. How do I correlate those two things? This is when they focused on the over policing of the black community at that time, 1964. And if you look at the numbers, right, you'll see the huge uptick in the prison population of black men starting 1964 civil rights bill. Then you see another huge uptick with the war on drugs. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah, you know, you got those two attacks back to back. Then master teacher Dr. Chancellor William, he tells us about the great decision where the mafia decides to concentrate the sale of drugs in the black community, heroin to be specific, right? Heroin didn't take off though in a lot of cities across America, right? So the next drug that they drop into the black community is crack, right?
You can't forget about alcohol and cigarettes, menthol cigarettes. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean those
later.
those two I would say those two in between were heavily advertised.
Hmm.
We were not on TV greatly until like I would say the 70s in terms of advertisement.
Rap music though is a I'm control, but rap music is a medium where they can actually circumvent alcohol regulations. They use rap as that mechanism to circumvent, like I said, the regulations that they have. So it's very interesting though. But
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And all of those things, man. So I had brung up Dr. Wade Nobles, right? And so his definition of power, I use it all the time because I think it's profound. He says, power. Power is the ability to determine someone else's reality and make them accept the definition as if it was their own. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So if you got the record executives who possibly own stock in private prison, and you got rappers talking about criminality, you can see how that's like a devious plan in a general sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's a actual reality though. But when you bring it up, people get that conspiracy theory shit out of it. You know?
real. Speaking of that, yeah, I'm about to dead something. I just seen something in the chat, but I'm about to because I made a comment and I see the comment in the chat, but I'm about to. I ain't even gonna. I'm gonna read this excerpt. This and I got the facts to back it up. As far as I mean, my comment about how they target black people specifically. They specifically deploy mobile vans in the 50s. I want to say it was the 50s, if I'm not mistaken. They deployed mobile vans. You feel me? And actually targeted us. You feel me? Like they imposed their will, a covert. Yeah, no, I would say no. It was covert but overt because they was in the hoods, but it was you could say covert because of the format or how they went about of executing their plan. But yeah, it was not based off my information I have. It had said nothing about cigarettes being pushed through via the civil rights movement. I'm not saying it incorrectly, but based off my source that I have, I'm not saying I'm not saying that's incorrectly, but I know as far as the operation or the methods they took. And it's crazy that you brought up Nora Muhammad. This is from Dr. Wesley Muhammad. So we know when it comes to their research, research game, and we already know when it comes to their research game. It's like you said, we understand that the nation has a polarizing effect when it comes to the people, but we have to give credit where credit's due when it comes to information. And you feel me? Like, it's just what it is, bro. But I want to find that quick little excerpt because I wanna so boom, right here. Whole chapter. What do you say? Newports, an early ethnic weapon. In order to fully appreciate the weaponizing of weed, we must see the man. Actually, I'm gonna just get to the point, man. Look, in the 1960s, these companies employed a mobile van in which representatives were sent on ethnic field trips to black neighborhoods where they would stay for hours and give away menthol cigarettes. Tobacco companies enticed black media. Oh, that's why I say you were right. That's why I say, that's why I say two things can be right, but the way that he said it, he made it seem like it was just that singular. So basically, tobacco companies entice black media, civil rights organizations, and black politicians in a quid pro quo. So it's a multifaceted.
Yeah.
You know.
So this is what is happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to. All right. So the Johnson Publishing Company.
Mm-hmm.
They are trying to position themselves in the advertising space so that they can be competitive with everybody else. And so, do they have to sell some questionable advertising with cigarettes and Coke 45? You see what I mean? You know? And that's what it was. You know what I mean? That's what it was. If you want to be competitive in the print space, you have to sell advertising.
So did they sell out? The people, tobacco companies entice black media, civil rights organizations, and black politicians in a quid pro quo. For their monetary support, there will be no participation in tobacco control efforts or criticism of tobacco's damaging effects on the community. And like I said, he got the citation, changing adolescent smoking prevalence, where it is and why, smoking and tobacco control, and let you know where to go. Why tobacco company targeted blacks with ads for menthol cigarettes. CBS News, January 5th, 2011. That's what I'm saying. We got to give credit where credit's due. He ain't just putting shit together and
I just want to add,
give you the facts. Look it up too.
Yeah, I just want to add another layer of objectivity though as well. TV is now becoming hugely popular, right? And so the thing is, once we started becoming represented on TV, right, we are represented in the archetype that they already got for black folks. You see what I mean? And so what are we? We criminals, and we smoking, and we pimps, and we call it black exploitation. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody in them black exploitation movies not smoking cigarettes.
Facts. That's heavy. That's true, Shaft.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
So I mean, these are things that Well, you man, that you dead on point, Vasa. This, but like man, that lightness cream stuff in the Caribbean. I felt the advertisement in the
Lightning.
Caribbean in the 1890s
Mm.
for lights for skin lightening. I gotta find the article again. I'm gonna post it, but man, that like this is, like you said, it is multifaceted, man.
It is definitely. Then now I'm gonna like it's a okay. So with the initial deploying of the vans, then came, or it just basically came, the in-house corruption of black people, i.e., black politicians, civil rights movement. You feel me? In black media. So it's like once again we see our people, bending, succumbing to, the pressures of the dominant society, to where they're undermining the masses, the black masses, so at the expense of monetary gain.
So here it is, right? Politics is a dirty game, as they say, right? And one of our greatest politicians ever produced, Adam Clayton Powell, right? Adam Clayton Powell produced for the community, man. Everybody in Harlem loved the man. But he also had to vote on bills that if the people from his community knew he voted yes to, then man, what the fuck is you doing? You see what I mean? That's how it's a dirty game. Do you see? They'll make sure that you have to sign on to some shit that they know you probably don't agree with, and because they know you gonna want some, something on the back end. You did, and that's how it's dirty like that. And so, I'm bringing all of that up to say this, right? Let's think about it like this: what if nobody was negotiating with Lyndon B. Johnson? Would all these federal bills get passed? Is Lyndon Johnson, is he a real deal friend of black people? And man, listen, any historian that take this shit serious will tell you that Lyndon B. Johnson was just trying to be remembered favorably historically. And he didn't give a fuck if we got our rights or not. He just wanted to be on the right side of the argument so he wouldn't look like an asshole for history. Because he knew, the time that he was in with JFK, he was going to be linked to it. And he wanted to make sure that his spot in history was going to be good. I promise you, bro. He ain't had no deep affection for black folks.
Definitely.
This is what it is. And so we have to think about our leaders operating in that space. Everybody in Congress at this time, bro, deeply racist.
It makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of back on the profits from crime, because I remember reading this study and they were saying America spent 16 trillion on crime, I mean, not on crime, but 16 trillion on anti-black discrimination. So this kind of makes me think about, this is kind of the profits. How they
what you say? What was that number again?
16 trillion.
16 trillion
from 2000 to 2020.
Hey, that is our reparations payment if you really think about it.
Yeah.
16 trillion.
16 trillion, yeah.
So that mean they hit you with about 14 million for 20 years.
Yeah, man. It's
yeah. that would be that'd be about right. Hey, Dev Vasa say he trying to get on.
$16 trillion.
But no, I mean, man, at the end of the day, bro, like there are many voices, topics that a lot of our master teachers that already gave us huge chunks of the story. We be sitting around here trying to figure it out. Like if we just go to the reference, section of some of the books that our master teachers did wrote, man, bro, we get all the breadcrumbs we need to put the story together. You know what I mean? I just gave you a huge, man, bro. That's my secret. Like when I want to know something, man, I go to one of the master teachers that wrote something on the subject. I ain't got to read the book. I just go to the reference material. And that's all the primaries I need right there. And then them primaries lead to more primaries. You see what I mean?
Yeah, real quick, brother Rob. Let me read this because we was talking about the news. You was talking about the CNN. You was talking about Fox, and they're everybody dirty. On networks across the USA, newscasters routinely introduce reports on crime with coming up after the commercial break. After a few minutes of advertising, the networks return to present sensationalized details of street crime, which often features black males committing crimes or being arrested. Often overlooked is the fact that every year the ubiquitous commercial breaks generate billions of dollars in advertising revenue. The networks are making astronomical amounts of money from the advertising associated with black crime programming. Well, it makes you think about certain people with these YouTube channels. When networks run commercials followed by discussions of black crime, they are monetizing that crime before your eyes. The same networks that openly decry black crime also make a lot of money from it. Fox News, CNN, and MSNBC are the major cable networks that make the most money from 30 seconds of advertising before and while featuring black crime. Executives at CNN and Fox News estimates that Fox 30-second commercial spot 3,000 to 4,000 during the day and up to 20,000 in prime time. And that CNN's cost $6 for profit as opposed to BBC, which is the British broadcasting. They're subsidized by the people. CNN, they're privatized, they're for profit. So kind of let you know as far as the BBC, how they're funded by, like I said, taxpayer dollars. So they're more like, their news is more, I would say it's more authentic in a case that like they're not doing it. They're not for profit like CNN and Fox. But pardon me, real quick. So executives at CNN and Fox News estimates that Fox 30-second crime spots cost 3,000 to 4,000 during the day and up to 20,000 in prime time, and that CNN's cost 6,000 to 7,000 during the day and up to 30,000 in prime time. It's interesting. This is the reason why a reduction in crime is never reflected on cable. This is the reason why a reduction in crime is never reflected on cable news programs. They are making too much money from advertising revenue to decrease the news coverage of crime. Another way cable networks in Hollywood monetizes crime is by charging high advertising fees to air commercials during crime-based shows such as CSI, Crime Scene Investigation, or Law and Order. In 2021, the cost for a 30-second ad during the hit shows such as Chicago PD and Law and Order cost well over $100,000. Wow, that's interesting. Is by another way cable news networks in Hollywood monetizes crime is by charging high advertising fees to air commercials during crime-based shows. Crime-based shows. When we airing these crime-based shows, yeah, the price go up. You know, when it comes to broadcasting criminality, which is going to tend to focus on black people typically. In 2021, it cost for a 30-second ad during the hit shows such as Chicago. So this is very recent, 2021. The cost for a 30-second ad during the hit shows such as Chicago PD and Law cost well over. That's crazy, well over. Then but I don't know if you. Man, I just thought that was very interesting, man. You know, for real. You know, these devils is a cold piece. We know about prison labor. The United States.
Yeah. This is key. This is key.
Say it again.
About a quarter of all of the furniture, you know, the furniture with the pressed on laminate and all of that, and it just fall apart after 6 months after you owned it.
Mm.
Most of that is produced in prison.
Oh.
Most of the bulletproof vests produced in prison. There are it's a number of items that are produced out of prisons, you know, that reduces the cost for law enforcement, and they are heavily funded. Hey, what state do you live in? Washington State, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I want you to research how many penal institutions there are in Washington State, right? I know off the top of my head in the state of Illinois, there are 48 penal institutions.
Mm-hmm.
48, bro. Why the fuck do we need 48 prisons? Wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better to address the societal conditions that make people want to, you know, do crimes as opposed to build 48 prisons? It's been about money from the beginning. And
12 adult prisons.
You said 12?
12 adult prisons, yeah.
Yeah. My point was, like, they would prefer to make money on locking people up as opposed to just addressing the societal concerns that they had to make them want to go to prison. Well, not want to go to prison, but perform
a deterrent.
Things that make them want to end up in prison.
Oh,
you know, false choices. I either rob this bank or it's nothing. You know, false choices. You see what I mean?
Crazy right there. Boom, bingo. Real quick, right here. Just admitted blacks have low IQ. Okay, regrettably, sometimes it is true. When blacks worship a fake white Jesus, they demonstrate low spiritual IQ. When blacks patronize racist businesses, they exhibit low economic IQ. When blacks vote for political parties that ignore their needs, they illustrate low political IQ. When black Americans are featured happy and smiling in HIV medicine commercials or demonstrate for risky lifestyles rife with AIDS, they showcase low wellness IQ. When Africans allow millions of Chinese to flood and populate their countries while openly hating black skin and African people, then their sanity as well as IQ must be considered. Actually, IQ isn't the only measurement for intelligence. And what composes intelligence are three Qs: the intelligent quotient, IQ, the emotional quotient, EQ, and the spiritual quotient, SQ, are equal in importance. And I looked it up too, and it's definitely, there's strong validity to what he's just said as far as the trifecta of one's overall intelligence. It's not, we like to harp on IQ, and not understanding there's other, there's two other elements that complete, that make up, holistically one's overall IQ.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you talking about. Okay. And I just think that sometimes the other factors, they just don't get looked at. I would say most of the people that we typically don't have good conversations with on YouTube, they got the emotional maturity of a 6-year-old. You know? That's real, bro. That's real. The wayward brothers that we got out here that's taking life, sometimes it's emotionally charged, but I would say they spiritually deprived. They thirst for something spiritually. If you can just, start counting bodies and talking about how many bodies you got and all of this type of stuff. You know, I think you know what I'm talking about. Those men that it just seemed like it's normal to do these types of things, you know? When it's not, when clearly me and you both know it's not normal to take somebody's life. It's just that you know, due to the narrative that has been pushed on black people and about black people, right? We literally looking at ourselves through white people's eyes. You know, when white folks see us, they see Pookie, they see Ray Ray, they see they see boy off of Menace to Society, Kane. That's who they see. They see Kane. You see what I mean? And now black folks see Kane. They don't see his. They don't see their brother. They don't see their sister. They don't. That ain't what. They don't see their uncle.
McDonald's,
That ain't what they see now.
Target, IBM. I'm my bad. We was on the convict leasing, and I just listed
cool.
Boeing, Nordstrom, all of them. 18. Just a list of some companies.
You say it's learned behavior. It's not spiritual, huh? Hey, Fontaine, here, I'm gonna give you an analogy. Give you a quick little story, right? Hey, you done stole something before in your life. Hey, what made you nervous the first time you stole something out of the store? Huh? What made your heart beat like that? Somebody taught you to be nervous? Huh? You see? You see? See, the first time you steal, that rush that you get, oh my God, am I gonna get caught? Oh, this shit is all
these motherfuckers.
Right, that feeling. You can't, hey, nobody taught you that. So if spirituality, you know, I ain't trying to make it spooky. That is what spirituality is. That is what spirituality is. You don't get an adrenaline rush without a thought to attach you to that emotion. Do you see? And what is that thought? It is guilt. Nobody can teach you to be guilty. Huh? Nobody can teach you that. Where do you learn it from? It's, you know, these are real deal questions that you can't just easily, you know, just put on to a pheromone or something. You know, that was just adrenaline. You know, man, let's, you know, hit me with the X-Files music. I guess that is my conspiracy. Yeah, man. You know, hey, everybody is taught what's right and wrong at a young age. And by the time you done got 12 or so, you done practice not doing the right thing so many times that nervousness go away. And then eventually you convince yourself that you've always been like this. That's real.
So some companies deny. Some companies outright deny using prison labor. But what is undeniable is how little money the prisoners earn. He's lying.
Johnny B. the word. Man, my man's is always hitting me with good references, bro.
It's a public system of private prison.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Let me see.
But I just think that it's important that people understand that self-awareness, right? That comes only when you literally have gained a substantial level of knowledge. Yeah, I just looked it up. Thank you, good brother. You know what I'm saying? I just pulled it up. But you not gonna become self-aware and you don't like learning. You don't like reading. You know, hey, just give me the documentary. I don't want to read the book. you, man, it's gonna take you a long time to become self-aware. Long time, you know. And I ain't trying to talk about your mama now, right? But that's a lesson that you should have learned young. That's a fact. I can't, I can't state that more emphatically. That's something that we got to teach young. I'm talking about before kindergarten, you know, because I'm going to twist your shouty up. He come in my classroom talking crazy. Hey, I'm going to twist him up. You know, I ain't going to hurt him, but I'm going to definitely, hey, shout, listen, both of us men, ain't we? You know what I mean? And so as soon as everybody walk up out of here, it's just going to be me and you. What you want to do? You know what I'm saying? Straight up, Joe. I'm going to twist your shouty up. I'm trying to save his life. Because I know if he dealing with anybody else other than me, they going to want to shoot him. You know?
Real.
But, man, Diddy, man, it's 1:30 in the morning here in Chicago, man. What time is it there? It's 11:30?
Oh, yeah, 11 something. Yeah, 11:30.
Huh?
Yeah, 11:30.
Yeah.
33.
Yeah, I just got a late start tomorrow. That's why I was able to hang out with you a little while. I was hoping somebody else was gonna come up here with you. Man, I can't stay up here with you young niggas all
I'm
night.
gonna hold it down for now, man. I'm gonna hold it down.
Okay, good brother.
Hold it down. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. You know I respect you, man, to the utmost, bro. Man, till next time, man. We gonna rap.
Vice versa. You already know. I'm gonna be in my city. I'm gonna be in my city soon, so I'm gonna be back out your way. So I'll pull up on you, man. You know.
Oh man, dude, let me know when you come in town, bro.
Yes,
I'll make sure I do you right. You know what I'm saying? Pause. Like I'm you know, man, you welcome at my abode. There you go.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, man. Definitely. I gotta come see my granny, man. She getting old, so.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. I'ma holler at you, family.
Peace to you, bro. Let's see some. Okay, so. Attention white society. Melanin is a pigment in the skin, and its main purpose is to provide protection from UV rays. Even most white scientists allege it has no bearing on behavior, emotions, work ethic, IQ, or crime. Therefore, you must recognize the profound damage and accompanying ripple effects caused by 400 years of unprecedented institutional racism aimed largely at Black Americans, as well as the profound impact that white power and values has had on developing the traits of Black Americans. Let me see something. Yeah, man. We in a scam. They got us in a scam, man. Poverty and crime. Poverty and crime. Poverty is the parent of crime and revolution. Okay. Aristotle, huh? White domination has always caused poverty in the Black community, and poverty plays a role in crime across the globe. Asian Americans are less likely to commit street crime in the U.S. On the other hand, in their native countries, you will find many Asians engaging in a variety of street crime. Why isn't that the case in the U.S.? One of the factors could be poverty. The poverty rate in China is higher than in Chinese American communities. It is higher in the Philippines than in than in Filipino American communities, and higher in Cambodia than in Cambodian American communities. Richard Ross, consumer of the Philadelphia Police Department, works in one of the blah, blah, blah. Richard Ross, commissioner of the Philadelphia Police Department, works in one of America's most dangerous cities. When discussing poverty and crime, Ross said the following: when you walk these neighborhoods and you see what you see, the struggle from day to day just to survive is discouraging. All this poverty leads to hopelessness and desperation, and it definitely feeds right into the problem of violence. Very few guys who are working get shot. Economics, without a doubt, becomes the common denominator. Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner, long a critic of the criminal justice system, says it is a vicious cycle. He continued, poverty causes crime and crime causes poverty. The system will take relatively minor offenses, turn them into criminal convictions. When you have concentrated poverty like we do in Philadelphia, people when you have concentrated poverty like we do in Philadelphia, people are still going to want to survive. They're going to want to make money, and therefore want want it leads to is a fertile ground for criminal exploitation in various different forms, such as drug turf wars, and the violence that's associated with them. It becomes a fertile ground for people looking to self-medicate themselves. So you are talking about theft, breaking into cars, breaking into homes, violence and homicides result from that. Poverty, 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 con- Poverty contributes to crime. White power systematically contributes to black poverty through predatory. White power systematically contributes to black poverty through predatory lending, trashing resumes, trashing resumes, and other bias-related hiring and termination practices. Urban renewal schemes causing displacement, mass incarceration, destroying black enterprise zones, and putting drugs and alcohol in black communities. Law enforcement and judicial bias are influenced by systemic racism, which leads to higher incarceration rates, broken families, and poverty. Racist Racist conservatives can deny white privilege, and racism are factors. Racist conservatives can deny white privilege, and racism are factors, but there is overwhelming evidence that systematic racism still exists. Poverty leads to desperation and depression, which in turn leads to crime, mental illness, and crime. Interesting. Mhm. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we know, man. The list goes on, man. Man, yeah, this right here. This should get me mad, man. This is making me mad, man. Okay, so yeah. The first chapter discussed various weapons employed to control blacks. Some incidentally, how white supremacy controls and kill how white supremacy controls and kills black Americans. The first chapter discussed various weapons employed to control blacks, some incidentally lethal. The second chapter focused on more direct weapons, including no, the second chapter focused on more direct weapons intending to reduce black intending to reduce the black population, with some surviving the assault. This chapter features different ways that white supremacy actually controls and kills by using a combination of tactics. Brokers of white supremacy realize that control mechanisms and killing apparatuses can be combined into a single force in the name of protecting white interests. This chapter includes containment measures that can and often does lead to death, giving blacks no other alternative but to be controlled to death, whether death is incidental or was the focal point. Being controlled to death suits the purveyors of white supremacy just the same. You know, pardon me. We just this brother. You know, he just. Let's see. You know, there's just a litany of just crack cocaine. You know, when 1980s to present by aiding the Contras to import megatons of drugs into the United States. Why? To finance foreign and domestic interests while killing, disfiguring, and incarcerating blacks. Who? CIA, U.S. government, Contras, and Black Street gangs. Category: chemical warfare, genocide. Status: active. Man, y'all. Destruction of Rosewood. Destruction of Black Wall Street. Finally establishing and maintaining sundown towns. Come on, man. Destruction of Slocum, Texas. Internment camps. The Devil's Punch Bowl. Deadly law enforcement. 1704 to present. How? By being granted special powers to detain and incarcerate black people by any means necessary. Why? To protect white suburbs from integration, assist terrorists, hate groups, and enforce racist laws while killing/maiming and incarcerating black people. Who? Slave catchers. The U.S. government, uniformed white infantry, race soldiers with badges. Category: state-sponsored racial violence and re-enslavement. Status: highly active. Code red: national emergency. Few ponder the genesis of policing. Contrary to common belief, American law enforcement is a relatively recent concept. Early police were often unpaid volunteers, and as recently as the 1970s, policing was not a lucrative career. Today, it offers good pay and benefits, typically only requiring a high school diploma rather than higher education. In order to understand the behavior of law enforcement today, we must consider its true origins. Author Sally E. Haddon sums up law enforcement this way: the history of police work in the South grows out of this early fascination by white slave patrollers with what African American slaves were doing. The history of police work in the South grows out of this early fascination by white slave patrollers with what African Americans were doing. What you doing, nigga? That type of mob action, Chicago, that type of thing, huh? Most law enforcement was, by definition, white patrolmen watching, catching, or beating black slaves. Law enforcement history spans over 160 years of patrolling, surveilling, capturing, detaining, frisking, beating, and returning runaway slaves to plantations. Today, police duties echo these actions, involving patrolling, surveying, capturing, detaining, frisking, beating. Damn, that's a cold parallel. That's a very eerie. That juxtaposition is very identical. It's sheerly identical. Man, the historical origins adjacent to the present. Woo, boy, run some chills through your body. Today, I gotta read that back. Today, police duties echo these tactics involving patrolling, surveilling, capturing, detaining, frisking, beating, apprehending, and incarcerating individuals. The tools have evolved from slave catchers using chains, leg irons, to modern police using handcuffs and restraints. Just as historical slave patrols crushed slave uprising, contemporary police disrupt peaceful civil rights protests. Peaceful. Between 1704 and 1861, slave catchers wielded nearly unchecked police authority, with slave patrols serving as the main law enforcement entities to suppress rebellions, enforce slave codes, and apprehend runaways. During the Civil War, 1861-1865, the Confederacy faced a manpower shortage, prompting many slave catchers to enlist. And consequently, the Confederate Army assumed policing and slave apprehension duties. Consequently, the Confederate Army assumed took the position. Okay, assumed policing and slave apprehension duties. Okay, slave apprehension. You have to catch. Okay, although not apprehension like I'm worried, not to because you could be apprehensive about something. That's why these words, bastardized language, one word has 1,000 meanings. I'm apprehensive about that. I'm worried, but you also can be apprehended, or the apprehension duties, which means the catching. Although slavery and slave patrols ceased after the Civil War, hmm, although slavery and slave patrols ceased after the Civil War, American law enforcement was still evolving. In the post-Reconstruction era, 1866 and 1960s, ex-Confederate soldiers, the KKK, former slave catchers, and similar white individuals joined the fledgling law enforcement sector, with local police continuing the work of the original slave catchers. They aided and abetted racist terror groups to repress black citizens to repress black citizenry and enforce black segregation laws, to paralyze black liberation. Decades after Reconstruction ended, 1950s, 1980s, routine law enforcement duties expanded to include voter intimidation, union busting, arrests, or shooting innocent and unarmed black taxpayers, destroying organizations with operations like COINTELPRO, suppressing peaceful civil rights rallies, harassing and murdering civil rights advocates, protecting white womanhood, and preventing integration by aggressively patrolling all white suburbs. Mm. The institute and preventing integration by contrarily, now the surveilling of black suburbs is not as prevalent, as far as them surveilling our communities. But back then they were surveilling the white communities to stifle and stave off, stave off black people from inserting into white suburbs. Interesting. The institution of slavery is also the birthplace of the institution of slavery is also the birthplace of the institution of policing. The institution of slavery is also the birthplace of the institution of policing, with law enforcement's greatest value being their vital contribution to mass incarceration, with over 1 million blacks in prisons. Also, the next best thing to plantation slavery. Thanks to the racist inauguration, the culture of racism was ingrained in law enforcement over 150 years before the U.S. developed it. Thanks to that racist inauguration, the culture of racism was ingrained in law enforcement over 150 years before the U.S. developed it. So this is why I can see why the brother Rizzes is saying that white supremacy, no, they're not supreme, but the tactics that they employ are supreme. So black folks, we need to counter that by manufacturing our own supreme tactics. You feel me? Which can be devised in so many ways, man. Man. Fluency. How white power controls and kills Africans. Yeah, man. It's colonial taxes. France uses a colonial tax system to continue colonizing their former colonies. To fully comprehend how outrageous this colonial tax is, people need to know the history and tenets of it. According to African author Marwana Remarque Kutunin, when Sekou Touré of Guinea decided in 1958 to get out of French colonial empire and opted for the country independence, the French colonial elite in Paris got so furious, and in a historical act of fury, the French administration in Guinea destroyed everything in the country which represented what they called the benefits. No, pardon me. The French administration in Guinea destroyed everything in the country which represented what they called the benefits. French colonization. To suppress full independence, the French destroyed Guinea extensively, farms, livestock, equipment, hospitals, roads, libraries, bridges, railroads, and more. After assassinating Sequoia Toure, other colonies opted to pay a colonial tax, ceding control of their mineral wealth and governments. France now profits globally from oil and minerals, despite lacking these resources domestically. So hold on. Other colonies opted to play. So other colonies was compelled to capitulate to the tax based off coercion, based off of destroying their ecosystem in so many ways. If I'm reading that correctly, if I'm other colonies opted to pay a colonial tax. Yes, CD. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Yeah, definitely construing this correctly, ceding control of their mineral wealth. So it's like they was frightened, not frightened, but beaten into submission, compelled, coerced into with media only showing their opulence and high living standards while ignoring France is wealthy from strong arm embezzlement. France is France is France is internationally respected and even revered, whereas other European colonizers phased out their activity in their former colonies to various degrees. The antidote to this disease. The antidote to this disease. Please. Oh man. The antidote to this disease. The antidote. Man, France. Let me reiterate that. He said, France is wealthy from strong arm embezzlement. Colonial taxes. France uses a colonial. My bad. I'm just helping them, just trying to, repro. So this is helping me for like argumentation purposes and just like arguing colonial European, wealth. Just their how they surmounted, you know, to surmount, meaning like to overcome, basically to surmount the tactics that they use to germinate their wealth, ill-gotten in so many ways. Yeah, man, I'm let me see. Black Americans. Black Americans. My people, man. These devils. Yeah, man, I was thinking about this today because I had filed some stuff for my case today. I was thinking about this book today because I had definitely took this excerpt out. Man, the 14th Amendment is almost 100 years old, and its life has been repleted with irony. Railroads, utility companies, banks, employers of child labor, chain stores, money lenders, aliens, and a host of other groups and institutions have all found nurture in the due process and equal protection clauses, leaving so little room for the Negro that he seemed to be the 14th Amendment's forgotten man. This despite the Supreme Court's early recognition that the one pervading purpose of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments was to ensure the freedom of the slave race and security and firm establishment of that freedom and the protection of the newly made freeman and citizen from the oppressions of those who had formerly exercised unlimited dominion over him. I definitely took this excerpt out. Yeah, I had to throw that in there on my case and fortify that joint. So yeah, for real. I had to fortify that joint. Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is the one right here. This the one we need. This is beautiful. I think this is just the one. Let me see. I don't think this is the one who's talking about that. No. Let me see. Lindy B. Johnson. The desire for literacy and education has always been strong within the Black community. African Americans' initiative and desire to pursue adult education and learning is documented as early as 1673. Put some respect on our name, man. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on now. The hell, this has been documented, man. Shit. What did he say? He said, from our desire to pursue adult education and learning is documented as early as 1673, when an ordained Puritan clergyman Cotton Mather attested to how a company of poor Negroes came of their own accord, seeking his assistance and that of his church members to learn the Christian catechism and establish a Negro learning society for their group. Hence, the creation of adult learning societies for blacks predates the Hence, the creation of adult learning societies for blacks predates the Emancipation Proclamation, January 1st, 1863, by nearly 200 years. I'm gonna sit. Come on, man. Like, yeah, Lincoln freed the slaves. He freed you niggas, and you niggas was dumb. What you mean? We've been learning and our quest for knowledge. We've been yearning for this knowledge since, what he says, two predates the Emancipation Proclamation by nearly 200 years. Come on, man. In the late 18th century, adult learning societies welcomed African American men and women. Among them were the African Union Society of Newport, Rhode Island, created in 1780, the Perseverance, Benevolent, and Mutual Aid Association of New Orleans, 1783, the Free African Society of Philadelphia, 1787, and the Boston African Society and the Benevolent Daughters of Philadelphia, 1796. In the South, such societies took much larger to emerge. No, my bad. In the South, such societies took much longer to emerge, and Black churches were the most influential organizations for Black adults' education. In the Northeast, African Americans further sought to expand adult education opportunities by enlisting the aid of abolition societies and the American conventions for promoting the abolition of slavery, which began in 1794. Later, in 1853, other societies emerged in the West to provide education for blacks, such as the California Academy of Natural Sciences, the Historical Society, and the Negro San Francisco Anthem. Am I saying that right? Anthem. However, educational programs such as the Quakers' evening schools for black adults began to stir the prejudice of whites against African Americans, while some whites, particularly white abolitionists, saw adult literacy among blacks for purposes of daily functionality and work as acceptable. White supremacists feared that literacy would inspire blacks to seek equality with whites in life. and opportunities via armed resistance. In the early 19th century, the enslaved Nat Turner learned to read and became inspired to lead a revolution. In the early 19th century, the enslaved Nat Turner learned to read and became inspired to lead a revolt against slavery. Turner may have read the work of a free black author. Turner may have read. I love how you said may. Turner may have read the book of a work. Pardon me. May have read. Turner may have read the work of a free black author named David Walker. I know what that is. David Walker's Appeal. Yeah, who had penned Appeal to the colored citizens of the world. In his writings, Walker called for armed resistance to slavery and the provision of land to black peoples. Darity and Mullen, 2020, 88. Hence, among whites, blacks' acquisition of literacy became inextricably tied to fears among blacks. Hence, among whites, blacks' acquisition of literacy became inextricably tied to fears about blacks resisting white supremacy, theology, and gaining their freedom. Hmm. 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 The New Deal. At the time of the New Deal, the Democratic Party consisted of a liberal wing in the North supporting the New Deal and an overtly white supremacist wing in the South. New Deal measures could not pass Congress if they threatened Jim Crow laws in the South. Federally financed New Deal programs were allowed to be administered locally, and farm workers and domestic workers, the typical employments of blacks in the South, were excluded from the New Deal laws. The National Labor Relations Act of 1935, NLRA, explicitly stated that the definition of employee shall not include any individual employed as an agricultural laborer. These devils. So explicitly stated. Okay, yeah, so yeah, black people were dominating the like you said, the farm. We were the bulk of employees as it pertains to farming and domestic workers. Like I said, the typical employment of blacks in the South were excluded from the New Deal laws. That's interesting. The National Labor Relations explicitly stated that the definition of employee shall not include any individual employed as an agricultural laborer or the domestic service of any these motherfuckers in their language. Pardon me, man. Or in the domestic service of any family or person at his home. This this is quoted. He has the quote and all that. This has direct implications for intergenerational wealth. Pardon me. This has direct implications for intergenerational wealth generation among African Americans compared with white Americans. Farm workers and domestic servants were ineligible for new welfare policies, pension, unemployment benefits, and poor assistance through the Federal Relief Administration in 1933. My grandpa was born at 1930. And through the Social Security Act in 1935. Furthermore, workers' rights granted by New Deal legislation did not apply to farm workers and domestic servants. See, for example, the National Industry Recovery Act in 1933, the NRL in 1935, and the Fair Labor Standards Act in 1938. How can this loss be quantified? Question. We will need to know the percentage of farm workers and domestic servants in the black youth. And we got that. We need to know the percentage of farm workers and domestic servants in the black U.S. labor force and the corresponding percentage of farm workers and domestic servants in the white. Exactly. And the you got to juxtapose it to the whites in their labor force. Pardon me. We need to know. I'm gonna reread it. We need to know we need to know the percentage of the farm workers and domestic servants in the black U.S. In the black U.S. labor force and the corresponding percentage of farm workers and domestic servants in the white U.S. labor force. This will allow us to estimate ineligibility for the New Deal era employee benefits for the two groups. Then we would need to know average or median. Average is taking all the numbers, adding up those, and dividing it by how many numbers it is, and the median is the middle, so boom. All right, so or median, so pardon me. Then we need to know average or median benefits for employees as defined by the New Deal laws, and could determine the amount missing among black and white Americans due to the exclusionary definition of employee in the New Deal labor laws. New Deal discrimination, 1933 to 1941. All right. I get on my Dr. Joe Wands like a Jufu, man. Real critical issues in educating African American youth. We're gonna pivot between those two. Reparations, educating the babies, man. The New Deal. Using language, exclusionary language, knowing that we was inculcated. To inculcate. We was heavily dominating those particular laborious fields, i.e. farming. I can't botch the ancestors' work, man. Farming and domestic workers. But they use exclusionary. They use that same. They turn around and take the fields that we was dominated in and make sure that they put that explicit language in. Like you said, explicit. They explicitly clearly stated. Not explicitly meaning F you or I want to kill you. Explicit. Explicit mean clear. But using that language like they did with the Civil Rights Act. Emmett Till, Biden, they passed. That was passed under Biden, but it's not enforced because black folks are still being lynched. Redlining and its effect on home ownership. Oh yeah, it got. Yeah, we're gonna read this for my brothers in the military. Post-war discrimination GI Bill. The Service Readjustment Act of 1944 GI Bill provided crucial benefits to returning war veterans: low-cost mortgages, low-interest loans to start a business, 1 year of employment compensation, tuition, and living expenses to obtain education. It was defined in a colorblind manner. How then did it widen the black-white wealth gap? Question. He said it was defined in a colorblind manner. How, then did it widen the black-white wealth gap? Black people were underrepresented in qualifying functions during the World War II as a direct result of de jure racial segregation. Rather than being centrally administered by the federal government, the GI Bill was administered locally. See, my guy Taz, that's why I kind of respectfully disagree with you when it comes to the federal government, and the latitude that they have, So Rather than being centrally administered by the federal government, the GI Bill was administered locally. States' rights, a measure that allowed both northern and southern states to discriminate against African American veterans. The GI Bill massive housing subsidies was also affected by de jure discrimination as a result of redlining until 1977. Shit, I'm laughing because I know y'all see my face. I'm like, that's why I'm laughing. Kids are wondering, why are you laughing? Well, because I know I can't see my face, but I know the face I'm making. Man, but it's all authenticity, man. But then when you see, so yeah, man, until 1977, 87, 97, 2007, 17. Come on, man. Less than 50 years. And I ain't Tony Ayo. Consequently, the GI Bill, my daddy was in the military. Consequently, the GI Bill contributed to the emergence of a large white middle class in the suburban. Consequently, the GI Bill contributed to the emergence of a large white middle class in suburban subdivisions in a black underclass in urban ghettos. This was a direct result of the juror discrimination during the New Deal and after World War II, reinforced by the seemingly colorblind GI Bill. Federal policy interacted with private discrimination, where banks refused to give mortgages to eligible African American applicants, a policy required by the FHA. Educational institutions openly discriminated on the basis of race in admissions. Psycho did a live on this cracker. Harry Truman, right? S. Truman. President Truman's Committee on Civil Rights stated in 1948, it is clear that there is much discrimination based on prejudice in admission of students to private colleges, vocational schools, and graduate schools. In many of our northern educational institutions, enrollment of Jewish students seems to never exceed certain fixed points, and there is never more than a token enrollment of Negroes. That's interesting. Quoted in Kazelson 2005, page 130. That's interesting. How could the disparate effect of the GI Bill on white and black Americans be estimated and quantified? Question: how can it be estimated and quantified? Discrimination in the provision of low-cost mortgages could be addressed through measuring the wealth cost of redlining described above. The proportion of low-interest loans to start a business could be compared between whites and blacks, and the shortfall for African Americans calculated. If one were designing an itemized bill for black reparations, low-interest loans to start a business could be provided to African Americans in direct proportion to what was not received. The same procedure could be applied to compensate for each year of missing unemployment compensation for unemployed white and black Americans after the war. The exclusion of black people from the bill's educational opportunities could be addressed by providing qualifying African American students with tuition, scholarships, and grants for living expenses to complete their studies. Educational institutions with low percentages of African American students could be required to offer scholarship. Educational institutions with low percentages of African American students could be required to offer scholarships to compensate for past explicit and implicit anti-black discrimination in admissions. These policies would have to go above and beyond existing affirmative action policies, as affirmative action is simply designed to prevent anti-black discrimination from going forward. The discrimination against African Americans under an ostensibly colorblind GI Bill demonstrates that seemingly Egalitarian policies against the backdrop of explicit racial exclusion in the past can result in outcomes that are indistinguishably from outright racial discrimination in the present. The same phenomenon is observed today when we consider mortgage, interest, and property tax deductions in the federal tax code, because African Americans consistently were discouraged from achieving homeownership, while white homeownership was actively subsidized by the federal government between 1933 and 1937. Breathe, these devils. Discouraging us and encouraging white homeownership, or no, actively subsidizing, you know, by the federal government. Tax benefits from home ownership go disproportionately to white Americans. Whoa, let me read that back. So, because African Americans consistently were discouraged from achieving home ownership, while white home ownership was actively subsidized by the federal government between 1933 and 1977, tax benefits from home ownership go disproportionately to white Americans. Other wealth implication of ongoing race-related inequity. Other wealth implication of ongoing race-related inequities must be addressed by a comprehensive reparations program. These include the inequitable outcomes of the so-called war on drug, with its resulting excessive mass incarceration and ongoing cases of deadly police violence against unarmed black victims, coupled with the overwhelming unwillingness of grand juries to indict involved police officers. This leads to a hostile climate in many predominantly African American communities, impedes normal law enforcement activities, especially if witnesses to crime do not trust the police, and puts life and property of residents in these badly policed communities at risk. It also lowers property values in the affected neighborhoods, producing less intergenerational wealth accumulation. This brother's another form of ongoing racial discrimination is practiced in the 9 states that thus far have banned affirmative action. California, 1996, Texas, 1996, Washington, 1998, Florida, 1999, Michigan, 2006, Nebraska, 2008, Arizona, 2010, New Hampshire, 2012, and Oklahoma, 2012. In these states, the only instrument to address racial discrimination in college admission, as well as in hiring and promotion, has been rendered impotent, which means that racial discrimination, intentional or unintentional, can proceed unchecked. So those 9 states have all banned affirmative action. Affirmative action is an important complement to a comprehensive reparations program. It's an important complement, not end all be all, since it is designed to reduce, ideally, to prevent racial discrimination going forward, while reparations address the adverse effects of past discriminations. It would be odd to pay reparations for the intergenerational wealth implication of past discrimination while allowing current discrimination to continue unchecked. Closure will not be achieved if the atrocity of discrimination persists. Brother said we arrive at estimates of 19.1 trillion to 16 to we arrive at estimates of 19.1 trillion to 6.6 quadrillion in 2019 dollars for expropriated labor due to slavery, and 35.8 trillion to 17.4 quadrillion dollars for lost freedom. Together, these estimates would result in an outstanding debt between 54.9 trillion and 24 quadrillion in 2019 dollars. These estimates are massive despite the conservative assumptions we are making. These estimates are massive despite the conservative assumptions we are making. Still missing this total would be still missing. Still missing We ain't done. Get over here. Still missing from this total would be compensation for the reduced. Still missing from this total would be compensation for the reduced value of labor due to discrimination, the reduced value of capital due to discrimination, lost opportunities to acquire capital, and compensation due for generations of pain and suffering. Come on now. According to Swinton, 1990 comprehensive formula, all these elements would need to be estimated and their current values established. Further research is required to estimate the outstanding magnitudes for a complete historical accounting. While a complete accounting is necessary for historical accuracy, we propose minimal reparations as a political compromise. While a complete accounting is necessary for historical accuracy, we propose a minimal reparations as a political compromise. These minimal reparations should be sufficient to close the average per capita black-white wealth gap in 2019. This gap amounted to 357,477 per person and could be paid to an estimated 41 million African American descendants of the enslaved, with an estimate 41 million. So is he implying, because technically they're saying this about 45, 48. So is he saying that those other, because I know for a fact, so is he saying that those other millions of Africans are not connected to the plight of chattel slavery? I'm just assuming. That's my, hypothetical theory in my head. Because like I said, because he said, um, these minimum reparations should be sufficient to close the average per capita black-white wealth gap. In 2019, this gap amounted to 357,477 per person, could be paid to an estimated 41 million African American descendants of the enslaved, with an investment of 14.7 trillion in 2019 dollars. I love how you do that. You keep putting that. We believe that we have in 2019 dollars. He got that in parentheses. We believe that this proposal has the advantage of resonating with the American political idea of racial equality. The ultimate modalities of African American reparations remain to be negotiated between the descendant community and the federal government. Hmm. Yeah, man. It's my prerogative. It's my prerogative. Spontaneous with the Bobby Brown, man. I think you look like Bobby Brown. Oh man, y'all funny. I thought this chapter was powerful. Is this it? Let me see. Is that Dr. Jawazaka Jufu? How can we expose black boys to more How can we expose black boys to more black male role models? More and more cities have begun to respond to the plight of black boys and the need for positive role models. When you ask black boys to name five male athletes or entertainers, they have very little difficulty. But when you ask them to name five black men with college degrees, they have problems. Now, granted, this book was written, this is the elder, this book was written in 2005, Dr. Dewanza Kanjufu. I think there still may be some truth to that, though. But, I mean, depending on who you talk to, where you go. In cities such as Washington, Chicago, St. Louis, Houston, and Columbia, South Carolina. Groups have been formed called 100 Black Men. These groups have responded to the needs of Black boys and have gone to schools to interact with boys after numerous programs where I have spoken. The 100 paired themselves off with 5 to 10 Black boys and conducted an intensive follow-up session. Yeah, in case y'all wondering, yeah, I read the book. You see the marking. Y'all see the highlighter. Y'all see the tape. Tape all my books. Gotta protect them. Especially the ones in that hardback. Add that extra durability to it, you know. That's that penitentiary 23 and 1. "38 Benny and Butch, they said it. They said the crackers in the mountains do you dirty. For the ones that know, they know. Most prisons is either in the mountains or some far off or desolate. Everybody work at the prison. Cousins, aunties, and for real. Back to the lecture at hand. It seems like Chicago, Washington, St. Louis, Houston, and Columbia, South Carolina groups. Oh, yeah, I already read that. I'm going to do that to y'all. So 100 Black men paired themselves off with 5 to 10 Black boys and have conducted an intensive follow-up session. The schools involve illustrative. The schools involve. Oh, the schools involve illustrative. Pardon me. The schools involve illustrate their commitment to the process of interaction because they all had the males. They all had the males together. Gave me unlimited time and created a thorough follow-up mechanism. In contrast, many schools give me all the students, male, female, Black, and white, 40 minutes to speak and have no follow-up mechanism. The adult Black males involved in the program should be both blue and white collar workers. We want to end the debate between Booker T. Washington and W.E. Du Bois. Facts about a supposedly necessary choice to be made between pulling oneself up by one's bootstrap or being part of the talented 10th. I know that's right. We respect both types of skills. We also want Black men to have a positive attitude about being among our male youth and not coming in with a paternalistic attitude of helping these poor children. For real. The criteria then should not be educated men, but men of strong character. You can't be a positive role model if you use drugs or are involved with 2 or 3 or more women. Being a role model is more than just degrees, positions, cars, and clothes. Facts, though. That's true, man. That's true, man. That is so true. Okay, let me see. What are your views about Black English? I think Black English is a legitimate dialect. It has rules and can be understood. In a court case in Ann Arbor, Michigan, a parent sued the local school district and won with the help of professor and author Geneva Smitherman. The parent convinced the judge that Black English is a legitimate form of language. I know that's right. The judge ruled that Black English not only needed to be acknowledged, but it also needs to be understood without an accompanying negative value judgment. Therefore, a teacher, I forgot about. I kind of, well, yeah, I read, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, okay, interesting. Yeah, okay. See, we got a history of this. Nigga, we get shit done, man. Black people, what? Well, all right, nigga, I got something for your ass. Watch this. Type. Nigga, that's what I'm saying. We gotta put work in, though, man. We really gotta put work in, man, to really get to, to manifest our, just to manifest a comfortable reality in a constant, uncomfortable reality. You feel me? We gotta go to work. So the judge ruled that the Black English not only needed to be acknowledged, but it also needs to be understood without an accompanying negative value judgment. Therefore, a teacher should allow a child to a teacher. Therefore, a teacher should allow a child to converse either in Black English or Standard English without fear of condemnation. Can you imagine what it must be like being a 5-year-old child speaking what's been heard at home, Black English, and being condemned on your first day of school? Question mark. You've done more than condemn the language. You're now damaging the child's self-esteem. Teachers who understand the dialect will be better prepared to help children use Black English, Standard English, or any other form of the language. Even dandy, even dandy in the Black communication pardon me, Evelyn Dandy. I don't know. I was saying even. Evelyn, Evelyn Dandy in Black Communications reinforces this viewpoint. During her research, she had some children write or speak in their natural dialect, then rewrite the paragraphs in Standard English. Many African American adults are bilingual, but our children need help to become bilingual. Interesting. Foundations for Learning in Denver has also published books and manuals that take into consideration the richness of Black dialect. The organization argues, no, the organization urges children to use their own language and motivates them to write. Foundations for Learning is based on the concept of taking children where they are with their culture and using language arts, writing, speaking, reading, and listening to develop a relevant curriculum. I find it very interesting that adults who just received college degrees speaking Black English in the hallway moments earlier, condemned Black youth for using this dialect. Those same people who are part of the middle class forget they are still code switching. They speak Black and Standard English. All all we have to do is teach our children the same process of code switching without putting a negative connotation on Black English. I would also suggest reading Eleanor, yeah, Eleanor Orr's book, Twice as Less. The book discusses the issue of whether Black English hinders comprehension of math and science. The phrase twice as less doesn't make mathematical sense, but it brings to mind the cultural connotations of certain mathematical terms. For instance, many African American children use twice and half interchangeably. Furthermore, they encounter lots of keywords in math problems such as from, by, to, between, into, and half, twice, as, and then. Although 8 from 6 does not equal 8 minus 6, there are children who become confused about math because they understand the term from to mean the same as minus. Oral suggests that, oral suggests the better we understand Black English, the more effectively we can assist African American youth in math and science. That's deep. That's interesting because that's true for real. hmm That is true for real, for real. Why is there a shortage of adult black males, and where? Yeah, why is there a shortage of adult black males, and where are the available ones? Question. At the It says at the birth ratio. Yeah, at the birth at birth at birth the ratio is 1.03 black boys to 1.0 black girls. 18 years later, there are 1.8 available black women to 1.0 available black men, almost a 2-to-1 ratio. If a female wants a black male who is responsible, well educated, employed, committed to God and his race, the ratio is more like 5-to-1. On many college campuses, the ratio of black male, pardon me, on many college campuses, the ratio of black female to male students is 4-to-8. Double. God. Okay. 4 to 8 females for every male at the junior college level. Pardon me. Well, on many college campuses, the ratio of black female to male students is 4 to 8 females for every male at the junior and senior levels. Black men are found in much greater numbers in cemeteries, prisons, drug rehabilitation, and mental institutions, involved in homosexuality, interracial marriages, and on the streets. It is estimated that by the year 2020, 70% of all black males will be unavailable. This right here is that staggering. When I initially read this back in 2017, 16, yeah, when I was locked up, that right there is like I need to figure out. I need to study. I need that. I need that. I need that right there, man. That right there is alarming. You know? Mm, 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 mm. It's estimated about the year 2020. We're past that. So, yeah. 70% of all black males will be unavailable. Estimate. I know, but kind of scary, man. Mm. Yeah, man. I gotta grab. Happy. You know, man, you got a lot of systems. All these soft niggas running around. Interracial dates. Man. Prison. Granted, he's saying it's a multitude of different factors, so. So he said the reason why this problem exists is complex and interwoven between white male supremacy, overt racism, and institutional racism, reinforced by black apathy and ignorance, which means also to ignore. So we live in a world controlled by men, specifically European men, and they're not afraid of women, black or white, because women are no threat to a man because women are no threat to a man in a patriarchal society. The those certain words. Certain words you got to slow down and think, process it. The threat to European men would come from other men, especially men with the most color. Why did European men lynch and castrate African men? Question. A white male in this country with a high school diploma will make more money than anyone else with a college degree, except another white male with a college education. That's deep. For real. Pardon me. Information. No, I said ventilation through information. And I'm gonna have me some food in the cut now. Ain't no way the hell I'm finna be smoking. We ain't got no food. Ain't no water. Your lips dry. Hungry as hell. Thirsty as hell. Dehydrated. Smoking does dehydrate you. That's just science. Should dehydrate you. Joe is alive, man. Oh yeah, we ain't done. We ain't done. Black death is a business. Just reading about that. You know what I'm saying? This whole notion of black death is not a business. Or they don't profit off of the media. The mainstream media doesn't profit, when it comes to showcasing and broadcasting series, upon series of Black Death. Come on. Look that study up, the black English. Yeah, I want to look that up. Sisters had to file a lawsuit, huh? Look that up. Black English teachers lawsuit. Black English. Yep. Right to read. Ann Arbor King case is a short documentary about the 1977 lawsuit that became known as the Ann Arbor Black English case, or the King case, brought on behalf of 11 black students at Martin Luther King Jr. Black people better wake up. Yeah. You got them lawsuits. It just speaks to our uniqueness. This speaks to our plight. This speaks to just the constant trials and tribulations we have to go through, and like what we have to do to get some type of formal judicial recognition. Something we gotta do. We always gotta, so always some type of Ethiopian chick. My parents wouldn't like you. They don't like black. That's what I'm saying. This is what. Or them dang thing. Property. Yeah. So I had to let her know though. I had to let her know, like, I had to let her know about John Robinson. Am I saying that his name correct? Is that his name? I don't want to box that brother's name. I know his last name is Robinson for sure. I always misconstrue his first name. No, his name is what's his name? Putting her on, just teaching her like, hold on now. Hooked. Hooked. I want to learn. Teach me. On my mama, man. On my OG, man. I want to learn. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I kind of like, I'm gonna keep it all the way 1,000. She's like, I'm a she's 24, so I'm a virgin. She's like, I ask myself, like, she's a virgin in so much, like, and I'm like, asking myself, like, do I want, am I up for this? Like, am I up for the, and I told her, like, when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. So, you feel me? So and I'm like, are you up for this challenge? Are you up for the challenge of, you feel me? Like, this is a very, this undertaking is very, this is a very, I'm new to this. It's foreign to me. You feel me? Yeah, just her, she's quest for knowledge. So. But no, let me see my final message. Where is it at? So it's right here. Okay, so yeah, John, y'all was right. Yeah, John Robinson. The brother was in the they called him the Brown Condor. He's part of the Tuskegee Airmen, the father of Tuskegee Airmen. You feel me? A black American man. Is like I told, like, I don't know. I'd be proud of that, especially when they come with hate. I'll be calm, cool. I'm like, do you not? Oh, Ethiopia. Do you? Are you familiar with the ongoing the history as far as the war that they had with Italy and them successfully toppling them and retaining their their sovereignty. I'm saying out to say that, like, if I meet somebody, I just love to, like, throw it in their face, like, but I don't do it I do it in like a like a sly way, like I slide, but she put the heart by it though. Like, you got it. That's what I say. You got to either love it. You either love it or you don't. You feel me? Either I'm gonna tell you the truth, or you gonna get snotty with it, but either you gonna love it or not love it. You feel me? So like I told her, what I say, respect Black American men. You better love that. Come on now, you gonna put some respect on our name. You feel me? Talking about, yeah, you feel me? So, but yeah, just but part of that, she was telling me basically that like over there they only showcase and broadcast Black Americans in a negative way. She's told me that they don't even they don't even. This is where I swear she told me they don't even think. It's not true though. they don't think there's black people even in America. I'm like, nah, that no, that there's no way. There's no way that maybe some of them think that, but there's no way as a collective. There's no way collectively they don't think that there's black people in America. But outside of that, she was saying how they showcase us, and it's always negative, bad. You know, it's bad stuff. So I'm like, okay, but yeah, but her parents, I was like, your parents tell you stay away from black American men, and she just told me it's the truth. Like, yeah, like, yep, like just confirmed it, reinforced, let me know, and but yeah, so, but yeah, so I told her, so would you gonna get the grain or what? Are you going to get the grain? Yeah. I swear, but that. That's and then the brother I sent her this. The brother in the chat was brother saying how he had a nice Ethiopian lady in the chat, and was talking about how they made her move. They moved her away. She said they being dramatic, but no, I didn't hear stories of that. But so I'm like, I don't know, but yeah, man, so I had to let her know, like, hold on now. But now, yeah, so that's a she's vegetarian already, so. But outside of that, she wants to learn, in school for healthcare. I've been teaching her about she's in health. No, she's in school for healthcare management, which is like an allied healthcare, which is they work hand in hand with the doctors and stuff like that. So it's definitely a good field, and yeah, definitely a good field though to be involved in. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. She wants to learn. Oh my God. Man, like, that's some pressure. I felt some pressure on me. No. Some pressure. You hate it or love it. So when they find out how black I am, they get, oh nigga, you too black. I got white friends. I got some white people like they get to running away from me. But nah. What we on next? go there. We ain't playing. Late night snacks. You reading all this about this history and all this knowledge. The intellectual workout. Them workouts be serious, boy. Stomach get the rumbling. Boy, real. Just that avocado. You know, that black bean burger. Some of that cake bitch free bread. You know, unbleached. You know, with some mayonnaise, mustard, you know, and yeah, and some chips. You know, some sandwiches. You know, old school sandwich and chips. Can't go wrong with the sandwich and chips. Fried salami, or beef salami. My mom used to fry the salami. Oh man, used to fry the salami, man, with the mustard. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, man. Them salami sandwiches, fried. Back in the day, they was off the chain. Beef salami, for real. Let me see. Mm-hmm. What was that? It was a very poignant part in the music. Chips are really not good for your teeth. I mean, they're hard on your teeth. I ain't perfect though. That's why I'm eating chips with dye. And, these joints right here, these tomato, you know, you got protein in them, got fiber in them, you know. These joints right here, I'm gonna eat the pink salt potato chips. You know, stop buying all that soy and everything got right, man. Soy, you know, all that dye and. Okay, so see, he's just love how he's just so look, so in the opening pages of From Here to Equality, we describe reparations as a program of acknowledgement, redress and closure for a grievous, for a grievous injustice. Acknowledgement is the recognition and admission of culpability on the part of the perpetrator of the atrocity. Redress is the act of restitution for heinous acts committed by the perpetrator. Closure is the victim's agreement that the perpetrator has met the debt owed and no further claims will be made unless there is a renewal of the harm or infliction of a new harm. Interesting. Knowing there's been a constant flow of, the renewals of our harm has been constant. In the specific case of African American reparations, the objective is to achieve restitution for living Black Americans. Black American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States bear the weight of damages produced by the cumulative intergenerational effects of three phases of American society. These are the atrocities associated with the periods of slavery, legal segregation, and white terrorism, blithely referred to as Jim Crow, in the era following the passage of the Civil Rights Act of the mid-1960s. Mass incarceration, police executions of unarmed Blacks, ongoing discrimination in access to employment, credit, and housing, and the black-white gulf in wealth. With respect to the chasm, between Black and white wealth, in 2019, the Federal Reserve Board survey of consumer finances indicated that the average Black household had a net worth approximately $840,000 lower than the average white household in the U.S. What? I read that correct? In 2019, the Federal Reserve Board's survey of consumer finances indicated that the average Black household had a net worth approximately $840,000 lower than the average white household in the U.S. Correspondingly, Black Americans constitute 12%. See what I mean? This book was written in 2020. I know for It might be 12%. I thought we were more. We've been 12% of the population since I was 12. Black Americans constitute about 12% of the nation's population, but possesses less than 2% of the nation's wealth. This immense differential in wealth dramatically restricts Black Americans' ability to survive and thrive. It denies Black Americans the effective rights of full citizenship in individuals or a household's wealth status more powerfully than their incomes level. It denies Black Americans the effective rights of full citizenship an individual's or a household's wealth status more powerfully than their income level. Dictates the scope of opportunity. Individual or household's wealth status more powerfully than their income level dictates the scope of opportunity to fulfill personal dreams and ambitions, as Hamilton and Darity explain. Wealthier families are better positioned to finance elite independent school and college educations, access capital to start a business, finance expensive medical procedures, reside in neighborhoods with higher amenities, exert political influence through campaign financing, purchase better counsel if confronted with an if confronted with an expensive legal system, leave a bequest and or will withstand financial hardship resulting from any number of emergencies. Wealth provides financial agency over one's life. Simply put, wealth gives individuals and families choice. It provides economic security to take risk and shield against financial loss. Hmm. Finally, wealth is iterative. It provides people with the necessary initial capital to purchase an appreciating asset, which in turn generates more and more wealth and can be passed from one generation to the next. Excuse me. The disadvantages associated with lower wealth are also manifest in health disparities. While there is far more research that connects income and educational attainment with variations in health outcome, separate investigations using the panel study of income dynamics and the health and retirement study suggest a key relationship between racial differences in wealth and racial difference in health. And in the U.S., wealth disparities greatly influence access to adequately. Pardon me. In the U.S., wealth disparities greatly influence access to adequate quality and quantity of health care. Exposure to health hazards and diseases, especially evident especially in 19 crisis because of the over concentration of black workers in low wage personal services work deemed essential, and access to sound nutrition and opportunities for safe and health promoting physical activities. In sum, from here to equality, we argue that wealth is the best single indicator of the cumulative impact of white racism over time. As a result, we propose that a primary objective of a reparations program for Black American descendants of U.S. slavery must be elimination of the racial wealth gap. Accomplishing that goal will require increasing Black wealth in the United States by at least 14 trillion in 2019 dollars. I love what he put that. He actually made me know I love that in 2019 dollars. So okay. Activation of a federally funded reparations project typically has involved establishing a study commission that charts the case for reparations and details a plan of action for execution of the program of restitution. Such congressional, parliamentary, ministerial, or presidential commissions or their equivalent have served as a prelude to reparations initiatives. They are neither new nor rare. They customarily document the scope and impact of pertinent damages, assess a request, assess a request or demand the redistributive justice, calculate the amount due to the injured parties, and design procedures for disbursement of payments to eligible recipients. In what follows, we will focus on the records of 5 such commissions, 4 of which resulted in some form of reparations, and derive the lessons from each for 4 redress efforts. The 5 cases are the deliberations undertaken by the Conference on Jewish Material Claims against Germany, Claims Conference, the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders in the United States, the Commission on Wartime Relocation and Internment of Civilians, the 9/11 Victims Compensation Fund, and the Iran Hostage Relief Fund. All these goddamn funds and set-asides they set up. 2 of these victim groups, survivors of the World War II Holocaust and families who lost relatives during the events of 9/11, received some form of redistributive justice soon after the period of harm. Our discussion follows the chronology of the creation of the 5 panels. Oh man, this is hilarious. It's really just it's crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Man, y'all having a moment, having a good eating moment. You take a bite of something, you get the man. I almost fell in food heaven for a second. Hmm. Hmm. Reconstruction. The Reconstruction period illuminates the power and effectiveness of the federal government to address structural barriers to educational equity, further reinforcing arguments of why the failure of the federal government to act creates a justification for remedies. Hmm. Hmm. Hold on. Hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. Hmm. The mind choked in the ways, boy. So the Reconstruction period illuminates the power and effectiveness of the federal government to address structural barriers to educational equity. It does. He said the federal government intervening, you know, Reconstruction, that's post chattel slavery, is showing, it illuminates the power and effectiveness of the federal government to address structural barriers to educational equity, further reinforcing arguments of why the failure of the federal government to act creates a justification for remedies. Hmm. The passage of the Reconstruction Amendments extended the promise of citizenship denied by the U.S. Supreme Court in Dred Scott versus Sanford to people of African descent. With passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, 42 U.S.C. 1981, Congress created the Freedmen's Bureau, funded by the Department of War, and granted it the authority, albeit without any, albeit which means although without any appropriations, to establish public schools for the newly freed slaves. From 1865 to 1870, the Freedmen's Bureau opened over 4,000 schools, which were attended by more than 250,000 black people. See Du Bois, yeah, you know. It should be noted that the Freedmen's Bureau provided the first public schooling for blacks, as well as the first public schooling for whites in much of the South. The authorities who wanted to deny blacks, the authorities who wanted to the authorities who wanted to deny education to blacks also wanted to deny it to poor whites for similar reasons. It was understood that a man's children should be educated by himself in proportion to his social status. In proportion to his social status. Okay, okay. So in my mind, so basically, in proportion, proportion, like basically implying that a person's capacity, like their social status, if their social status doesn't afford them the quote unquote, leeway to, but because I don't like, so I want to say that because because like he said, this understanding of this so like he said, right here, my bad, right here, so boop 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 boop. So the authorities, it was understood that a man's children should be educated by himself in proportion to his social status. The state should play no role, lest it might provoke unrest, which could result only in disappointment. Only when charity absolutely demanded it should the state intervene. Pearson, 1917. Quoted. Okay, so this understanding of charity and who was worthy was clearly colored by race and class. Money alone does not move one's social status. Money may be lost and status retained. Exactly. Okay. Hmm. This phenomenon is indicative of an understanding that education supports social replication. Former Confederate states were required to enact provisions guaranteeing the civil and political rights of all citizens in their states to gain readmittance into the Union. Hmm. And Black Reconstruction in America. Okay. Pardon me. Okay. In Black Reconstruction in America, 1860 1888, W.E. Du Bois, 1935-1992, examined the compromise required for readmission of Southern states. The case of Virginia is illustrative. In 1870, Virginia amended its constitution to require free public education for all children in the state without respect to race. Hmm. Du Bois writes Du Bois writes that the attempt to establish a public school, pardon me. So Du Bois writes that the attempt to establish a public school system was vigorously opposed by the reactionaries. But with the backing of the Negroes, the Constitution provided for a uniform system of public schools to be established no later than 1876. Its support was to be obtained from a corporation tax of $1 and a small property tax. Du Bois notes that the issue of whether there should be two school systems, black and white, had been intensively debated at the 1867 Constitutional Convention. Or Biden. Okay. So, check this out. The Negroes, especially, insisted upon mixed schools. I wonder what class of Negroes was this? The Negroes, because remember, it was a fierce debate, an intense debate at the 1867 Constitutional Convention. The Negroes especially insisted upon mixed schools, and the final report made no specific reference to whether the schools were to be mixed or segregated. Neither did the 1870 Constitution explicitly address this issue. Du Bois writes that the Constitution did not provide for separate schools, but the laws under it did. The results were that the first schools were opened in 1870, and by the end of the year, there were 2,900 schools and 130,000 pupils, 3,000 teachers. Of these, 706 were Negro schools, and 38,554 pupils. The Negroes were eager for the schools. So the Negroes was eager for the schools, but the whites were largely indifferent. I'm done with Christ. I'm done with these devils, man. I'm done with these devils, man. These damn crackers, man. Oh, man. These damn devils. Okay, we eager to learn. Eager to learn. And white folks didn't give it. Indifferent, like they really didn't care. I could care how it really go. So, okay, I'm saying. Okay, so there was a scarcity. I mean, there was a scarcity of Negroes. There was a scarcity of Negro teachers, and many white teachers were used. So there's been a lack of black teachers, you know. Right. So of course, this Reconstruction, not during slavery, but yeah, this is interesting though. There was a scarcity of Negro teachers, and many white teachers were used. In some ways, Virginia did the minimum required for readmission to the Union. This process shows both the challenges to and promises of receiving an education on equal terms. Even at this moment, the radical Republicans refused to back a provision that would provide for integrated education as demanded by Virginia's black citizens. Du Bois 1935. Okay. That's the point. This we're gonna get you right here. This is the poignant part right here. I read this part and it hit me. So it says the promise of a reversal of anti-literacy laws gave formerly enslaved people a newfound hope in obtaining it. So the promise of a reversal of anti-literacy laws gave formerly enslaved people a newfound hope in obtaining an education. Nevertheless, their struggle for an adequate education, whether integrated or segregated, will continue to be a hard one. For literacy, symbolized a skill that contradicted the status of slaves. Mm-mm-mm. It says for literacy symbolized a skill that contradicted the status of slaves. Hmm. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. The powers that be understood this in the quest for education, as for all other civil rights, attracted their constant vigilance. Hmm. Mm. Watch out for them niggas. Mm. The Freedmen's Bureau was disbanded by 1870 in Virginia. Okay. In Virginia, when the conservatives regained power in 1871, 1 year after the adoption of the new constitution, lawmakers enacted a measure establishing a state school board and the local members of which would be appointed by the state superintendent, the governor, and the attorney generals. This this structure this structure this structure ensured that only whites would lead the state system of schooling. During this white-led period, lawmakers formalized the system of segregation. So during this white-led period, lawmakers formalized the system of segregated schools. In Virginia, as in much of the South, fortunes of black schooling changed with political administrations. The Republicans retook power from 1879 to 1883, resulting in the establishment of a normal and collegiate institute, a post-secondary school for African Americans. This readjuster period, however, was cut short by white white terrorism in the Danville riots because the readjusters were thwarted. They could not undo the damage caused by the early administration and the continuation of a separate and unequal Jim Crow system was assured. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I'm up for the challenge. This is one hell of a undertaking, my friend. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm getting to wash my hands, get these chips off my fingers, man. I ain't that nigga that be looking at my niggas be looking at niggas. Niggas not that serious. Oh man. No, certain thing you don't do as a man. Look at the fingers, this, oh, every finger. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Those are them potato chips. Yep. You gotta pick your poison, man. Sometimes you gotta, shit. At this particular juncture, it shall pass. It shall pass. Fried potatoes and cartridges. Y'all crazy. Woke chips. yeah. That's them woke chips. You already know. Yeah, potato chips. No, they got salt. They got pink salt. They ain't that white salt. Y'all eating chips with white salt on it. I don't eat nothing with white. I don't eat white food. I'm black. I ain't eating no white food, man. She found out I don't eat white food. She left me, y'all. Damn, you don't eat white bread? Oh, I got for real. Shoot. What? Yeah, I got a lot of stuff I got a lot of stuff I want to research. Woke chips, y'all funnies. The chat is hilarious. Woke chips. Let's see how long it lasts until she finds out. Oh no, we good. She on my bumper, man. Clearly, you hear the ding ding. It's 2 in the morning where I'm at. You feel me? So I'm at a point where, hey, man, if you at this age, if my presence somehow makes you uncomfortable, or not even my presence, my ideology, shit. Yeah, we peel back the layers and find out, It's just all carbon, all carbon, carbon layered up. You know, life. You know, life goes on. Life happens. You know, but hey, woke chips. Y'all funny. Yeah, man. Stop doing that weed. Then what they gonna say when you start smoking that weed? What they gonna say then? What they gonna say when you leave that weed alone? They ain't gonna have too much to say then, though. Yeah. I found it interesting that a person that has what is it? What I want to say? A person that has $4,000 saved is richer than 90% of the world. Like that right there is like that was hard for me to kind of. I had like, is that true? But see, I got that post. Off of what was it, Instagram? But I had to do some more research, and I find out. I'm like, yeah, that's true. Shit, based off the articles. I'm like, so I'm up 5,000, 4,000. So, let me see, 5K. Is that it? I think that is. Let me see, global health report. Let me see. Where's that report at? Let me see. I think I might got it right here. Mm. 1985. I was born in 1985. I'm just playing. I'm just playing, y'all. I was born in 1985. Let me see. Trying to find this information about this quote that I had seen. Jeez Louise. Where's it? Global Tail. Let me see. Okay, I think I got it now. Okay, so it says according to the Globe Wealth Report, a net worth of 5,000 is considered to be wealthier than half of the world's population. Additionally, a net worth of 93,000 is enough to place you in the top 10% globally. I just I just really like, what the hell, is this true? And I did some more. This is GigaFact. Does a net worth of 5,000 make an individual richer than half of the global population? Okay, so it says yes, with wealth equivalent to more than 4,100 places an individual in the richer half of the world's population. The poor 50% of the planet's inhabitants own an average of 4,400 in assets, according to 2021 data from the World Inequity Lab. The bottom 50% account for just 2% of the total global wealth. Okay. In comparison, the top 10% owns more than 3/4, 76% of global wealth, with an average net worth of 771,000. While the wealth of the top 10% is growing more slowly than the global average, the wealth of the top 1% is growing much more rapidly, capturing 38% of all additional wealth accumulated since the mid 1990s. The organization says The wealth of the top 0.1% rose from 7% to 11% of the total overall same period, with particularly steep gains for billionaires, according to the report. Of course, shit, yeah, that's just crazy. So let me see something. I was trying to get that food out of my teeth. Yeah, buddy, gotta get that teeth. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what's up with Corey though? And then I'm gonna look the Ann Arbor. That's the Ann Arbor King case, Black English case or the King case, brought on behalf. Yeah, that's interesting. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Especially when it comes to these devils. Shit, what'd he say? He said, "Don't beat the devil, teach the devil." Uh, Don't beat the devil, teach the devil. I'm trying to see what else I had. I had some. Yeah, I need to get on that. I already did that. I don't need this no more. Okay. Mm-hmm. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I don't know what that little Marlon Wayans and them guys popped in my head. The Wayans brothers. Mm-hmm. Either you respect it or you will neglect it. Either you respect it or you will neglect it. Making my way downtown. I'm just playing. No. Mm-hmm. Yeah, gotta get them teeth. Okay. Nah, I ain't talking. I was gonna say something about Trump. I ain't got nothing to say about no damn Trump. I ain't talking. Trump. Shit. I say here, tell me they didn't care about no goddamn Trump, man. Meaning she got things done, you know, with or without, regardless who's in the goddamn White House. Making my way downtown. Let me see. I wonder if I could start a book club on it. I have to start one on YouTube or something. I have to figure it out. Or just being dependent on YouTube. Somebody said, did y'all grandparents? Yeah, grandparents and great grandparents tell y'all the truth. Let me see. I'm trying to see what else I want to. I got a lot of. Let me see. Boop, 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 boop. I said, it start to take a toll on you. You start reading about all this black despair, boy. Hold on. Hold on. I'm about to go grab. I got the STEM book or something. I'm about to switch you. We're gonna have to switch it up, man. Real good. Keep it black, but just get this, keep something more. Let me see. Yes, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Gotta brush my teeth. Mom. We're gonna make it do what it do. But I got this STEM book. That's really see some scientific. Take a look. It's in our book. Shake a leg, you gotta shake a leg. Gotta shake that spirit. That dead spirit. that I want to stay in the dead spirit. You gotta shake it off of you. Shake that joint up off you, man. You get that mouth, man. No homo, man. You laughing at Corey? You laughing. I bet you laughing in the chat. I missed it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Get that mouth, man. So ain't gonna have no teeth, nigga. Gonna be toothless around this motherfucker. So that's gonna be toothless around this motherfucker. You go around with the bun. You know? I'd rather have a messed up hairline nigga than have no than my teeth missing. 30-year-old with no teeth. Oh, you got a lot of folks around 25, 26. You got young smokers. Young crackheads around here, man. Getting high. Real. Off that fetty. Not taking care of their teeth, man. You gotta keep that teeth right. You know? Stank breath. You know? Mm-hmm. And like a pretty woman with some stank breath. Can't do that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey. We gotta switch it up, man. Black despair. We gotta get that tech, man. That tech joint. You know, concept and intricacies of being black in information technology. You feel me? That's what we on, man. We gotta switch it up, man. Had me in the somber mode, man. Somber. Yeah, man. Shit, man. It's hands. Son, be an expert. I be hearing that. Mama, that's my ad lib, man. That's my OG ad lib. Why you saying mama for? You don't understand. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand. My mama ad lib, man. Yeah. You know, we gotta, keep it black. We gotta get to that. Keep it on the. We gotta get to the science, man. To the techie tech. Techie tech. Right. All that money for calling a black boy in, man. A black child, man. Yeah, he's Somalian, but he's still black. All right. Hopefully that baby know. That baby, hopefully that baby, that baby had a baby wake up call. A baby Negro wake up call. A baby Negro wake up call. Is that wrong, y'all? Wrong for saying. A baby Negro wake up call. Think about it. Baby barbecue Becky. Black babies, man. Got to experience that baby Negro wake up call at an early age, at a tender age. It's reality. It's definitely a reality. Pardon me, ladies and gents, boys and girls. That's all I know. I don't know nothing about. I don't know nothing about nothing else. Real. It's that black power, man. I'm okay. Not falling into it, I promise you. Either you respect it or you neglect it. Black people under representation of us in tech. God. Sometimes you go. Summertime. Running baby doing shows. Alright. Okay. That task completed. Okay. So I'm chopping down the whole tree. Running baby doing shows. Nobody got to say what to do. No. Turn that back on. Need that light, man. You turn the lights off, you get to make you tired. Lights off and yeah, get to smoking blunts and eyes start getting heavy. Set yourself up for bit. Your eyes start getting heavy. Like Gucci, remember that song by Gucci? Heavy. No, we don't sleep, man. We up. I might, about 2 something. We'll figure it out. A codified guide to attempt to solve the tech employment problem in Black America. This is a codified and unconventional attempt to helping Black Americans and Black people as a whole. So he's not being divisive. But this brother is definitely FBA. But he is speaking from a Black American standpoint. But you see how he said in Black people as a whole about the information technology industry in the form of a guide report. This is the second volume of the series, which focuses on the following domains: data, artificial intelligence, therapy, ownership, Black focused policies, certification paths, etc. And the purpose of this literature is to use empirical evidence and create awareness and craft concepts for solutions to be tested within the field of technology so that Black people can consider the opportunities in this field and gain knowledge, foundation, and skills to be able to carve out a lane as a collective and compete. Black people need a paradigm shift in our thinking and action to change our living in this country. We are in probably the worst economic shape we've been in since the early 1900s. We will analyze and debunk the myths, misinformation, unethical laws, propaganda, tools, and processes used against Black Americans against the status quo, being that much cleanup and refinement is needed in the Black population. The guide includes concepts and proposals to strengthen some of our damaged areas for the last 2 years. Mr. Pearson has continued as a tech trainer and assisting future AIT professionals. He has spoken in schools and led engagement sessions. His focus has been Black empowerment with a tech focus and contributing an ongoing conversation of constructive value. Okay, brother. All right, my brother, my Black American brother. You see. Well, Mr. Pierce, let me see what he says right here. James Fortin, a foundation of Black American ship mogul who revolutionized the shipping industry and fought slavery. Source, image, courtesy. Yeah, okay. In 1928, W. Du Bois confirmed Black folks' support of anti-monopolism, stating to ask the individual colored man to sell meat, shoes, candy, books, cigars, clothes, or fruit in competition with the chain stores to ask him to commit slow but almost inevitable economic suicide. So what did this country do to keep the black man and woman subjugated in the employment field? Yeah, we know that, yeah. During the year, we know, I just read literature. During the New Deal, the federal government used policies to shut black people out and it benefited whites. Redlining was a large injustice facilitated by the Federal Housing Authority. The Wager Act stopped black people from joining unions. Black people who joined the civil rights movement were fired. Black people that owned land were often run off or hung. There are some of the things. These are some of the things Black Americans face. Let me see. If you look at another big thing that caused Black folks to lose jobs was the large immigration factor of Europeans coming to the United States. Ooh. Ooh, shit. Ooh. Water saved your life. Ooh. In the times of distress or discomfort. Okay. All right. Another big thing that caused Black folks to lose jobs was a large immigration factor of Europeans coming to the United States in the late 19th, 20th century. This was an extremely devastating blow to blacks. Segregation, sharecropping undermined Black folks in the South, and new white workers displaced blacks in the North. Black folks lost their jobs to unskilled immigrants and newcomers. Hosted similar anti-black hostilities, which are most notable in relations with the Irish people. Even so, Black people had empathy due to their own condition. Even though 90% of the migrants did not know how to read, Black people thought that when they came home from World War I, they would be viewed as heroes, and this was not the case. The Irish, huh? What's that? The task put us on to the Memphis, Tennessee riots. Was that it? The Irish immigrants, influx of Irish immigrants. Say 90% of the immigrants did not know how to read when they came over here. That's crazy. Okay, so in the years 1919 and 1920, Black veterans were beaten, lynched, and when seen in uniform. In 1920, immigration reached over 400,000 people. The next year, doubled that amount. Yeah, see. Columnist A.L. Jackson asks, why go to Europe when you have skilled Black folks here ready to work that are unemployed? The fact was whites preferred white immigrants over native blacks. Black folks had no ill toward them, but figured work like charity should begin at home, for real, as it should. Black people also sympathized with how the mistreatment of the Japanese was received on the West Coast. Booker T. Washington showed a great support. He did. It was Booker T. that condemned the Chinese Exclusion Act. No, that wasn't Book. Was it Booker T? Was it? No, that was Frederick. Douglas. First place with Douglas that condemned the Chinese Exclusion Act. Booker T, huh? Booker T showed great support to the Japanese. This shit is sickening, man. It's not sickening. It's just really. Booker T showed great support. Black people expressed opposition against the California alien land law. Black people see, it's another tool in my arsenal. Another tool in my arsenal. Black people coming to the aid again in regards to the California Alien Land Act of 1913. The Johnson-Reed Act was to ban Africans and West Indians, yet allow Northern and Western Europeans in, and less Southern and Eastern European people in America. Black people still do not call for them to be banned, as they had some love for Catholics and Jews. We spoke out against their mistreatment and had nothing financial or tangible to gain from doing so. That's what I mean by we always. And notice how he's talking about, he ain't talking about, he's explicitly expressing how black folks from Jamaica or, West Indies and other African black regions was kept out, and deliberately cracked out while other groups was not allowed to come in. Y'all know what that is? I'm just them yawns, but nah, black people, okay, so we spoke out. Oh yeah, we do that. So we have a long history of standing up for folks. So and it's true. I'm sitting here, case in point, I'm sitting here chopping it up with this female in regards to her parents not liking black Americans. But in all actuality, what I'm really doing is expressing to her how historically and even presently, now ain't just no history. Presently, we've been the number one. What's that? What's the word you use? Damn. Pack mule. We've been everybody's pack mule intentionally, though. We purposely, to our own detriment, we have been everybody's pack mule. Come on, throw your plight on my plight. Come on, you put your plight on my plight. You put your plight right here. You put your plight on my head. That strong independent spirit we got, huh? No. Let me see. Black folks were only in favor of the Reed Act. Black folks were okay, so black folks were not only in favor of the Reed Act. It was not. Oh no. Black folks were only. I'm trying to make sure I'm reading this right. That's why there's some silence. Okay, black folks were not only in favor of the Reed Act, only it was not based on race, therefore mistreating people based on race. Their theory was do not exclude Europeans based on where they come from, but we should be treated well too and allow Africans in. In 1929, the Johnson-Reed Act came into effect. and suspicions grew that wealthy men still wanted cheap foreign labor. Black folks demanded tighter restrictions because they were still being denied fair treatment and work. Mm. Okay, so black folks were only in favor of the READ Act. Only it was not based on race, therefore mistreating people based on race. So I had to get their theory was do not exclude Europeans based on where they come from, but we should be treated well too and allow Africans in. In 1929, the Johnson-Reed Act came into effect. Okay, so that wealthy. Okay, yeah, okay, so 1909. Okay, and suspicions grew that wealthy men still wanted cheap labor. Black folks demanded tighter restrictions because they were still being denied their fair treatment and work. They didn't blame the Mexicans, they blamed the greedy employer. W.E. Du Bois argued against the mistreatment of Jews, Japanese, and Southern Europeans, saying that they are not guilty of anything. In 1924, legislation that came from the hatred of the Negro and American pardon me. So in the 1924 legislation that came from the hatred of the Negro and American white man's fear of loss of social and economic status. This is a summary of a huge reason for what happened to our employment and businesses. Helwing, 1981. Mr. Pearson, black people were hating on immigrants, says an imbecile. Hating who? We have a long history of supporting the needy. Do you know? Do you know that during World War II, when the country tried to keep folks out, black folks using our colleges stepped up to the plate? Jewish people needed travel visas to escape Nazi Germany as refugees. The USA did not spend as re- the USA did not speed up any federal action. Guess who stepped up for immigrants? Foundational Black Americans. And that's the word he used too. As I'm saying, y'all, foundational Black Americans, man. That's the word the brother used too, y'all. That's what I mean. Like it's in print, y'all. Like we gotta just go ahead and accept it, yes, for what it is, you know. Foundational, what do you say? Oh yeah, foundational Black Americans. So this book was written in This book was written in hell yeah, Ida B. Wells. That's crazy. The book, the brother ain't got it. Let me see. The brother gotta have it. Let me see. Okay, made in USA. Okay, Miami, Illinois. Okay, April 3rd, 2023. Okay, so fairly recent. Okay, he giving this to this. He giving praises up to the sister though, man. Ida B to the universe and every living creature in it. Come on. The Afro American is not a bestial race. If this work can contribute toward proving this, and at the same time arouse the conscience of the American people to a demand for justice to every citizen and lawful punishment of the law or the lawless, I shall feel I have done my race a service. Other considerations are of minor importance. Ida B. Wells, New York City, 1826-1892. Proving this at the same time arose the conscience of American people to a demand for justice to every citizen and lawful punishment or the lawless. I shall feel I have done my race a service. I know that's right. Baby girl. Okay. Um, Ida B. Wells, who fiercely opposed and exposed the anti-black establishment and set the precedent of unapologetic, uncompromising, investigative, and journalism. Facts. Definitely, yes, definitely. Is at ain't one of the yeah closest to being she's in the top 5 of exposing like the anti-black establishment. That boy, oh, that was a boy exposing these devils, man. Through uncompromising, unapologetic journalism, man. Having to move and crackers what was that? Oh, I want to know. Move from. Yeah, I'd rather just say that thought, Say that thought, man. Say that thought. Oh, what was I at? I was just at right now. We dug the dirt, pounded the hammer, and created thousands of uncredited inventions that have changed our modern society as we know it. Come on now. Suffered and fought in every single war in this country, and were promised much land and monetary payment, having never received a single dime for it. Hence, we are the true founders of American society, contrary to popular beliefs. Come on now. My personal goal is to get FBA aware of the current tech employment arena, and also help us support us globally. We can get if we can get on code. This is a person by person ordeal to become empowered as a group. Each individual person should be open to developing their own code to benefit the whole. Foundational blacks and blacks globally alike need a code and to work together to produce justice. One attack on one black person is an attack on the group. A code is always developed before anything is designed, and it must be tested, refined, and implemented. And part of that goal, I will be assessing black people in navigating the employment system under the callous veil of white supremacy and the details therein. I'll even bring forward some receipts from your favorite white supremacists as well as as I'll even bring some receipts from your favorite white supremacists as well. So expect white supremacists. So expect white. So expect the hell. Oh yeah. So expect white supremacists that deny the receipts can start explaining and denying. This is no time to tiptoe around. We need some real bona fide stomp down. What do you say? We need some real bona fide stomp down concepts and solutions tested and crafted ASAP. Why? Because it appears that the system of racism and white supremacy is the most powerful force on this planet. This is nothing more vile or demonic than that religion of control. And we need to replace it. We need solutions to help our people, not to hurt others. Let's get that straightened out off the top because when we start thinking about helping our folks, we we receive a vast tundra of accusations. Some are already scared and fear has little place for justice and truth. Either I tell my truth or trash the project. Facts. We must be honest and truthful like Ida B. Wells did. She went keen and hard against the wicked anti-black establishment. Come on now. Ida B. Wells would probably turn in her grave. Ida B. Wells. Yeah, I gotta turn on my journalist. I just got she right. He right, bro. I gotta turn on my I gotta turn on my journalism skills, man. I gotta turn it up, man. I gotta turn it up. I gotta start putting it out more, being consistent. You know, because consistency is the key. You know, for real. And, you know, reason why you should be putting a video out every day, 2, 3, at least 2 videos. But yeah, I had to be Wells. Come on, that's mine. That's come on. So, who's your favorite journalist? Yeah, if you had you know who Ida B. Wells is? You ever heard of Ida B. Wells? White person. I'm in it with the oh. I see you're in the journalism, huh? Oh, okay, buddy. Oh, you heard of Ida B. Wells? I have not. You never heard of Ivy? Look her up. She's the best, literally. Just need to go into, you know, her spearheading the tackling of the establishment and how the black man was being portrayed as the brute, you know, the sexual brute that wanted the white woman. Um, yeah, and of course lynching too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but ultimately, what's the word? Okay, so we must be honest and truthful, like Ida B. Wells did when she went keen and hard against the wicked anti-black establishment. Ida B. Wells would probably turn in her grave if she knew how some of these Negro operatives have come out of the woodwork, especially all of the work our Grace did. Grandmaster teacher Ida B. Wells, I love her. Look at her hair full of natural hair, just poof. You gotta have the picture of that queen in there, man. Come on now. Operating in the code. Come on, man. That's facts. Nigga, she was on. She refused to break it for any circumstances. I vowed to never break the code, and if I'm off code, I expect you to get me back on. I know that's right. Ida B. Wells, an investigative journalist who fiercely spoke out against the myths of black people. Ida challenged anti-black white feminists and dispelled the black brute. Yep, the black brute complex. She called out the white feminists who tried to use the black man or rapist narrative. As Frederick Douglass quoted, he had not rendered any equal to Ida's penmanship and work. Like I said, what happened to the Negro League? I know when I say certain things, they go over y'all. They probably think I just be no. I say things for a certain. Y'all go another day when I get off this channel. I say certain things for a certain reason. I don't just say that nigga tripping. He crazy. No, I say things for a certain reason. My little outburst, I be saying, you know, what happened to the Ida B. Wells of this era? You feel me? Like, you know, you feel me? He said that. Who was that? Booker T? Oh, Frederick Douglass. Okay, Frederick Douglass fraud. He had not rendered any equal to Ida's penmanship and work. I want to be like Ida. Her penmanship. Oh my God, boy, that pin game, boy, that pin game. I gotta. Matter of fact, man. Yeah, I gotta. Speaking on my appeal, man. I mean, on my case. Let me see. Where's that at? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? That made me think about my pen, man, my pen game. My pen game, man. I said there's okay, there's a count. Okay, there's accounts. Accounts. There, so That was not my first time. Pardon me, I'm some notes going through. Yeah, that is definitive too. Put that. Make sure you put that definitively. Ain't no fucking there. Ain't nothing way around that. These crackers and these words. Word game with y'all. All right, let me see. Definitively. All right. Ida B. Wells. I want to get some context for the basis. I want to get some context and basis for the narrative here. Technology is defined as the application of knowledge to the solution of practical problems. Science and technology are created for mankind, and the nucleus of that is from social and political essence. Science and technology are created from mankind, and the nucleus of that is from social and political essence. This provided the basis for how much money will be spent to research. Okay, this provided the basis for how much money will be spent to research the technology, who will be the population for the study to base on, and also what is used for the results. What decisions will be made about the newly created techniques or technology that will be accepted, used, and adapted. Who will be affected? According to Power's perspective science, according to power perspective, science created a new form of power, which dominant groups can control weaker ones. Light, Keller, and Cowan, 1989. According to Wittenworld.com, humans have been storing, retrieving, manipulating, and communicating information since the Sumerians and Mesopotamian developed their writing in about 300 BC. But the new information technology, in its modern sense, first appeared in 1958. Article published in the Harvard Business Review. Authors Harold J. Levitt, Levitt, and Thomas L. Weisler commented that the new technology does not have a single established name. We shall call it information technology, IT. 1958, huh? This definition consists of three categories: techniques for processing the application of statistical and mathematical methods to decision making, and the simulation of higher order thinking through computer programs. The term is commonly used as a synonym for computers and computer networks, but it also encompasses other information distribution technologies such as television and telephones. Several products or services within an economy are associated with information technology, including computer hardware, software, electronics, semiconductors, internet, telecom, equipment, and e-commerce. Moderator 2020. That's the quote citation or whatever. Since science in the dominant society have classified human beings by race based on concrete benefits. Race is a concept rooted socially and not biologically, which means race is a social construct dependent on physical character. According to scientists, according to older black media, I determine how you are treated based on how you look, and the power and control that I have to make that determination with you doing little about it. I operate above this construct I created for you because I have my money. I have the money, power, and resources to make things non-constructive for you as a group, and I have control of the media to push it and the shoulders to keep you in line if I must. I can even make people think that you are the problem while I do it and control your population. Damn. That is the logic. IQ is a social idea to classify people from an artificial construct. don't know. I don't know what I do without that water. With that lime, but the lime and the coconut. I put that lime in the coconut. Yeah, man. Let me see. Okay, so that is logic. IQ is IQ is a social idea to classify people from an artificial construct. Therefore, science has been bundled up to race. If race doesn't exist, you would not have racism, white supremacy. Let's be very clear. Some say that there is black supremacy. There is only one supreme control. It sure would be nice for us to own and control our areas. Scientists for years have tried to tie crime with pathology in black people. In Baltimore, Maryland, in the year of our Lord, 1970, the National Institute of Health took blood samples from over 5,000 black kids without parental consent. These scientists were trying to see if they could find a criminal composition within the blood by screening the boys' blood for chromosomes. If they had an extra Y chromosome, then they could likely be criminals. What they found is men with XYY chromosome could be taller, people. No, they found men with XYY chromosomes could be taller people than most. Stay with me. This was a scientific experiment only for black boys. Why? The TV, the car, and the computer all have had the most impact on black consumption in this country. In 1989, 18.3% of Caucasians used computers in their home. About 8.4% of black people used them. While when the Sputnik rocket launched in the 1950s, it became a new beginning for the technical revolution in this country, and America became more white collar leaning. This started a decline in manufacturing, noticing the Rust Belt. In this case, this decline benefited whites, and black folks lagged until the 1960s. The black middle class increased from 13% to 33% from 1960 to 1985, and the black working class had 10% drop from 70%. The ATM eliminated some of the bank teller jobs. Did automation put black folks at risk then? Did automation put black folks at risk then? Question. I predict that it will soon. Black folks were less than 1% in the research areas of climate and global change. Approximately 55% of lead poison victims were black children. The majority of this country's largest commercial landfills were in black populations. A black person had 40% more of a chance living next to one versus someone who was white. With radon being the second leading cause of lung cancer, black folks suffered from lung cancer at an alarming rate. Lega 1995 citation. What does this have to do with information technology, Mr. Pearson? Yeah, some would ask that question. What does this have to do with information technology, Mr. Pearson? It has everything to do with infotech. Infotech rules and controls a major part of black folks' lives and the world we live in. That statement is either true. That statement is either true or false. No middle, no gray areas. I have an unconventional viewpoint, and it's not popular nor mainstream. I am not a safe Negro. I am a thinker. I don't believe in forgiveness. I told y'all that spirit, nigga, that NBA spirit, nigga. Y'all whatever. Nigga, I'm telling you, you know what I mean? See, this is what I'm saying, y'all. Y'all, see, man, mark my words. Mark my words, man. What he say? He said, I am not a safe Negro. I'm a thinker. I don't believe in forgiveness without compensation. Facts. Cut my check. Yeah. What I look like? Just take. Oh, you accept an apology? Oh, you just run that apology. That's good. You know. I don't believe in forgiveness without compensation and atonement. I do not believe in. I do not believe things just happen because you are special. I believe you eat what you kill. My theory is that if you do not need to be an expert, my theory is that you do not need to be an expert on every domain. You just need to know how to do it, build off of that, and practice until it's damn near perfect. If perfect is logically possible, I have many options on this work, but I have far more receipts. We live in a society where black folks feel like we walk on eggshells, dance on thin ice, and sprint through the fire. Oh, that was a cold bar, man. That man said we live in a society where we tiptoeing on eggshells. Or he said we dancing on ice, sliding and slipping and shit. He said we we spinning through the fire, trying not to get lit. This book will walk on no eggshells. I'm breaking. He said I'm breaking every goddamn carton. I'm breaking every carton available and knocking over refrigerators. Yeah, this is what I mean. Actually, matter of fact, all the books I got, this is the one book I got on tech. So this is the book I definitely need to be. Yeah, my day. It's a big book though, so I'm definitely gonna be a chapter a day out of this, bro. I gotta be at least at the bare minimum. I be a chapter a day out of here. So remember, it's about consistency. You know. Um, he said, "I'm knocking on refrigerators. The refrigerators will be myths. The eggshells will be social constructs. And you, sir, ma'am, will determine as if too if this works." I like that. Nah, I like that. I like how you flipped it and made it. The refrigerators will be myths and the eggshells will be social constructs. And you, sir, man, will determine as to if this work is of any constructive value. One of our biggest problems is tradition. You usually hear this. Well, my parents and family have always done it this way. Facts. Tradition. Well, my parents and family have always done it this way. Did that work for you? No. Oh, question mark? No. Question mark? Then we need the most constructive result, not a traditional one for real. Facts. Either. I mean, not a traditional one either. Not symbolic nor non-quantifiable, but in defining and constructive results. A black cat or step on a crack. A black cat or step on a crack. Grand and not based on wait. Okay, not okay. I get it. Okay, not symbolic or non-quantifiable, but defining, defining and constructive results. A black cat or step on a crack, grand and not based on nonsensical folklore or superstition. We need to eradicate that thinking completely. This approach may cause some cognitive dissonance to some people. The deeper you dig, the darker it gets. We don't just merely look at the past, but heavily into the future with the predecessor as a strong and genuine reference. I will constantly ask the reader questions. You can ask your friends questions, and I think you will find this book to cause a great controversy or discussion. The term FBA will be used interchangeably, not to down anyone else, as the data shows. Black Americans, FBA, or identifying Black Americans are having substantial trouble in the employment and especially tech employment arena. Why is this the case? If you do not believe this is the case, close this book and please pass it and pass it to a brother and sister that needs it. As I believe you won. As I believe you won. Why is this the case? If you do not believe this is the case, close this book and please pass it to a brother slash sister that needs it. As I believe you won. What is the point of discussing that if it does not exist? If you do not believe this is the case, let's move forward and analyze some of the subjects of this ongoing conversation. Based upon some stats, data, and oral history and observation, I will draw conclusions, recommendations, and concepts on the intricacies of being black in the information technology. In the information technology, I try my best to put this work out in a codified manner with codified language. What is a code? The dictionary defines it as code, a system of words, letters, figures, or other symbols substituted for other words, letters, etc., especially for the purpose of secrecy. Example: the Americans crack their diplomatic code. Wikipedia defines the term code as in communications and information processing. Code is a system of rules to convert information such as a letter, word, sound, image, or gesture into another form or representation, sometimes shortened or secret for communication through a communication channel or shortage in a or or shortage in a storage medium. An earlier example is the invention of language, which enabled a person through speech to communicate what they saw, heard, felt, or thought to others. But speech limits the range of communication to the distance a voice can carry and limits the audience to those present. When the speech is uttered, the invention of writing, which converted spoken language into visual symbols, extended the range of communications across space and time. Hmm. After months of studying some of the great Neely Fuller notes, I agree with his statement that all problems are solved through questions and answers, facts. So, in effect, facts. Like he said, after months studying some of the great Neely Fuller videos, I second that. Videos, I agree with his statement that all problems are solved through questions and answers. All problems are solved through questions and answers. So, in effect, I try to stay in a questioning mode because we make far too many statements without logical or quantifiable evidence to back up the claims. I have reasons to believe that the premise of this work should be based in a codified manner to the best of my ability. Why? Because through my observation and in observation, pardon me. Why? Because through my experience and observation, it makes the most sense. As of now, I tested a concept that works in infotech. We are talking about information, and that info must pass over and get to other areas. Hmm. Information technology is based on a code and other codes. That premise is either true or false, ones and zeros. Information communicated through a form or a system of, pardon me, ones and zeros. Information communicated through a form or a system of technology is passed through a way of communication, protocol, or code. That statement is either true or false. Facts. There is no maybe or perhaps in that premise. For real, I love just that whole breakdown of code and the Neely, adding in Neely Fuller. That's dope, man. That's dope, bro. That statement, yeah. I sent over a question to Fuller and Bobby to the compensatory program and asked for advice. Rest in peace to that brother. He just passed away too. Good morning, Mr. Fuller and Bobby. I'm still learning. What you talking about? That's me. I got excited when I read that. That's why I got it. That's crazy. That's why I got my name from. I got it from him, man. I got it from their ancestors, man. You feel me? Hey, that's dope. Hey, matter of fact, matter of fact, when I start writing I, good morning, Mr. Fuller. Good morning. Salutation. Greetings and salutations. I'm still learning. Period. Okay, yeah, I like that. Good morning, Mr. Fuller and Bobby. I am still learning. I have purchased your book and have been studying your interviews on Talktainment for the last few months. In the given climate of what is occurring right now, I believe that Black people need a codified guide on the subject and domains of information technology because infotech is specifically based on codes. Mm, 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 mm. Bro, this book is all about being on code. Man. There's so much more. Because infotech is specifically based on codes. So I am 90% done with the guide. That I wrote develops codes and constructive concept that black people can use to assist them in solving problems at work and acquiring wealth. It is based on receipts and concepts and asking questions on how to deal with the system of racism and white supremacy. Do you think this is a constructive attempt? Mr. Fuller's response. My advice on the concept is that everything should be codified. Codified just means you do what works, you don't do what does not work. Simple. It's not simplistic. It's not codified just means you do what works. You don't do what does not work. That's it. And that covers a lot of things. We started off with this morning, starting with religion, and then we went to that and how to act on a job. And when you went to ask for a job and whatnot, you do what works. You don't do anything that doesn't work. That is what they call common sense. Before you come up with the code, a rabbit does what? Works. A bird does what? Works. Well, my whole work is based on problem solving. All right. Nigga, I've been problem solving. Nigga, I figure this shit out. Nigga. All right. Okay. A rabbit does what work? A bird does what work? Well, my whole work is based on problem solving. Those are the two words. You can add another word, constructive problem solving. That should be what every black person. Okay. Those are the two words. You can add another word, constructive problem solving. That should be what every black person or every person on the planet. This should be what every black person on. Pardon me. Okay, so constructive problem solving. That should be what every black person or every person on the planet. Constructive problem solving. Each and every minute of each and every day. Underline the word constructive problem solving. That is code. You can use whatever kind of language you want. And my person that is about solving problems is the most constructive manner that can be done. 2019, Neely Fuller. I try to ban these things. I try to base these findings on logic and evidence. I will summarize the context and historical values. This conversation is ongoing and relative, but not absolute. I will cover the following domains: data, artificial intelligence, therapy, ownership, black focused policies, certification paths, training, etc. This is a report that serves as a guide. I look at myself as more of a guide than anything else. I am not an educator. I do not tell you what to think. I might kind of disagree educating me, but I understand what you're saying. I simply make suggestions, present evidence, and use logic to make a conclusion. I like that. The primary question of this guide is based upon these concepts and proposals. Are these subjects of, pardon me. All right, so the primary question of this guide is based upon these concepts and proposals. Are these subjects of any constructive value? The current state of blackness and technology. Yeah. This brother going in though, man. Y'all got Jimmy Butler. Y'all, Jimmy Butler for 3. Yeah, funny, man. So, Mizzo in the chat now, huh? What's the setup on? What's going on with my guy Mizzo, man? Codified language, man. Yes, sir. Okay. When I thought about the title, I originally was going to name the book Being Black in IT Part 2, but I thought that was too normal. I'm talking about going deeper into the subject. I spent a lot of time researching to bring intricate pieces into a multitude of information. I wanted to inform. Hold on, no. He said, I get tired of asking questions. I get tired of asking questions to myself. Questions like, why don't black people know about this stuff? Why ain't nobody doing stuff? Why ain't nobody doing anything about it? What is the story behind some of these numbers? One day I looked in the mirror and said, Mr. Pearson, stop complaining. Sit down and do the damn work. Do the research and present. I said to myself, maybe this book is too long. Then I figured, well, our people should read more anyways. There's no such thing as reading too much. What Bill Gates and Elon Musk say, you read too much. Also have a word guide to break down the definitions. Yeah, man. Wow. He said, I told him, I know that's right. I'm kind of skipping around. My bad though. He's at the expo. At the expo, I passed out business cards and shared the Haystack app. The Haystack app for those who did not have business cards, and showed them the features and how to use it. I could tell it's so much ism and information in this book, bro. Yeah, I could just tell. I didn't. Haystack. I didn't even heard of a Haystack app. Okay. I shared the Haystack app for those who do not have business cards and showed them the features and how to use it. Is that empowerment? Is that constructive? If so, let's keep going. Corporations asked me what they could do to get people of color in the tech sector. My reply was, my focus is black folks, and I could be of assistance. I told them black folks are suffering the most, and I mentioned black folks every time someone mentioned POC or diversity. See, like codified language. He said every time my boy want to mention diversity and when you want person of color, you gotta make sure you crowbar in black folks. Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm focused on black folks. I'm just here to get black folks. I got kid on my mind. Yeah, diversity, burp. Black folks is clear. Let's see. Should the most suffering get the most help? Like, I'm done, man. I'm done. I know that's how I know. That's how I know you ain't crazy. You ain't crazy. Yep. That's how I know. That's how. Yep. Let me know. Reinforcing. The more I read, the more it reinforces the self-proclaimed notion that I'm not crazy. Shouldn't the most suffer get the most help? Yes. You know what I mean? Like damn. That's exactly. That's what he mean, though. I know. Um. Okay. So, should the most suffering get the most help? I explicitly and unapologetically mention Black Americans in my intent in every sentence. So he says, I explicitly and unapologetically mention Black Americans in my intent in every sentence. I wanted to make it clear that because I'm a black, I want to make it. He says, I want to make it clear that because I am in a Black expo, we are going to talk and focus on Black folks. Facts. None of this minority talk. I am not a minority. I was given that classification. Who determined that we were minor? Who determined that we were minor? Question. What does minor mean? When, why, and who sat down and decided that we as Black folks were going to be minor people with minor financial and social conditions while receiving minor support? Damn, that's a bar. Yeah, you niggas keep calling yourself minors. That's why you niggas getting minor support. I think you're reading too into it, buddy. Nah, I ain't reading too into it. You ain't reading enough into it. All right, let me see. Okay. Okay. Does a child have to state they are minor when they say minority? I have nothing personally against that classification of people, but the focus must stay Black and without guilt, stammer, or confusion in this concept. For real, niggas be. Niggas spit it out. Oh, people, people that ever were. Niggas be stuttering. For real, nigga, without guilt, stammer, or confusion in this concept. I state this in a respectful manner. Have I helped minorities? Yes, I have done that before, but that should not deflect my sole interest and personal quest to focus solely on supporting Black folk. Like he said, I've helped other people, but that I ain't gonna let that deter my objective, which is to help my people. Yeah, the fuck, motherfuckers be minority, my more. What the fuck? Black, man. That's it. All right. And I refuse to deflect my view on how and in what scope I do it. I vow to quit this. I vow to quit this profession altogether if I cannot serve that demographic with their best interests in mind, and under the given fact that Black folks' participation in this industry is terribly low, and at times even excluded. I have seen politicians, nonprofits, and groups use the pain, suffering, blood, and work of Black folks. And when we start talking about tangibles for Black folks, people roll their eyes and turn their noses up in disdain. They strike me as having the lightness and attributes of walking, talking, see, lampreys, parasitic, non-reciprocal, and deceptive. Excuses and negative falsehoods are made. Every single law and policy that minorities benefit from is built off the backs of blacks. Some would ask, well, wait a minute, Mr. Pearson. You are proposing that black folks should focus on themselves, not everyone else? That is not even fair, even though you guys barely account for less than 3% of the tech field and less than 2% of one half. So that is not fair, even though you guys barely account for less than 3% of the tech field, less than 2% of one half of the overall wealth in the US. You should just work harder. Maybe you are lazy and not smart enough. Tie your bootstraps up. Look at Oprah. Look at Tyler Perry. Look at Jay-Z. Look at LeBron and Jordan. Look at Eric Holder and Barack. Look at Nelson Mandela. Look at Brian Allen. Look at famous rappers. Why can't you do it? This stuff you guys went through is all old and in the past. And why are you even bringing this up in infotech? And why are you even bringing this up in an infotech book? It has nothing to do with it. Go vote. Shut up and dribble. Get over it. I love it. I love how he composed his book. Well, we are the only people in the Northwestern Hemisphere that are considered animals, 3/5 of a human, stripped of every cultural and economic stronghold, in a period of 450 plus years without financial and psychological support and repair. Add the fact that we were barred for another 50 plus years from fair enterprise, such as housing grants and fair real estate practices. Let's not even get into the explosions and racial cleansings, Rosewood, Tulsa, yet. Is that statement true or false? The Chicago Sun-Times released receipts of billions stolen from us, and that is just one city. Okay, so this is Ballast Rules 2019. Black home buyers in Chicago lost at least $3.2 billion in today's dollars because of real estate policies and predatory contracts between 1950 and 1970. According to a report published Thursday, in those 20 years, Black Chicagoans purchased 60,100 homes. More than 75% of those homes were sold through so-called home sale contracts. Those contracts allowed the seller to hold the deed until the buyer paid off the home in full. Until then, buyers did not accumulate equity in the home, and owners were allowed to evict them for missing a single monthly payment. These contracts offer Black buyers the illusion of a mortgage without the protections of a mortgage. This is according to a report published by Duke True Story in Duke University. This is according to a report published by Duke University's Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equality. It will take a long time to get through and get over it, sir. That is why I'm making these proposals and sharing these concepts. The logic and evidence from what I present says that everyone has not focused on repairing what was done to Black folks. Logic and evidence from what I present shows that everyone else has benefited from laws and engineered for us. Logic and evidence are what I will present to get a discussion going with the sole intention of reaping constructive results. Notice the media uses the word Black home ownership. Other folks are not named in the same way. Facts. Note that. I was very inspired by the amount of people that are in private practice. Entrepreneurship is rising in the Black population because of what is occurring in the workforce. I am impressed with the work we are doing, but more work needs to be done. The man that did my logo book cover was Caucasian. He did great work, and he treated me very well as a customer. He was the best man for the job. In this case of work, under my given search, I also own the picture and cover art. I share my cards and told other authors I can give them my resources. The logo was part of my branding. As I said before, it is good to go out and expand your grind. I look for data science people. I look for data science people to see if they can pull the reports and graphs for me. I pulled some myself and gave credit where credit is due. I went to WeBuyBlack.com and registered for an online store as I wanted to spread some money outside of Amazon. Another thing I did was I made contacts with organizations to send my books to the plantation industrial complex. But perhaps my books would be a constructive read for the brothers and sisters in the criminal justice system. During the HC5 screening, I even sold more books after the show and passed out info. The first few months of writing this book, I focused on gathering information and compiling it. I gathered information I thought should be organized and showcased. I based the information off facts. I stated my logical opinion, presented a concept to solve the problem. I vowed to give all the game I can and give all my all in this report. Besides, you invested your smart, hard-earned dollar for it, for which I am most obliged. Come on, man. One of the biggest mistakes I made in my first book was quality assurance. My title, and I have this first book too. My title, Guide to Being Black in IT, should have been should have been a guide to being black in IT or infotech. My title to guide to being My title, Guide to Being Black in IT, should have been Guide to Being Black in IT or Infotech. A small mistake, but a noticeable one. Most people thought I was saying it. I did because I remember when I first brought the book, he was like, being black in it, and I was like, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was IT. But he even mentioned it here because I like being black in it. What? IT. Oh, okay, all right, makes sense. But like I said, it's his fault. So saying the word it, as most people thought I was saying the word it. People love the cover, but they still do not see the infotech part. I decided to keep my website beingblackinit.com. This time I plan to spend more time editing in question A, more time in marketing, more time in thinking. I thought I would share that thought of mine because it was important. A few helpful tips I can say my pops taught me were keep a pen and paper at all times. Obtain a receipt after every purchase and keep your ID on hand whenever leaving the house. I make no exceptions with my ID and rarely ever do not obtain receipts. One reason is in this guide I am large on receipts for my research findings. How you view the receipts is your own conclusions. They said as a helpful tip my pops taught me were to keep a pen and paper at all times, obtain a receipt after every purchase, and keep your ID. Okay. One reason, okay. At this point, I doubted myself. I thought, am I steering people in the wrong direction? I asked an elder if I was steering brothers into the burning bush, a potentially abrasive industry. I was told that being black in America is abrasive, to continue going hard and speak the truth whenever possible. Do not fall for the bootstrap theory. When we pull our own bootstraps, they try to take our boots. We need to be aware at all times. The men and women in the South who disapprove of lynching and remain silent on the men and women in the South who disapproved of lynching and remain silent on the perpetuation of such outrages are are particips, criminals, accomplices, accessories before and after the fact, equally guilty with the actual lawbreakers who would not persist.
Hold on 1 second. Did it say
Yeah,
participants?
huh?
Is it participants?
Yeah, participants. You're right. Yep. Yeah. Such outrages are part. Yeah, it's a. Yeah, he got a. What's it? Misprint. Yeah, it's an error. Participants. Yeah, you got participate like par and then CEPS. It's a misprint. Yeah, criminals, accomplices, and accessories. Yep. Okay, so all right, who would not persist if they did not know that neither the law nor militia would be employed against them. Ida B. Wells, we are being economically and financially redlined. In my opinion, the diversity and inclusion plans per the 1866 Civil Rights Act slash Indian Treaty and Enterprise, and Enterprise do not have black folks' agenda as a priority. The numbers show it. This is due to systemic economic castration and the removal of wealth in our populations from the system of racism, white supremacy. That statement is either true or false. I go as far to call it an economic lynching, the rope being the system and the hand tightening the grip on our demolishment. We have essentially become tainted guests in this country amongst the what's that word? Amongst the leprosy of the misdistributed terror. I know a guy who worked at a company as a data scientist. He was able to see black children and staff mistreated in the education system in front of his own eyes. They were suspended. During this time, they were suspended more than other children, and staff allowed other children to racially assault them. The Minnesota Department of the the Minnesota Department of Miseducation states the following: 11.1% of black students in grades K through 12 missed at least one day of school due to disciplinary actions. 40% of all K through 12 disciplinary actions across the state of Minnesota were black students. Damn. So that was 2021. So, damn. Now look at the stats for the prison industrial complex. Black Americans account for approximately half of the prison population, while we account for 13% or so for the 13% or so for the country's population. Note the stark parallel. I am speaking from my personal opinion when I share this. I was able to witness raw, unrefined data. Sometimes the data is biased, which means that if there was favoritism involved in those that put the data in and a certain group of students got more suspensions than others, you catch my drift. I was fortunate enough to have this information at my fingertips. A lot of these educational systems in our areas hide their agendas. We tend to think that the program summary of what they say they will do is law, but that simply is not the case. I was able to witness black folks literally get redlined on the south side and north side of Minneapolis, while other groups reap the benefits that our ancestors slaved for. Who reaped these benefits? We will cover that soon. Excuses were made when it came to the black children receiving bus transportation and enrollment for schools. There was always a diversion to offset what they should have had and how they were treated. This is a separate but unequal situation. Yet again, this is unethical, illegal, and unconstitutional. Just know black folks take the short end of the stick in this situation as usual. When you hear the word divert, what are we diverting from? Do you know what the Diversity Act of 1705 was? Whoa, I got watch that. Watch that diversity word. If it does not explicitly benefit black folks, ask questions. I'm gonna have to look that up. The Diversity Act of Diversity Act of 1705. Oh, I don't know what the hell that is. Shit. But I'm gonna have to look it up, man. The Diversity Act of 1705. They're still up, huh? Okay. Still rocking it out with me. It's about what? Okay, I'm 330. All right. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Fucking might as well get some storybook reading time, man. Since you always holding the books up, because a lot of people saying that you don't read the books. So we had to see if you actually read them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So watch that diversity word. If it does not explicitly state black folks, ask questions. Ask who, what, when, where, how, and why. For real. I believe that we as black Americans have to constantly pull and retract the gurney of a subculture. I believe that we as black Americans have to constantly pull and retract the gurney of a subculture. We have to deal with and defend ourselves from a horde of white supremacists, anti-black, non-whites, and even some of our own population. True. All of this under a system of fiscal genocide that undermines us and denies lawful protection that were created solely for us. During this great and warped psychological distress, we have to remain sane and be grateful for real. Man, boy, remain sane.
What's the they asking what's the name of the book again?
Okay, yep. Pardon me. This book right here is right up our alley. It's called this book is called The Concept and Intricacies of Being Black in Information Technology, a codified guide in attempt to solve the tech employment problem in Black America. Yep.
Who's the author?
D.A. Pearson. This is definitely right up our alley though. Technology, IT. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think the state of Minnesota is under investigation right now from the Department of Justice for discrimination in not only education, legislation, and legal discrimination.
Mm. You said they're under investigation.
Yeah, the feds basically are moved in. Yeah.
Somebody need to file some lawsuits around here. Ain't that Walsh the same dude that ran with old girl? That ran with Harris. That was her
Yeah.
running. Right, he's the governor. Yeah, Waltz. Some shit.
What's up, Mizzo? Still rocking it out, bro. On the grind, yo.
On the grind. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Give them a
Yeah.
test. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna tell Mizzo, this my last week of school right here. So after this week, probably see if I can get some a little bit more participation. But I'm gonna still be on the grind though. It ain't like I'm gonna have free time just to mess around. I'm gotta put all those certifications and all that knowledge to some use. But I'll probably be taking another preemptive class before I fully get into the solar program.
Yes, indeed. Like you did say you was taking like you studying like Omen's law. You studying electrician.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ain't never too late, man. For real. Fuck that. Ain't no goddamn excuse. Shit. Yeah. Give them a taste, and they will be satisfied with a lush mirage, while the oasis lies secretly in the background in an appetizer form. Upon leisure for the wealthy, we live in a mirage of justice with the reality of virtues. These vultures pick off of the carrion carrion of our ancestors with callous intent and sadistic virtue. The wings serrated serrated blades and eyes lusted for financial flesh. The soulless eyes engaged at any benefit or freebie that they can strip off of our carcasses. Off of our carcass when they take to the gray skies and when they take to the gray skies and take a fermented breath of air, they circle around our people until they find an opening, a weakness, a benefit made for us, and they exploit that carcass. It is a hard pill to swallow, but the facts are the facts. We are seeing increasing occurrences of gentrification, that other gender, citizenship, and sexual orientation, minority groups that are receiving first class support and economic benefits such as laws, jobs, education, grants, contracts, federal support, etc. And they are prioritized over black folks. In plain view, the powers that be often have other black people do the dirty work. We have to watch out for nonprofits and corporate grassroots organizations that use media and videos to the detriment of foundational black Americans' blood as a baseline for everyone else's benefit. Some black folks are terrified to discuss it, but this must be discussed. To my brothers and sisters, you are seeing a large amount of assaults against us, which is why we must teach and build on our own. Allying with others that have our best interest is not absolute. No more freebies. We do not have friends according to the evidence. Technology may help due to the economic we do not have friends according to the evidence. Technology may help due to the economic opportunities it has. It seems like everything we use now is technical. I have some data and a few propositions through this book that may be some good that may be that may be some good ideas. Use what you can. The first question is, are we open to looking at numbers? Question. Are you open to looking at harsh facts and history? If so, let's begin. White men passed the law, and white judges and juries would pass upon. Hold on. White men passed the law, and white judges and juries would pass upon the suits against the law and render judgment in line with their prejudices and deference to the greater financial power. Ida B. Wells. Part B. World second day. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Excuse me. Let me see. Alrighty. Use this restroom real fast. Let's see. I'm pulling that all nighters. I remember I used to pull them all nighters, but it wasn't, pull them all nighters, pulling them one of those pedagogical edification.
What up? What up, JJ? Yeah, look like y'all was pretty much cool with it. I saw Vyasa try to come up earlier. I apologize for that. Look, we had some new people try to come up. What up, JJ? You got midterms next month. Yeah. Yeah, for America, this is a finals week, exam week, prom week, graduation week. I think in Illinois and some other regions they have all year round school, so it's gonna be just another break. They were trying to do that all year round school in one of them southern states. Found that it was not necessarily beneficial to drag it out. It all depends on what you're trying to teach in terms of whether all year round school is more beneficial or not. One of the reasons why I get Chicago public schools and some schools in the upper Midwest have resorted to all year round was because they did not want to devote any attention to after school programs, support programs, tutor programs, and other things in the community to supplement what they was learning in school. So if you take that away and you are setting a standard in terms of what you got to learn that are not necessarily on par with other students in other states across the country, then yes, your result is going to be keeping the child in the classroom from January to December with no extensive breaks. I don't necessarily agree with it. What's up, True Bleak? I don't necessarily agree with the year round. But Brother Rob and some others can kind of expound on that.
Year-round school? Where you got the all year-round school in the South?
In Chicago.
Oh, yeah, I see. I was like, when they institute that, is that new? I know that got to be new because I wasn't going to school all year round. I'm like, when they start doing that, what year was that?
Yeah, as far as I can go back to 2011, 2012.
Oh, okay. 2011, 2012. Oh, okay. So you saying the is that like high school students? So you saying high school students go to school for all?
Yeah, I don't think it's high school. I think from middle school, K through 6, depending on where you're at. Some of the charter schools around Cook County have kind of instituted it. I don't think they stay in the classroom until like 3 o'clock, though. I think in some of the spring and summer months, they let them out like 11 or 12.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
But the flip side of that is that the assessment and test scores for the test are not comparable with other tests in other states.
Really?
Yeah, so like I said, it's still gonna fall back on the teacher in terms of what are they expecting them to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you keep them in class. For me, being son of an educator, a career educator, 33 years teaching English and dealing with kids with special needs in various grades.
Mm-hmm.
My mom basically said, if you try to load them up with too much information and they're not comprehending, then making them sit longer periods of time is not going to necessarily translate into gaining the knowledge. They're going to be less receptive. So you have to modify your approach within the current 9-month system. And then, like we were saying earlier, there's a lot of teachers that are just not dedicated as others. Younger graduates, people that have short attention. We have teachers that have just as short attention spans as some of the students. So it's kind of a hit and miss situation. But I'm gonna post up the Justice Department investigation into Minnesota while you go back to read.
Okay. Cool. Let's see. Let's see. Wikipedia states that root cause analysis (RCA) is a method of problem solving used for identifying the root causes of faults or problems. It's widely used in IT operations, telecommunications, industrial processes, control, accident analysis, that is, in aviation, rail transport, or nuclear plants, medicine for diagnosis, the healthcare industry. Okay, RCA can be decomposed into 4 steps. Identify and describe clearly the problem. Establish a timeline for the normal situation up to the time the problem occurred. Distinguish between the root cause and other causal factors. Using event correlation, establish a causal graph between the root cause and the problem. The goal of resolving the issues based on incident management on the job. You are working on the goal to resolve incidents. These incidents usually solved through root cause analysis. Job board positions commonly mention root cause analysis. The Office of IT in the University of Alaska posted a public root cause analysis archive. This may be worth your time to study the logic Why should you study the logic? The logic behind root cause analysis provides a baseline to ask questions about the problem, and you begin chipping away and asking more questions within your research. 9 times out of 10, someone had this issue on the software somewhere else on the point. Therefore, you are likely to find suggestions or resolution for the same or similar issue you have. Resolutions mean that there resolutions mean that there was a resolution means that there was a solution which has been used again. The resolution you discover could rectify the problem. If you are hired in a role that requires deep root cause analysis and become good at the skill, it can be very profitable. Root cause is a way of thinking. Now you become well versed in the root cause analysis. You could then develop formulas to solve problems. If we are on the planet to solve problems, it is not best to come up with the best form. So if we are on the planet to solve problems, is it not best to come up with the best formula, regardless of how people feel about engineering that formula? Speaking of formulas, there is a great tutorial on working with formulas I mean, with on working with formulas in MS Excel at www.edu.gcfglobal.org. Okay, brother. Excel is as very powerful tool, especially in working in the data AI or analysis position. Another good formula that was created was so let me see. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me see. Hmm. Forbes wrote an article talking about the inequity issue of saying college isn't for everyone. What they did not detail is that in 1900s, black folks with degrees earned less than half of white high school dropouts, and even now we earn less. Dr. Todd Anderson, Powernomics, they also didn't mention that during the red summer, you may find yourself swinging from a tree because you had an education and acres of land, right? They tried to compare that era and lack of education, did not mention one damn lynching. This is over 100 years of the same behavior. How some black folks have been in situations where they are told they are underqualified. They get the degree and then they are told they are overqualified. This is why we need to build interest groups with economic agendas for our own. I had students in my class with bachelor's and master's degrees and were out of work. They had trouble finding jobs in the tech field. They told me they were told they were overqualified and had too many skills. What does too many skills mean? Like, for real. Remember the lady who had no skills that got a job over the sister from Chicago? Oh no. Remember the lady who had no skills that got a job over the sister from Chicago? Question: was she overqualified, or was the sister qualified enough to train someone unqualified and then be registered as unqualified to do the work herself? Somehow we must design some kind of application or operating system that does not bond to a media system that can end our connection. The OS should be proprietary in a way where no one can shut us out and have the ability to integrate with other apps in time of need without compromising security and lowering initial value. We should maintain ownership of the application and not sell publishing rights. We should not accept 360 deals for the software. If we have $1 trillion of spending power and it goes right out of our hands and into everyone else's hands, imagine how much data we use. Imagine how much data we use. We know the money is there. Where does it go? If Olympus falls tomorrow, what kind of platform do we have to keep our info up and our products or services intact and still flowing? I am talking in terms of boycotts, bans, etc. A brother could say, "I'm teaching my son how to be a man," and you have some toxic idiot that gets offended. then the brother's then the brother's page or site gets shut down, all because he is speaking to promote manhood. That somehow offended someone, often someone who does not want to promote manhood, right? Seal 2019. Foundational Black Americans with BA degrees have been said to earn 65% more than those with high school. pardon me, Black Americans with a with a BA degree have been said to earn 65% more than those with a high school degree, while women earn 61% more than FBA. Hispanics earn 105% more than FBA. This is why when you have politicians speaking trash about black folks doing well, show me the numbers. Those statements are extremely misleading, toxic, and dangerous to black people. We do have successful black folks. I'm not saying we do not. Show me 20 black communities where our dollar rotates 3 times before leaving the area. Name me 10. Name me 5. If we do not have at least 5 right away, this is a very serious issue at hand. We should highlight that and think about it. We should call people out that start listing. We should call people out that start listing 5 wealthy and famous black people every time we note that there is an unfair playing field. Okay, call the ones that want to mention 5 or so people out. Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right. Disregarding the totality of the system and it being unfair. Those are deflection. Those are deflection points. Expect that propaganda, especially during election time, do not let any do not let any shame you into vote or participate in anything they demand unless they can name you benefits. Notice how when black folks went and earned degrees, then all of a sudden some of these tech industries started to say, now we are hiring for experience. Question. So are they saying the degree is not tangible? If so, what is the value of the degree? Question. If the degree does not offer benefits for your social economic base, then why? If you are more qualified than a white applicant and experience is not tangible, how does that work? Tech Republic released a report in 2018 that Google, Apple, and other large companies are not requiring a college degree by recruiting those who are self-educated. Google's former senior vice president of people's operation, Laszlo Box, said that when you look at people who do not go to school and make their way in the world, those are exceptional human beings, and we should do everything we can to find those people. This is one of those reasons that I push for certification and landing an entry-level contract in the classes I guided. Remember, there was a huge push for education, not job creation 8 years ago during you know whose administration. This was a push. This was a push to black folks getting degrees without the proper economic benefit. There was no substantial push for black seed capital advancement and entrepreneurship, so black folks took matters into their own hands. We have a long history in the college system of being diverted and not included as their white counterparts. Black folks ain't got a fair share since the 19th century. So imagine how it is now in the world of information technology. According to UFC 2012, master narratives are scripts that rely on specific methodologies and ideological creeds to maintain a sanitized version of history. Moyers asserts that this type of narrative is imposed by the people in authority on everybody else. Huggins adds that a master narrative has a strong influence on what is considered historically significant. Even after black students are admitted through the gates of higher education, CRT is still needed to accurately CRT is still needed to accurately express their experiences. College campuses are generally perceived as welcoming to students from all backgrounds, but black undergraduates typically experience micro and macroaggressions as well as overall hostile campus environments. This is an example of some of the students I ran across that had advanced degrees. Black doctoral students, black doctoral students also report struggles as they ascend the ivory tower, including feeling dehumanized, culturally isolated, tokenized. These racially marginalized factors are also linked to retention disparities for black students at the undergraduate and graduate level. Though not permitted to attend these elite establishments, enslaved Africans were present were present and an essential part of the early colleges as the profits from the system of slavery and the unpaid labor from black bodies funded, built, and maintained these institutions. The founding of Howard, the founding of Howard University, a common higher education history narrative, served as an example of ways in which chattel slavery was interwoven into the establishment of colonial colleges. According to Wilder, the birth of slavery in New England was also the dawn of slavery at Harvard. In 2017 interview, Wilder recounted how the early benefactors who gave money to Brown and Harvard, for instance, made their fortune running slave ships to Africa and miling cotton from plantations in the American South. Damn. In fact, black men were not attributed full person.
Was it
Go ahead.
milling or miling with two
Uh,
L's?
okay, that is okay. So running slave ships to Africa, and you're right, milling cotton. You're
All right.
milling cotton from plantations. Yeah. Okay. So in fact, black men were not attributed full personhood due to the 3/5 compromise reached among delegates in 1787, which determined that if slaves were counted as a part of which determined if slaves were counted as part of a state's population, they would count as 3/5 of a person. Not only did the nation's oldest colleges derive their wealth directly and indirectly from slave labor and the slave trade, but some students even brought their slaves to school to serve them while they're at school. Damn, while they're at school. Okay. Hmm. So, regarding medical schools and scientific inquiry, slave corpses were commonly used as cadavers. Yeah, as cadavers for experiments, and black people were commonly forced against their will to take part in experiments for the advancement of medical science and phrenology. Carter G. Woodson once said, "Harvard has ruined more black." Carter G. Woodson has once said, "Harvard has ruined more black minds than bad whiskey." Damn. Boy, them historic, them quotes, boy, them man, they be hitting differently. Okay. Mm. What incentives does a young black scholar have to put themselves? What incentives does a young black scholar have to put themselves in every interest producing debt and sleep in their car if they have one? Well, let me read that down. I kind of didn't. What incentive does a young black scholar have to put themselves in every interest producing debt and sleep in their car if they have one? The Lincoln the Lincoln Carrier posted an article January 5th, 2020, talking about the problems of homeless college students. Kai Sho, this is a black lady. Her name is Kaishana Johnson, 23 years of age, slept in her car from September 16th, 2000. Pardon me, from slept in her car from September 2016 until March 2017. The Hope Center for College Community and Justice took a survey of over 85,000 students and found that 18% of the respondents that attended two-year colleges were homeless, and 14% that went to school for bachelor's degrees experienced homelessness as well. The increasing tuition costs of food, gas, childcare, and lack of affordable housing care are the main factors of this issue, especially for black folks that already have hell getting in the workplace and dealing with it when you arrive. If you are crashing out, I mean crashing out, if you are crashing on someone's couch that is homeless, a friend or relative can kick you out anytime, and most ambitious people would rather not be there anyway. Public housing can choose who they want to give spaces to. Full-time students are not a priority. Some people are so down and out that they don't even want to ask for help and suffer on their own. Hmm. Yeah, man. Sarah Goldrick, founder director of the Hope Center, quotes, "Everybody thinks what we saw on Felicia or A Different World is still what college is like." Who noted that only 13 of 100 American pardon me, who noted that only 13 out of 100 American undergraduates live in student housing. Damn. Who? People also believe that every student has a parent who is paying for them. That is vanishingly rare. Okay. People also believe that every student has a parent who is paying for them. That is vanishingly rare right now. Most parents are barely making ends meet on their own. So in theory, you are homeless, likely going into debt, and then you are trying to make it through school to land a job that may not pay what you need to move vertically. We have black folks working 14-hour days, sleeping in parking lots, and these politicians are telling us we should be focusing on everyone else. Half of these places where you sleep are not safe, let alone adequate, especially for black women. Now, why should we vote for folks who are more concerned with giving resources and unearned benefits to those who didn't do a damn thing to receive them? Yeah, man, it's mm-mm-mm. Let's take some of this water. Crying. Y'all be in the chat, y'all crazy. Mm-hmm. Cold water. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, this brother, he was not playing. She not playing.
So that's the link. That's the link for the feds actually investigating the prosecutor's office in Hennepin County.
Minnesota.
Everybody on planet Earth knows the name of Hennepin County and where that is after George Floyd. That is the prosecutor's office that prosecuted Derek Chauvin after a pattern of racial biased memos. It had to determine that a pattern of determining whether the prosecutor was going to prosecute it or not solely dependent upon race. And that has been going on even before George Floyd. So in English, the prosecutor literally says, is this person black?
Wow. That might be great. That sounds like that's very explicit, clear, and like ain't no gray areas with the language. Actually, yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, if you want to take a break, man, it's cool, man. It's after 7 o'clock on the East Coast, yo. So, you've been rocking it out.
Been rocking it out. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little. I ain't gonna lie, Dave. Take a little smoke break. I'll be up for about about another hour, and then I'm gonna go ahead and lay it on down, and give me about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Wake back up and start my day.
No, it's all good, man. We appreciate it, yo.
Definitely, man.
Yeah, we got the link. Yeah, the link pinned up, and yeah, we probably gonna push it out. I'm gonna try to see if I can get back. I got some shop classes today. So depending on how long I'll be in there, I might shut it down and come back, or just leave it up. But either way it go, we'll be we'll be rocking and rolling till Cycle go live this evening.
Okay, definitely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, today is May 7th. This is the last day for your real ID acts. Y'all want to try to get real ID on your driver's license and your ID cards.
Yeah, that real ID. Yeah, you can't travel none of that without that. Huh? You, yeah. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, check with your DMV. Some of the states, they got different policies. I think on Illinois, you have to get there's something where you have to have like a star on your license. Other states, I think it's a hologram.
Mm.
Other states don't even require it at all. Those states that border Canada and Mexico, y'all gonna have different policies versus somebody in West Virginia or in other parts of the country. So make sure you update it. Make sure you got all your documents. Try to get that squared away. Most people I talk to say they ain't gonna mess with it. So, but yeah, black folks have been highly underrepresented in the tech field. I kind of got in informally in the mid to late '80s, all through the '90s, without getting officially certified. I didn't get none of my Microsoft certifications till after 2000. But I've been messing with computers for at least 30 years. I take that back. My military certifications uh, were primarily for military operations, but there were some fundamental electricity, circuitry, uh, voltage, circuit breakers, all that stuff was still kind of like a mandatory. So I'll be getting back into that. But as far as computers, when it comes to Windows, uh, Macintosh, Apple, um, Steve Jobs and Bill Gates kind of went back and forth in terms of operating systems. We saw the explosion of Windows-based products in the '90s. Steve Jobs burst onto the scene in 2006 with the iPhone. And you still kind of have this uh, Android iPhone division, even till today. But regardless of which operating system or which company format that you prefer, uh, we have a whole bunch more efficient means in terms of education and technical resources to try to get caught up when it comes to modern technology. What up? What up, Afro? Shout out to the solar industry. I see you, Omar. What's up, Ola? Yeah, I posted the link in the chat a little earlier. What I did, it was reading regarding the $23 million lawsuit from TransUnion Credit Reporting Agency.
Yeah.
It was a class action lawsuit.
I seen that. Well, hold on, wait. Oh, you posted two. You posted two, man. Okay, TransUnion and the one. I got the one in Minnesota. I see the one in TransUnion right here. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Well, so Trump, they supposed to be China and them guys supposed to be talking. They supposed to be, I forgot that dude's name. It's Secretary of State, some Bisson Bassett, something, whatever his last name. Talk to China's people about, that terror force. So they gotta get it figured out.
Oh, China's no longer the enemy now.
Oh, China, shit. China definitely the enemy. I don't fuck with China. Shit, China, China. But we could say they're the enemy, but the enemy making all that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we America, they the enemy. So how they our enemy if we entrusted them to make all our stuff? But it's kind of like an oxymoron in me a little bit.
Yeah, China has been invested so heavily in American stuff for so long that I don't think people realize when it comes to food companies, tech companies. Uh, I don't hear anybody complaining about the hair industry, the wig industry, the beauty products. People have been okay with buying Chinese products for at least 2 to 3 generations.
Mm, yeah, man. It's gonna bring it's just gonna bring manufacturing back overnight to America. Like, come on, get real. But hey, I'm going along for the ride.
No, I think when you hear that term, bring back manufacturing,
Mhm.
um, it's kind of misleading. I think it's a right wing political term
Mm.
when they're talking about the companies that took advantage of some laws that were passed to make it easier for them to turn profits. So I went over the list of manufacturers that were still in some major manufacturers that were still in the U.S. Last week. Um, but the offshore contracting, when it comes to clothing, a lot of people like to point to the shoe industry, talking about Nike and um, the manufacturing of automobile parts, the manufacturing of electronic parts, and other products. are being produced at a much lower cost. But since American companies choose not to invest in making sure that the employee is being paid a livable wage, I mean, what choice does companies have if the priorities are to maintain a bottom line in terms of profits? They're in business to make business. They're not in business to make sure everybody is cool across the board. So,
Yeah, I know what the my sister came to me. She's like, "Brother, I got these Chanel bags. Ooh, I got these bags." And she used to make, basically she didn't pay that Chanel price. I know you. Yeah, y'all find out about all that stuff is the same. They making it all in China. Yeah, so she bought her some Chanel bags. They cost me like something crazy, like $20 something. I'm like, it looked just like Chanel. It had Chanel, the stitch made in Italy. I'm like, damn, can't even tell. Barely even, so it's
right.
good that she's getting out that deprogramming her, and realizing that we been getting scammed when it comes to these European products. So sure, yeah, quit with your bad self. The bad thing I'm gonna say, I think I'm gonna bring her with my sister because she want to come. She want to come see my grandma too, and that would be wrong to go to drive out there and not bring my sister. So I think I'm definitely. I think I already talked to her about it. I'm gonna have her come with me. Sister and brother be on a road trip.
Well, back to Illinois.
Yep, we go drive out there. Yep.
Oh, okay. So there's one highway you're gonna go right down 90.
Okay, right down 90.
Yeah. You ain't
Yeah,
never drove before?
I never drove. I never drove. I took the plane and took the Greyhound and shit, but I ain't never drove. Nope.
That's a long drive, boy. Shit, you better make sure you got all your supplies when you go through the Montana.
You know,
Six, six, 600 miles in one state, mostly with no phone signal. You ain't gonna be able to get on the internet.
damn. So yeah,
Yeah,
right, light. Make sure I got everything. Light. Oh, yeah, you right. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, I gotta make sure. Yeah, everything. Tire, all that guy. Hell yeah. Oh, check for real.
yeah. You might need to. You gonna rent a car? You ain't gonna put your own car on the road like that, are you?
Like, yeah. 'Cause I feel like what's the sense of me us taking a plane out there and then me getting rid of? I'm gonna have to get it because I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna have to. I need to get around when I'm out there. So yeah. I think I'm gonna just take my. I'm gonna just push my baby out there. We just gonna push it out there, man. We gonna just push hard, man. Shit.
All right. So you know how big your gas tank is. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you right now, there ain't gonna be no gas station every other exit, yo.
So like well, I fill up like half a tank. So half a tank I fill up typically.
Yeah, you're gonna have to map it out.
Okay. Mm. Yeah, I got it.
It just uh they just raised the speed limit in North Dakota to 80.
80.
Speed limit 80.
Crazy. They really going to 100 did.
Might as
Right.
well.
I ain't going to 100. I said they going to 100. I'm going to speed limit. Shit. I
Yeah,
ain't.
they're doing 100 anyway, yeah. Ain't
Motherfucker.
nothing else, ain't nothing out there. The cops don't really be out there like that, like you see them in the
Mm-hmm.
cities.
Yeah. I know. Traveling from here to Vegas, shit, they be in them back cuts. Going through Oregon, because I went to Oregon to get to Vegas. Took the
Yeah.
Oregon out. So, shit, man. I don't. Yeah. See my grandma, man, she getting older, so. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to sabotage. The weather gonna be good. The weather ain't gonna be bad. The weather's gonna be perfect. So the weather I ain't gotta have a. I gotta check the weather, but still check it. Just definitely part of it. Travel, checking the weather system.
Yeah, we're supposed to be getting into a little heat wave next week. Supposed to be up in the 80s.
The 80s. Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, Chicago heat different. Humid. Icky. But that Vegas heat serious too though. That shit be crushing, boy.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about that Vegas heat, boy. Tabs will tell you shit. At 115, 117, 112.
Yeah, I was like, there's 100. This one thing for these right here come in handy, right? This right here, because it keeps the water cold. Oh, you go out there, you better have you one of these when you out there in Vegas.
Yeah.
Thermos, you know, not got them plastic water bottle. That shit, no. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's damn near. That's damn near about. It's well over 2,000 miles from here to Seattle to Chicago driving.
Yeah.
But believe it or not, my gas there and back, it's less than 400. Way less than 400. So it's kind of car I got, of course, but yeah. So
you can go 400 miles on one tank?
About almost. It's about get about 3. The max is like 370 something.
370? Yeah.
Yeah, 370 miles, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna vary as you go through the mountains. Try to keep it on cruise control as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be able to open it up, you know, through Wyoming. I mean, when you get past Spokane, Idaho, Montana.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Montana gonna be long as fuck. Well, I'm telling you right now.
It is long as man. It ain't shit out there in Montana, boy. Ain't nothing out there, bro.
Thing.
White folks.
You might see some is it not Cherokee, but some Apache. There's a couple of different tribes up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ain't too many. I know they got a talk about black folks. It really what about what 2%? I'm gonna Google. I'm gonna see what's their black population.
Yeah, they if you see black folks, they probably got a military contract. They're probably in some sort of training program, working for the government. Yeah.
Why is Montana so goddamn long?
Wide open. All that oil underneath there. They didn't want nobody. They didn't want to develop and build no cities. And having to deal with trying to see how can they get the oil out of there while somebody trying to cut their grass and live their life. But the natives also fought for them not to build no cities out there also. So you probably ain't gonna never see no major development like we do east of the Mississippi River, where everybody's condensed and congested.
So
But it's not only oil, it's other minerals. There's a lot of different minerals in Montana. They don't tell us about. It's a lot of coal. It's a lot of bentonite. It's a lot of salt minerals. You'll see the mining trucks go back and forth once you get on the road.
so they saying it's less than the 2%, less than 1% of black people. Like it's
Right.
small,
Yeah.
real small. Like
That's why Taz was suggesting that we go out there and just set up shop. We ain't got to worry about no competition. As long as we can stay close to the highway and don't try to build it up to a city and be spending a lot of money. We can just keep it simple and keep it basic. But some black folks ain't gonna be as disciplined as others. And we too far out there for a motherfucker to be clowning and spazzing out. So I say try it closer to the Mississippi River, get that up and running, and then kind of slowly go west. Maybe hit up somewhere in Nebraska, Iowa. Minnesota's kind of tricky, even though it's a border state. Once you get in North Dakota, you ain't gonna have no chance to come back. Because North Dakota got less black people than Montana.
So the state's black population has never exceeded 1% of the total. Black Montanans have significantly contributed to the state's cultural, economic, and religious life. Early settlers include like okay. Black cowboys and miners who contributed to the region's development. Damn. It's like every city we always contribute black. It just goes back. It's always black. You get to digging. You find out about how black people built the city or contributed to the region's development.
I slept all night with my fucking door unlocked.
Some cheap land though too. Though I know that. I was always looking at some. They got some cheap. They got some stuff out there.
Yeah, you gonna see them signs for sale, no money down, 50 acres, $10,000, no finance, no bank, no credit check. You gonna see all them motherfucking signs. That's what Miss Chocolate out. She out in the same area down there in Arizona. Same thing. I don't know how she got her particular land though. I'm just saying those land deals are out there in the West. You'll never find them.
You think you'll find it more so out here? I mean, not out like in where I'm at, but like in the South, as far as opportunity, like land and opportunity.
Nothing on the east side of the Mississippi River like that. No. There's a reason for that. The east part of the Mississippi River is primarily 13 colonies, and they were already developed since the early 1700s, 1800s, in the Industrial Revolution. So nobody really started coming out west, out to where you were at, till after the Civil War. They ain't really had a chance to put their foot in the ground and build it up like Philadelphia, New York, and all the cities on the East Coast. And just trying to, main thing was just to get them tracks laid down, train tracks, so they can transport goods. Once they found out that there was gold out there in California, they kind of just made that a mecca. But there's some black folks in Salt Lake City, Utah, though, in Mormon country.
Really?
Yeah, just the one city. Nowhere else in the state of Utah. Most of those people are probably from California and Seattle. I met a black girl from her family was from Wyoming, but they were I forgot what the name of the tribe that she was from. Her dad. It's a lot of native territories out there.
Yeah. I don't think I can live in Montana though. Yeah, it's kind of like I don't the weather. I don't like. I don't. It's like it kind of remind me of the same shit out here, basically raining and shit, rain all that. Like same kind of weather. Like that's like moving to Oregon. Like why the hell would I move to Oregon for? It's the same shit.
Yeah, I think Oregon made the list of the most racist state in the whole country. More so than the Jim Crow South. So, I think I tried to get some gas one time, and I just had a bad feeling, boy. I had enough in the tank to go to the next. I think I was crossing the border to Wyoming. I just said, fuck it. I probably was paranoid, but
Yeah, Oregon has definitely got some.
yeah, Oregon got a highest fuel tax. We're gonna hit Illinois up on July 1st. Everybody gonna be paying a 3-cent higher tax. Yeah, they just announced it yesterday.
Hey, tweaking.
Yeah. What's up, Dr. Lund?
Yeah. Appreciate you. I'm about to go ahead and call it on tonight and get me some rest.
That's all good, man. I appreciate it. Hold it down and shit.
Definitely. Peace to the chat. Peace to you. And I'll see y'all on the next round.
All right, yo.
Appreciate you. Peace.
Yeah, it's a lot of oil rigging out there too. Oil fields. up there in Montana. Should be a tech. No, it's on the left. Yeah, they got a infrastructure project they're doing between Orlando and Tampa Bay, down there in Florida. That's another extra hot ass area. Well, it's straight hot down there in Florida.
This is your car.
Thanks a lot.
You had the mobile orders? You had the lemon sugar, right?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, everybody trying to make that clock in the morning on the plantation. Somewhat of a bit of a sunrise, but it's kind of cloudy. Can't see it. I think we're supposed to have the full moon coming at us Monday. This will be the flower moon. Flower. You start getting. I have to look it up for the exact time. I think I missed the last two full moons. Yeah, everybody working, man. Yeah. South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, uh, up and down the Midwest. Price will tell you about the the semi trucks with no drivers, the autonomous semi trucks going up and down I-45 between Houston and Dallas. Trying to see how that go. Shout out to Pepsi with that experiment. Trying to see if that can work out. Dr. Lamb,
What's going on? Good morning.
hey, what's up with
Ain't nothing. Peace, power, profit. What you say? You just come back from workout?
it? I'm coming back from a coffee run. I'm trying to wake up.
Oh Lord.
Yeah,
Off run. You some B12. Some sea
yeah.
moss.
Oh, yeah.
I'd
It's
be
all
laughing
good. I'll
when I
be in
wake
there in a
up.
minute.
Huh?
I'll be good in a minute. I wanted to come out and listen to the birds.
Yes, I hear them back there
Yeah.
chirping it up.
Hmm.
Man, they got us, man. They got us.
What happened?
They pulled back the grant.
Oh, damn. I thought
Yeah.
y'all was in there.
EPA pulled back the grant makers for Region 4 and 7.
Uh,
They said due to federal regulatory changes that we have to redirect the funds to. They didn't say what type of programming they redirected to yet though. I was surprised it didn't get pulled first because it had the word, it was environmental justice. It was under the
hmm.
banner of environmental justice, and
Yeah.
it was under and it was for disproportionate underserved communities. So those two
Yeah.
words alone, I knew. I figured, I was wondering why they didn't pull it earlier, but it had went out like a sub grant, and so when they went back and did, they got rid of sub awards too. So that's how they got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you had escaped it.
I know. I thought we did too. I thought we did too. But they sent us like a handout with budget requirements.
Yeah.
How to break out the budget. So I guess that was their little way of saying, okay, now go work on something else.
Yeah.
And uh Limestone University, one of our colleges, is closing too.
Closing what?
They're
For the summer?
closing that no, closing down.
Man.
Remember we were going through the HBCUs that with Q was talking about what's happening in North Carolina?
Yeah.
Well, South Carolina, a lot of our colleges receive earmark, which is funding that came from the state, even though they weren't state sponsored. How they was giving the money, they had it under what we call earmark. They
Yeah.
earmarked it, right? And so one senator made a blast that they weren't giving out any earmark after he received 485 million last year.
Hmm.
So he got them to galvanize around it. And they so far the Senate, they're not finished yet. I think they got till Friday. But so far, we pulled all earmark. Limestone closing their doors, and probably I wouldn't be surprised because I don't think those colleges, those smaller HBCUs, or any other school that received the earmark is going to be able to make up that money.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, he only getting away with it because people are used to not fighting back on the money. I was trying to tell people
Yeah.
that the executive branch does not have sole executive
How?
jurisdiction. Yeah,
Right.
when it don't concern military. Now we talking about military. That's different.
Yeah. Well,
But
you know
this
what?
is what we're saying. This don't have nothing to do with his military powers.
Don't. And you know what? Our state start adapting their same rules, and so that's how it's affecting us quicker here.
Yeah.
And because they got the House and the Senate in the Carolinas, and we about to get um so energy. is big talk because of data service centers.
Yeah, I just saw something on Energy Star on the Energy Star program.
Oh yeah. Well, I think he didn't he stop that.
Yeah, he just put
Like,
in the last provisions of it.
yeah. So here they want, well, shit. They've already started. They're just waiting for the Senate vote. A nuclear reactor company in the same place where they have the nuclear fabrication company in the
Oh,
same
okay.
area, part of the county. And he also made conversations about a battery company. And for them, and even some of the other representatives and senators, for them, it's economic development. We bring in jobs. Yeah,
Hmm.
but at what cost?
The cost of your health.
Yep, yep. And the nuclear fabrication company just had two incidents. Yep, two incidents there, and it was like when the Nuclear Regulatory Commission posted on their website, then we'll post it on ours. But of course, the information got out that they had incidents. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I know a few different people that get Social Security disability from working in factory plants.
Mhm.
They had constant ringing in their ear.
Oh wow,
Yep.
that's another thing. I didn't even think about that. The noise
Hmm.
pollution
Hmm.
that happens inside.
Right.
So one of the concerns is that we already know you're not gonna be able to stop them from building a facility. So we're looking at um consumer protections. And one county had already did a good job of having them put in the consumer protection, and legislators had a private meeting and took it right back out. Yep. So what their aim is to do is to they want to pass the cost on to the consumers to help to build and do all this extra stuff that they need to get that facility uprooted.
What, you talking about property taxes?
Energy,
Oh,
energy
okay.
part of the bill, part of your
Oh
electric
yeah,
bill.
yeah. When you get that, when you get your light bill, you see that
Yeah,
tax.
yep,
It's a whole bunch of deduction lines. Yeah,
yeah, which is unfair to the consumer.
yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be economic development, but to who? To the state? Because it sure ain't coming to the consumer.
Mhm.
So, yep, so a lot of our issues is gonna be environmental, but you can't go about it. Even though they took environmental, the civil rights part of EPA out, and the whole environmental justice, you just gotta just talk about the environment, period. Or you gonna have to go from public health. So you got public health, then you got what's causing bad health. They're gonna try to say nutrition, but a lot of that's coming from pollution
Yeah.
and
What's causing
contamination.
what's causing the new nutrition to be toxic? The,
Right.
the nutrition has to have an environment, an ecosystem.
Yep. Yeah. So we should have an interesting case study over the US in reference to, I know people are looking at it one side, oh, job, job, job. But shit, how long you gonna last
Hmm.
at that job?
I know so many people that started in 2023 that are out here. They're not even the same address. They phone off. Not no email no internet contact, nothing.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You talking about at your job?
No, just in different contexts. People that stopped working during the pandemic, and then once the once the subsidies ran out, they just went back into their fields. So 2023, like the summer of 2023, July, they was. I didn't pry into their business, but I assume things were all good. Now I'm recently trying to check up and check in and see what's good. And disconnect the phone, no longer at the address. Uh, I don't know what's happened. After 2 years.
Yeah, people were. What's today? Oh, that's tomorrow. Ooh, I almost forgot about.
7. You got something to do on the 8th?
Um, Scott Motors, the new manufacturer. They having
Yeah,
some type of site visit. I almost forgot. I just seen a notification.
that's the landscaping the tractor company.
Scott Motors Automotive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of the they that's on the Blythewood side of Columbia, towards 77 going towards Charlotte.
Yeah.
Yep. So we have a lot of, they're priding themselves right now. Oh, we have a lot of businesses coming into Carolina. Um, you know, but our question has always been, what jobs will the people in Carolina get? You
Yeah.
know, because the money is at the top. You might pay a couple bucks, but guess what? If the utility is going up, that's gonna suck that right on up. Trust
The
me. Yeah,
cost of
it's like, they'll say, well, food's going down, but yeah, when last time you looked at that damn energy bill? Shit.
Hmm?
You could be selective with food, but you damn sure can't be selective with that light bill.
Mm-mm.
You gotta pay that.
No, you can't switch from hardwire to solar with a switch.
You sure can't. That's you gonna get that work for real. So
And I think they got a monopoly up here on the natural gas. You can only get it from one company.
oh, they really making money.
That's what I'm saying.
They ain't come to play.
Yeah.
So I can only get it from one source.
Hell, the light company been like this since I've been knowing. Shit. I ain't never seen no. Oh, if this light company don't give me service, I can go to this light company. Shit, Commonwealth Edison has dominated at least Illinois area for since civil rights. Shit. My grandmama been up here since the '50s, and she says she ain't never paid nobody else for lights other than her than them. She 90. She just turned 95. I think she went out. Let's see.
Yeah, I accidentally
Yeah.
touched the button. Man, you say your grandma, she's 95, she's had the same electricity company?
Yeah, this company been up here at least since civil rights, since I've been knowing. Yeah, ain't no other company even attempted.
Man, they balling out of control.
Hell yeah, shit. When I had that phone breakup, Bell telephone in the mid '80s,
Mm,
uh, there was some talk of trying to do it with the light companies. Shit, that shit flamed out quick.
wow.
So,
Mm, mm. Well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
So I know in Arkansas, they had Arkansas Power and Light and Woodruff Electric, and there was another real small company that the state had.
What you
I
say that?
know in Arkansas we had Arkansas Power and Light (APNL).
Uh huh.
There was another company called Woodruff Electric,
Uh
and
huh.
it was another company that you had choices of. I know on the East Coast y'all got Duke Energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Dominion Energy, Midland Carolina Electrical Co-op.
Yeah.
We got try no, what I say SCNG,
Oh,
South
okay.
Carolina Energy and Gas,
Yeah.
and another one Trident. I think it's called Trident.
Yeah.
Scanner, something like that. Yeah, they be over here for just doing the people dirty,
Hmm.
and people they just barely. A lot of people they not even tuned in. They have no clue what you're talking about when you tell them they on the bus. They on the bus for real. Like it's so many
Yeah.
people tuned out. We had a Mayfest Saturday, and I was telling a couple people like, "Hey, hello, you know they gonna put. I'm doing good. How are you? They're gonna put a nuclear reactor company in the area." It was like, "Oh, we already got a nuclear company." I said, "No, this is new.
Mm.
Go to your local newspaper. The article is right there." And they was like, "Wait, what? Well, we gonna have a town hall?" I'm like, "You late."
That's what we was talking about
Yeah,
when we are talking about politics. All the focus on president and not focusing on what's going on in your backyard.
yup,
Have to be developed. Yeah. I
right in
was.
your backyard.
Yeah. Didn't some Louisiana local races just happened this past weekend too? Somebody voted on a Saturday.
They because they've been having issues with that rezoning,
Oh, okay.
and they've been giving them a lot of pushback on that rezone, man. And was it in Baton Rouge?
Let me look up the parish because they had it by parishes. Because
Let me just see
a
what
lot of
Baton
people
Rouge.
didn't catch that. I had never heard of somebody going out and voting on a Saturday.
Yeah, they try to, because that's when they be trying to do the little secret stuff.
Yeah, they passed bills on a Saturday. They passed bills on a Sunday. Shit.
What? Yep. They sure had the little secret meeting over here.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yep. You put it away.
Yeah, I know we had the court allowed the lawsuit to go back through at the Castle Alley, but yeah, they definitely was having rezoning issue all 2024.
Yeah, East Baton Rouge Parish,
Yep, I knew it.
Cleo Fields,
Mm-hmm.
and Larry Selders, District 67.
I knew it.
Yeah, Landry is the Democrat. 51%. They barely won it. Let's see. They had a mayor's run in Lake Charles. Nick Hunter.
So what they
Uh,
doing? Go ahead, Deb.
Marshall Simeon. Marshall Simeon is an independent though. He won
Mhm.
independent.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, good.
and they were doing the levee project. Also, the $24 million levee project. That uh, particular bill
Like,
was on the ballot,
yeah, they do something by Mississippi River.
and then Orleans Parish. Yeah,
Oh, Lake Pontchartrain.
yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Saint Tam Saint Tammany Parish had their bond sale for the public school system, $325 million.
Mm-hmm. They
Yeah, it was a lot of school district and property tax petitions on Livingston Parish, Rapides Parish. Uh, it's a long, extensive list. A lot of these,
yeah,
a lot of this went down over the weekend.
yeah,
I didn't realize it was coming up.
yeah, because they've been fighting about the zoning stuff. So um I think Hollis said in the chat, we know what they're doing. Now it's to find out how they're doing it. They're starting in zoning. Everything starts in zoning.
Hmm.
If they rezone you where they have the most votes, that means they have the most power and they get that person in, then they put their legislation in. You're not gonna win because they got more people than you. They have more power. So when people not paying attention to what's going on in that zoning office, they're rezoning your area. They're changing the lines. And people only look at the red lines for the housing for you not to buy homes, but
Yeah.
you should be looking at the red lining. We gotta be pointing at it. That's why. Back your car up on the street. Um, you should be looking at zoning for voting rights and things of that nature. District. And what they're able to do with the land in certain areas. Whatever. So
Yeah, yeah, you got to distinguish between industrial and commercial.
every social
I think she just
starts.
got in the car.
Oh, turn your radio down, Sky. Yeah, it starts in zoning, and so he began to explain how how they'll take up. They do what they do. They do comprehensive plans. They have town halls to do comprehensive plans, and those comprehensive plans consist of the people, excuse me, sharing with the people um their ideas for that county or that parish. Go ahead, tonight, back all the way out in the street. And the people have an opportunity to say, just go out that way, a yay or nay, whether they agree or disagree. They got the opportunity to voice their opinion, and they do it. I think they do it like either 2 times or 3 times. So if they get pushback, turn all the way around. So if they get pushback, they go back and go back to their planning committee, and they have a discussion around the disagreement. But what? And then they bring it before. So then they take the planning document and they send that to the zoning committee, and then the zoning committee discuss it with the county, and if you still have issues, you're able to go to that county meeting and voice your opinion on the foreign and voice your opinion. You can press the other one. And then what happens is if you are, they will vote, they'll hear you out. And then if it's a discrepancy where the planning, the people that they selected, which is ordinary citizens to be on that planning, that zoning committee, on that
Yeah.
zoning planning committee, if they feel like the people weren't given due process, so what's supposed to happen, your county, whatever county council or parish uh, alderman, with whoever district it resides in, you're supposed to go to the people and have a town hall and discuss. And if the people come out and they feel like that conversation was not had, then at that time, the planning committee, the zoning planning committee has the opportunity to either approve it as is if they get the vote of the committee, or they can defer it and give it another 30 days and bring it back up at the next meeting and tell the county council with recommendation that the county council do their due diligence with the people. If they don't have any discrepancies, then the zoning planning committee will vote on the plan, and then it will move forward to the county council or the parish council, and in their meeting it will come up on a docket again, and then the county council will vote on whatever that zoning go up a little bit, that zoning concern is. And sometimes sometimes you will have other county council people raise a question or concern. But a lot of times, the county council will decide that, hey, if something happens in my district and I do the approval, everybody do the approval, right? Or they will galvanize enough county council people to vote in their favor. So, like for us, I think it's 7, or is it 12? It's 12. But a lot of times they only have about 7 of them there at a time, or maybe all of them. But they'll get enough people on their side to get that majority win, right?
Yeah.
Um, if you don't, so what that means, so now let's say, for example, the planning committee disagreed. So we had one where the planning committee, the zoning planning committee disagreed. Well, the committee, the comprehensive plan committee disagreed. Then the zoning committee, planning committee agreed with the drafters. They disagreed. So you had two disagreements. And then so they brought it before the county council meeting, and the county council woman decided she was not going to side with the disagreement, that she was going to agree or to approve it anyway against the people, against the both of the committees. And there's a law in the Carolinas that if the county council approves, there's nothing you could do. It's only one vote needed. So if your county council agrees with what's going on, then you have lost. Only thing you can do is bring it back up to, we have a zoning appeals committee, which is consists of the citizens as well. You could bring it back in the appeals committee and hope to get some favor there. Um, so that's how it actually works. So you would ask, okay, Mo, you said all that to say what? I'm saying that you have to be involved. If you're not
Hmm.
involved with zoning, then a lot of your issues, companies that you don't want to come into your county or your city, or um, regulations, ordinance, or regulation changes and things of that nature that is happening amongst the people you voted in, and their processes for you to push back, which are citizen ran, which is the committees that they get to approve them or disapprove them. You still have to win over that person though, and people say, "Oh, there's no bias shit." That's bias all day long. You know, um, you're gonna be left out, and sometimes people think it's time consuming, and so if you don't get involved or get someone out of your social group to get involved and bring the information back to you so you can have them stand vote for you, then we're going to have what we having right now. People um forcefully pushing their power and their ways on everybody else. Hence Project 25. Those people got together, created a plan, and they got their legislators to back them. So it's pretty much how it works.
Yeah.
I know it
So,
sounds difficult, but it's not.
no, that's part of the due process. That's what I was talking about last night when I was asking did anyone catch the Trump interview on Meet the Press, where the lady just flat out asked him, "Do you think that anyone in the United States, whether legal or illegal, is uh, due process when being accused of any crime?" And Trump just flat out said, "I don't know." So if you don't know if motherfuckers are required, by the Constitution, because last time I checked my civics class, that was literally written into the Constitution. And your president says, "I don't know." Shit. You don't know, and then if
And
you
he in
don't,
trouble.
you don't fight back. Yeah, you don't fight back against it. Yeah, you get what we got, like just like you said.
He don't know what's going on. He just the figurehead, and they driving the ship. And he just saying, just don't, you know, just do what you do. I got your back. And hopefully, whatever you're doing, land us in where the direction we want to be. He just got enough. Slow down. Enough. Enough lawyers around him, galvanized to make it happen.
That's exactly
They
what he
put something
said.
comprehensive. Yep. They put something comprehensive. They know the law. That they may be screwing the law a little bit, but guess what? They knew enough. They knew enough to come in there and bogart and punk everybody else and say, "You better not stop. You better not put no pushback." Yep.
Yeah. So on those Louisiana races, though, it looks like those were runoffs and contested from earlier, from November. Then they had another one in February, and this is the last one, just like you said,
Yep.
of those of those particular races.
Yeah. They they've been fighting all last year.
Hmm.
Louisiana been fighting all last year because people starting to wake up. They're not just going business as usual. They're giving them a little pushback. You know, giving them a little pushback. They
Yeah.
got this black guy who's over uh, uh, a community in Baton Rouge. That's why I knew you were talking about Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
That's been giving them a little run for their money. His little organization. I don't remember the name offhand, but
Oh, I know you talking about. Yeah, he was on Rolling a couple weeks ago. I can't think of his name either, but yeah, he be down there stirring it up for him pretty good.
hmm yeah, well, we got a lot of concerns just for the very fact um that I mean they just been doing whatever they want for so long. But I was telling we're gonna go the easy way. I was telling someone that because because we um just kind of like a lot of the benefits that would come down that was subsidized. Like Louisiana businesses picked up a lot of in-home health care, a lot of independent living stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so a lot of that stuff is government funded, Medicaid, Medicare, that kind of thing, right? For the seniors to stay at home and get care, don't have to go into nursing homes and things of that nature. And um, because that became big business, they took their eyes off of everything else that was going on in the state, and people just kind of become dormant because when you getting federal contracting, that money hit different,
Yeah.
you know. Um, and so now you have to take a step back and say, okay, let me pay attention to all of these nuclear plants and paper plants and all all mills and just everything that's going on, the ports, and when disasters happen, these levees like they just brought up that's probably have been in existence forever. They're just
Mm-hmm.
now starting to do some repairs to the roads. Some like in my little hometown, man, the water infrastructure is so bad. I think they say it's gonna cost like um 100 million or 800 million or whatever it is. So they got like they people whining and complaining. So what happened during the when they had did the American Rescue Plan, they had put out they had factored in to reconstruct some parks and with the walk-in trail and redoing the stadium and things of that nature. Well, at that time, um those were the type of projects besides building another jail and some other if rebuilding things. At that time, that money was designated for that. Well, they let that money sit, gain interest on it, and then now they're just now starting to do the project. And I'm wondering if the only reason that they hurry up and spending that money was because they were starting to revoke a lot of a lot
Mm-hmm.
of funding and pulling it back. So now they're building it. So the people are upset and they're like, well, I don't understand why you're spending money to redo parks and we have road issues and water infrastructure issues. And I was trying to explain to them that those are two different pots of funds. And before you all get on here and start complaining and whining and fussing at your leadership, how about you go find out how to get funding to help with these different projects? Or maybe you encourage them to go and sit with other states or counties who had the same issue and find out how did they overcome their water crisis, you
Mm-hmm.
know, instead of sit there and just fussing, whining. I'm like, come on, you guys. We have to be a little bit more intelligent and say, okay, if we don't know what to do, the state of the feds not coming to your rescue. Go down to Flint, Michigan. Send somebody down there to talk to their government. Hey, how did you guys you know, fix your water crisis. Go down to Miss Jackson, Mississippi, or any other location, and find out. And then in turn, come back and put it into practice where you are. I don't know when we got so high and mighty that we can't ask questions.
Yeah, it's gonna come
Yep.
down to uh, somebody making a decision because, like I said, either way it go, a decision will be made
It would
on
definitely
that
be
issue.
made. And guess who always lose? People.
Mm-hmm.
Because some of them probably live, probably have no water and things of that nature. They ain't in the inner part.
Mm-mm.
No. But people always find an excuse on why they can't go to a parish meeting or a county meeting. but catch them down there on Friday night.
At the casino in the bingo hall.
Soda City. Or at the
They
festival
trying to
time.
they I think they just approved some paperwork for a casino in the city limits of Chicago a couple weeks ago. That ain't never happened.
If they do what we if they take now, cause people like to play a lot in the casino. If they tax the casinos and the money come back to the people, it's a good thing. But if the money only going to the reservation to their people and they just benefit on us, then I don't be thinking that's not fair.
Nah, these casinos ain't got nothing to do with no
No
reservation.
Indians.
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, good. So then the money will come back to the people, right?
Most of these, the one in Chicago, got has the name Bally's on it.
You said Bally's?
Yes, Las Vegas Bally's. That
Oh.
Bally.
Mm-mm-mm. Chicago said they about to get some of that money.
Yeah, them all. It must be the last of the old mafia generation dying off because I know them old guys would have never approved that.
Yeah.
But I heard Elon Musk has been in and out of court. Uh,
Been
for some
terminated.
previous
What he been under?
he still yeah he still got to deal with it even if he called himself trying to separate himself from the company. He still got to deal with those suits.
Well, that's true.
I'm saying
What?
not only with Tesla, but that the Open XIA, the check his Grok infrastructure down there in Memphis
Oh.
with, with the methane gas turbines.
Um. The yeah, he. So does he own Tesla? He just came off the board.
I think he kind of bought himself onto the board.
Signal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, he still own it though, right?
Uh, I don't know if the shareholders gave him 51% or not,
Gotcha. Okay. Man,
but
losing
they def-
$1 billion a day is insane in that language.
yeah, to have that much to lose.
He could have paid reparations. 114 billion. We only need 30, right?
Yeah, they'll be cool with three.
You know what I'm saying? He's just giving away money. The hell? I said 114 billion. Where did the money go? Who got it?
Yeah, it don't take them long to spend that money up now.
I know. Tell me about it.
It don't take them long at all.
I don't. I'm just a little freelance retired army girl. I don't have no professions no more. I just wander the community.
Booker T, long as you've been on here, you just not asking about her academic credentials.
And guess what? All of it's dull and void right now. Y'all better be paying them student loans. Cause they come and see about you. They gonna take it from your check, honey. You already
Yeah,
ain't making no money. Could you imagine 15%? Some people gonna be in trouble.
yeah. I just posted up the article right
You better
before you called.
stop. I'm sorry, Dale.
Somebody finna run a stop sign.
My knees about to run a light.
Oh
The light
no,
was
man,
yellow. I'm like,
no. Yellow means stop in the morning time, man. Yeah,
that's why I try to tell them. Yellow do not mean go.
yeah. They got the automatics. I think in Virginia and shit, they got them up here.
What?
Shit, they take the picture on the yellow.
Oh yeah. Go through the
Yeah,
light if you want to. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
instead of the red. Yeah, people think that the picture go off at the red. No, the picture go off on the yellow.
Yeah. It you going left at the light. Yeah, we over here doing our little driving practices.
But they got the portable cameras in various construction zones up here. Uh,
What?
yeah.
They got
1 mile over. So if you see 35 and if you're going 36, that's a ticket.
mm-hmm.
Try to fight it if you want to.
Damn. I done paid enough. I need to go to driving the field class. I done paid so much.
Yeah, I think that I posted a story yesterday. Another trucking company, LTI. I know they got a lot of trucks in the Midwest. They just filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Yeah, didn't you say they closed the doors?
Yeah,
Yeah, get the turning lane. Yeah, that's crazy. Man, that's
and
crazy.
and UPS is had laid off 20,000 employees, mostly part time, by dropping their Amazon contracts. They're not doing Amazon no more.
Yeah, they probably gonna take it apart. Let's stop right here. Take it apart. Go tell the lady that you're here. We late. It's all get out. Yeah, we a lot of little mini changes. Um, look up the limestone, Dev.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, I was telling they were like, we not they not gonna just be closing our schools like that. I'm like, who gonna stop
Hmm.
them? Hey, I know y'all better start partnering with these companies. Start getting these kids some jobs so they can afford to give you alumni giving. Can't we expect them to go to a better wage job to send you back some money? I don't know why they don't always do that. Already do that anyway. We have so much going on though. It's so interesting how we have all these different moving pieces. It's so much.
Yeah, it seems like a lot now, but a lot of this can be traced back over several administrations in terms of the buildup and the foundations that were laid out.
Wow.
Talking about appointed judges, different
Yep.
pieces of legislation that were inserted into all that Black Lives Matter stuff and those discrimination laws. You'll see in some of the clauses, if you read through the bills, that
They was
the
pushing out.
clause, yeah, the clauses in there that don't have nothing to do with the main title of the bill. That's been
Now that
going on
is
for a
true.
minute. Yeah,
And that is definitely true. Have nothing to do with it.
yeah,
But that's how they do us though. They
yeah,
start that mess in those bills and be like, the only way you get it passed, you know, that's the same thing with the crime bill when they added all the women's stuff in there.
yeah,
If you add this, we'll pass it. You know, it'd be so much underhanded stuff done. It'd be a little paragraph in there. Now, also though, there's always a lot of opportunity for funding in them as well. You just gotta read it.
yeah. That's the thing. They count on the people not to read. And
Hmm
they've been pretty consistent.
I trip you out. One of my friends just got two grants. One to put butterflies in her backyard,
Yeah.
and another to put hummingbirds. That's funny. I
That's
said, you
nice.
just said what? She said, girl, yeah. I'm talking about the butterflies was going extinct.
Mhm.
So she getting a grant for them to put the butterflies in her backyard, and they're gonna pay for the upkeep.
Yeah, yeah. That's
I said,
nasty.
I know. I said, now this some wild stuff right here. I ain't even think about. Yep. I just got my niece this little car. Let's see. He said, I wonder how hard it is to start a nonprofit trade school. It's not. You can start a. I wouldn't even, honestly speaking, I wouldn't even try to make it a full fledged school. I would just do the nonprofit educational component and make it and get you the skills. Started off with a few skills.
Training.
Um, yeah, as a training. Yep, as a employability training, and then I would put the application in for continuous education and do it for 2 years, and then you would be like more of a training hub because it's easier to maneuver that than it is a school. You can always send them to somewhere to get tested. Yep, that's what I would do, and it's not difficult at all. Like we got to know how to partner with the people who give the accreditations. You just train them, and then it will be easy on your part, and you don't have to get caught up with all the regulatory stuff. You just need to be responsible for the soft skill. That's what a friend of mine did. He knew the CDL so well, and he would bring the guys in and train them up, and then he would just send them to go take the test. Smart move.
Yeah.
You can do if you have some land, I would do my own building. But if you don't, you can always rent out space. Now, I will tell you um online, in that field, even though they're telling us to do online right now, I like hands-on training when it comes to trades. You can kind of mix it up. You could do some in person and some distant learning. But I like, me. I like in person. Like even if I'm in the online, I try to find somebody I can partner with and be in person with them.
Hmm.
But you have to know your audience.
Hmm.
And if you're looking for the success of your audience, maybe you mix it up a little bit. Maybe your first and last class or your first 2 or 3 classes distance learning, and in between you do hands-on. Or maybe you started hands-on, depending on how many weeks. Maybe you started hands-on, and then maybe some of the soft skills you can do virtually, you know.
Yeah, because the lady that's at the head of my particular school, she ran a beauty shop before she got
Hmm.
into it. Yeah, so she went to becoming
Cosmetologist.
cosmetologist to teaching construction, general construction.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, a couple of her customers and her clients own businesses, and after weeks and weeks of talking in the chair, that translated into not only partnering but training, and became a revolving door. But
Wow.
she started in 2015, I think.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
And if you see abandoned schools, abandoned buildings, if the county owns them or the city owns them or the parish owns them, you might can get it donated to you. You just have to get it lead and asbestos tested
Yeah,
and mold.
that's what we're in now. The space that we're in used to be an old bank. You can tell
Mm-hmm.
by looking at the how it's set up.
Mm-hmm. I
And
don't know.
the one downtown Chicago used to be a factory,
Mm-hmm.
and I think they gave her 3 floors for almost half the what they would regularly charge. And then I think she had like an advancement on the 4th floor, which is all offices. But uh, anybody that's in the Chicago area know that the word downtown and
Mm-hmm.
office,
Mm-hmm.
that you have to have capital I mean, you have to have huge access to capital if you want to address anywhere down in the downtown Chicago, like Manhattan, New York. Yeah, QT. Shit. Anybody going
Yeah.
down there trying to hopefully I can make the payment this month. No,
You say hopefully.
no, ain't no hopefully.
If you got it, you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But apprenticeship or trade skills is big business right now. They're looking for labelers, honey.
Hmm.
All that sitting in the office doing nothing, not producing anything is out the window. We say find you somebody else to play with because they're not hearing it at all. Let's see.
What's up,
Starting
Wale?
schools must be hard. No, starting school's not hard. Umar just want the black people to pay for it. if Umar, if Umar didn't mind taking federal money, Umar would have been had that school because he had a lot of people galvanized behind him initially. But because he want it to be all money straight from the, because unrestricted money, he want to be able to do whatever he want to do. He want the people just to give into it. He want that steady income to come from the people. He's unable to attain it because he doesn't have a steady, consistent flow, cash flow coming in. So it's not going to happen. If he was smart though, maybe he should have started it with like one group. You know, like maybe about 15 to 20 kids. He could have maintained that payroll, right? Maybe he could have done that. Is what he should have done, and then maybe when people saw his results then maybe he would have gotten more donors, you know?
Mm.
Because I'm sure there's somebody out there looking for a tax write-off. But to try to do hundreds of kids at one time and you haven't even piloted 10 kids and you want um people to pour into that, that's kind of like not smart.
Well, everybody know he ain't had no intentions of putting no damn program together.
Yeah,
He not
so
he not telling the whole story. I think something happened at one of his jobs. He probably got involved with a lady or something,
you
and
know it.
he got blackballed, and he couldn't find another job.
Yeah. No, if well, if it was that far, then he would really be backballed. Maybe he you think so go around that truck.
Because if you got a doctor's degree in anything, even
Mm-hmm.
if it's low level,
Mm-hmm.
there should be no reason where you can have somebody uh, uh, your
Also,
your your references alone
okay.
should be should be enough to keep your name in good standing unless
Yeah.
you cross the line that you can't go back across. And I think that's what happened.
Yeah, that too. Whatnot. Or he could talking against the grain ain't gonna get you there either.
Oh no.
Can't be beating people up. You know, you definitely cannot do that and expect them to pour into you. That's not gonna happen. They be like, because he be talking mad trash. But I think if he did it, especially being that he have a space now, man, I would rent some of that space out to business owners, right? That would be able to pay the rent if he still owe money or pay the utilities. And and guess what? Even fund the school to some capacity. Cause what type of school he trying to do? Just like a regular school, like a independent school?
Man, you know that man don't want no damn liability or accountability for nothing. Even if you rent the stuff out, you still have to be liable uh,
Okay.
when it comes to regulations and compliance for the physical property and the whatever industries you decide upon.
You want to go in? Mm-mm. You can go in. You said my bad right here. Let me know when you need me. It's cold in there? Okay. My little niece growing up.
Mhm.
She just got her first little car, so she about to get some tires.
Okay, yeah.
Uh, yeah. Um. Yeah. So he would definitely. But you know what? Maybe he should have just stuck with just being a motivational speaker or going around just being, you know, communicating, having workshops versus trying to govern. Like you said, he don't want no accountability. I don't want to go in there. You could go. Instead of trying to govern people, he should have. He could have did. He should have just stuck with the workshops. Cause I've been to. Have I been to one of them? Hold on to it. That's. I think I've been to one. Have I been? Oh no, that was no, I haven't been to Umar. Or have I? I've been to Irritated Genie, I think it was, and Ashra K's Quasi in Charleston.
Oh, okay, I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, cause like people outside of YouTube, they like him, but he ain't gonna get enough money from them. You know, he should
Mm-mm.
just do workshops. It was. It's better to keep your overhead low, especially when you have a lot of moving pieces to it. You know, now if you want a brick and mortar, you really serious about that thing, then yeah. But if you're not, just go around doing workshops. CNA is very popular. Um, if you could, because that's if you could do CNA, first aid, a lot of those entry level skill sets needed for a broader trade, like nursing and things of that nature. Those are easy. So I always tell people like once you get in your late 40s, early 50s, if you put a trade to get a training together for your career field, it's kind of it would be lucrative, or it would be good opportunity because a lot of nowadays there's not a lot of training. It's throwing you into a job and hopefully you got the skill sets to do it. If not, you're gonna either stay entry level or you'll go, or maybe you're lucky enough you get to be in a company that cross trains. Otherwise, you have some people sitting in the same job 20, 30 years. And nowadays, you know what they do? As soon as you get to that 2 years out of retirement, 3 years out of retirement, shit, they fire you. And there
Nope.
goes your pension. There goes your pension, honey. You be looking crazy. So anybody who's in their job right now over 20 years need to be looking at what's going to be secondary for them, because I wouldn't trust no companies right now, not for no pension. If you've already maxed out a matching 401k or whatever type of retirement plan they have, honey, you might want to be revisiting that right now and start shifting that money into another type of retirement so that you can make sure your money is secured, because they doing people dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty. You're right. 400K. He should have bought a few acres and some trailers. Yeah, he could have been. He could have been doing this stuff right now. Like Dale say, he got something going on, and he's. So I see he started doing more interviews. They got him back on the scene again, speaking on different topics. He was talking. He was on an interview talking about Shannon Sharp.
Saying what about Shannon Sharp?
He should have stayed away.
Hmm.
Oh, so now we might have to go inside. It might rain on our head. Yeah, I didn't listen to the interview. I didn't listen to it, but I'm sure he probably said that lady look old.
I know, right?
I thought it was somebody young.
Mm.
I thought it
Shannon
was
don't
like,
care.
yeah, I thought like one of them little Instagram models. So the little picture that they was sharing before, that ain't the girl, because that lady, is it the lady with the red hair?
Yeah.
So was she supposed to be a little side smoogie or something? And it was supposed to be, and then oh man, she done came up. Was that like a little long term relationship or something?
Man, Shannon don't care.
I see. That was bro. That was beyond don't care. Oh shit! I said, wait a minute. Is this the lady? Oh hell no, Shannon. What the hell, bro? You gotta know motive before it come through the gate. Like that's just stupid. And with his nasty self, I said, you increase your network, they gonna come see about you, boy. They know how to do it too. They gonna come see about it. I don't know. I'd rather deal with the quote unquote attitude black girl than to be over here getting robbed for my paper. Man, what is he doing? I be tearing up our little Batmobile. Oh, yeah, because he probably didn't want to deal with it. 10 million to make it go away. I mean, how long has it been going on? Obviously, she like it. She must have liked it. Let me stop. For somebody
Mhm.
come up here and get all upset and mad. Shit.
So I was trying to see what the 'cause I seen something on the VA. They said that they are moving their office of survivors assistance. Okay, so the OSA.
uh, that's because they trying to get rid of it.
Yeah,
That's the survivors benefits they trying to get rid of. They trying to say once that vet going, that's a wrap. We just got them to get an increase in that
yeah.
money. Yeah, they trying to get rid of it. They that's one of the the plans is to get rid of DIC and survivors benefits, survivors pension. We just got them to combine the two. So DIC, which is, excuse me, is where if the veteran's 100% for more than 10 years and they die from that condition, one of those conditions or that condition, then the spouse get like a percentage of the pay, which is really not a lot of money when it was just DIC. And then the survivor's pension, same rule apply. So now what we got them to do is put those two together. So now it's I think it's not a lot of money. It's only like 20-30%. I think the federal, their spouses get 55%. And so we finally got them to combine DIC and the spousal pension where they get like I think it's like $1,800 a month or something like that. And then now they're trying to get rid of it with these new rules that are coming out. That's why they're closing the office. They want to get rid of the spousal benefit. Yep.
So that's the White Glove Outreach Program.
White glove outreach.
That's gonna be the new name of it. They're saying
Oh, now they're trying to come up with something new. Yeah, but what are they gonna do? Is the benefit gonna be the same though? Is the compensation gonna be the same? Or they just changing the name of the program?
changing the name of the program.
You gotta watch them, bro. We got it. That's all right. We got a convention starting tomorrow. I'll find out. I'm sure they're gonna bring it up. Yep. Oh man, speaking of that, I gotta go all the way home and get them awards. Yeah, the vets. Yeah, watch out for your benefits, child. Watch out for your benefits, cause especially those who Social Security, who on unemployability, they gotta be paying attention. Or if you have a job or whatnot, they come in, they tapping in our backyard. They tapping in our backyard, and trust me, that's big money. You talking about $3,700 for many people out of their household. It's a lot of money. especially if you went out and got big houses and you know got new cars and things of that nature.
So they're saying that the move from the office of the VA secretary, so it's going to go back from the VA secretary to the Veterans Benefits Administration office.
Oh, so
And
they going to the region office.
yeah,
Mm.
so it's only going to be 5 people that's going to advise the secretary on policies, programs, and legislation. That's it.
Regional office.
The
Okay.
the white glove program is going to be based out of Philly.
Okay. I'm surprised they ain't say nothing about that Women Veterans Center for Excellence yet down there.
I'm gonna just pop the Newsweek link in the chat if y'all want to read up on that.
Mm. No, they we still have the housing program. You got to know that a lot of vets, everybody, all veterans are not 100%. All veterans are not qualified for VA benefits, and all veterans are not retired. Some veterans, if you did 36 months or more, you'd probably be qualified for the housing certificate to get a home, but you still got to pay for it. So you can get you can be eligible, and now you don't have to put a down payment. So if you don't own a home and you want to own one, let's say maybe your rent is too high, and you want to own a home, that's going to definitely lower because fixed mortgage payments are much cheaper than rent these days. um, and then if you don't get, usually people purchase homes when they have those steady checks. So either it's a retirement payment, maybe it's a VA payment, or maybe they retire from another industry. Uh, but contrary to popular belief, some veterans aren't no retirement, no VA, and no civilian retirement. That's the first thing. Some of them may have come back injured and not entitled to anything, maybe still fighting to try to get a Social Security payment. So there's a lot of reasons that they can end up homeless and unable to take. And if they battling PTSD and they don't have any entitlements, that's even worse. And then some of them, yeah, they're mental. They're so messed up that they don't want to be inside of a home. I used to drive homeless veterans, and man, they would come. Some of them have a home, and sometimes they just like being outside. But I know here the reason we have a lot of homeless. Well, one of the reasons we have a lot of homeless vets because we used to have a we used to have mental health, and they shut it down. Mental health facilities downtown, and they shut it down, and those vets didn't have anywhere to go. And then we had a couple homes that were housing vets, and because of their quality of service, they got shut down. Those vets didn't have anywhere to go. Therefore, they became homeless. What's that, Dev, you just posted about VA benefits, veteran benefits?
That's what I was telling you about the survivor's office.
Oh, okay, the white glove.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want it in the back chat so you can get it right away, or you
Oh,
get it from the YouTube chat.
yeah, I get it.
All right.
Do you see anything in reference to veterans and Social Security?
Yeah, they didn't go into that part of it in that particular article.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a more of a centralizing program where they're going to try to make it more automated since they got so many claims coming through.
We already have an automated system. It's just slow.
Yeah,
We just got one that was supposed to speed up the process. Armor. Let me see. They call it modernization or something like that. Yeah.
yeah. Y'all in the chat, y'all can click the link because I know Miss Dr. Lamb's time gonna be kind of limited, and I'm getting ready to step into class. Mizzo, he started class at 6 o'clock.
Oh man, I miss
Yeah,
Mizzo.
yeah, yeah. He popped in a little bit.
His class is at 6.
Man, he trying to get that shit out the way. I know that I done been there, boy. When I was in California in Navy school, boy, our classes started at 6:30, but we
How
was
long
out of
he?
there. We was
How?
out of there at 1 o'clock though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
How long he gonna be training?
said I think he gonna be going through some.
Hmm. And your class start in a few minutes.
Yeah, this is my last week of this portion of it. My next session don't start till July, so
Oh Lord,
I I have a
you gonna
little bit of time.
you gonna be turned all the way up.
I ain't gonna be turned that much up. Shit.
You been up all night. I don't see how you could do it. You got insomnia or something?
No, I ain't got no damn insomnia.
I woke up like 2 something. I was like, good Lord. I woke up to DLT reading. DLT was reading reparations.
I know, right?
I listened to him for a little bit. He put,
Yeah,
and then I went to sleep on him.
yeah.
Yep. I wake up to DLT laughing. Young DLT. What that? Where Wale? I thought he was just in the chat.
Wale said he got some projects he trying to jump on. He's supposed to be hooking up with some guy on some entrepreneurial stuff.
Uh
So,
oh.
yeah, you know how Wale is. Wale,
Well, I got
get,
a new hustle.
yeah, get to talking. It sound good on Thursday, and then it flame out by Monday.
Uh. Mm-mm-mm.
But I told Wale he need to get another book. He said he already had a book out. You need to
I miss.
get into publishing. Yeah, everybody waiting on that second round of books coming out.
Wait a minute. I don't have the first round.
I know.
Yeah, I need to publish something. Where's Chocolate? I need Chocolate to give me her phone number. I haven't seen her in a couple days. She been out.
Yeah, I think she moving to her next phase. What she was doing. I think she said she had some meetings.
Huh?
I think she said she had some meetings and she's moving to her next phase. What she
If
was
you want to replace the
trying to
census
expand.
institutions,
But I seen her in the chat. Seemed like I seen her in the chat this morning too for a little bit. Last night.
Who? Who you saw?
Miss Chocolate.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
So, oh, wait. You say she moving to the next phase of the stuff that she had wrote up and gave to her people?
I think so. She waiting on the
Oh,
answer. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
oh, that would be so nice. Oh, I love it. I need her to give me her. I'm gonna have to jump on when she up next time. I need her to give me her number. I need her to show me something. That's what I'm talking about. Chocolate say I'm about to make these moves. Y'all can laugh if y'all want to. Whatever. I got this thing down pat. I love it. Where is Q? In the classroom? He in school too, ain't it? Everybody in school.
Yeah, I think he was meeting with another.
That's the,
Yeah,
that's right, cause he trying to get in a space.
yeah. I think he trying to get out like in a matter of weeks.
Oh, he making moves.
Yeah.
He making moves. Moves. Okay. Well, I ain't gonna hold you up.
Hold on 1 second. I think I got the contact information.
Oh, for chocolate?
Yeah, I think it's on another device though. Hold on.
Text it, text it to me.
Yeah.
Text it to text it to this number right here.
Okay, I got that.
They getting all our money today, scenario. We gonna have to go sell some smoothies. Oh
Mhm.
God. 4 tires, 2 sensors, shit. Yeah, we gonna make some money.
What you had? Oxygen sensor.
For the tires in the front. That little light, the one that caused the light to come on.
Oh, the tire monitor sensor.
Yeah, they worn. They worn out. Yeah. I bought the car, cash car. So I'm just getting the make. We went and got the oil changed and everything. And my daddy taught me a little something. We went and checked the tires with it. We changing the tires um on it, trying to keep it up. Make sure we running smooth. We don't have no problems. It's a cute little Versa. I only paid $5,000. Anything to get not have a car note, you know. So now we get it rocking and rolling. She get her little jobby job.
Mm-hmm.
She's in school at Midlands Tech and cybersecurity in the evenings. I need thunder. I need some videos on cybersecurity. I gotta play catch up. We need to get this right because man, my little Nigerian guy who's training, boy, he's so impatient like a mug. What he looking for? Ooh, I bet he mad. We didn't go throw that trash away first. We didn't go throw that trash away first. I think he looking for a tire. Huh? What wait? Oh, he's going. He probably trying to see if we have a spare. Yeah, we yep, we trying to make some mini moves, but we gonna get out here and sell these smoothies, child. We gonna make this money back. I not a hustle deal. Get out here and do some face painting. But yeah, so my Nigerian guy, he's like going to talk. He was trying to talk. Wells Fargo gave the college, been the college a grant, and for cybersecurity, but they didn't produce. They didn't produce the results. So we trying to get the grant from Wells Fargo. They're gonna shut the program down. You know, it's crazy. You could have the best ideas for these young folk, and they would ignore it. You can tell them exactly how, what's the wave of the world, where to put focus their attention, and they will ignore it. You have some who will bite, but the ones who should be paying attention. So you walking across the stage and getting these degrees. Like for my, she was like, I was trying to tell my child, you know, they were whining about the student loan thing. She's like, well, you can get back to school, you can get it deferred, that kind of thing. It was like she was trying to tell them what career field to get involved with. And she's like, well, I'm gonna take business. She was like, girl, I could teach you business.
Mhm.
You ain't gonna get no job in that.
That's
Yeah.
that's the phone you on right now.
Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah. Versa is very small. You see my niece, she just a little petite thing.
Can you get text while you on StreamYard?
Uh yeah, I can. I'll see it. It'll pop up.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
see the notification. You send it to me?
Yeah,
Let me see.
should have nine. Sometimes it might be delayed though if your connection ain't all the way up.
Let's see.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right. I go Wale right there. We both popped out trying to text message. Wale?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I saw you had taken off. You were talking about you got to leave. I thought maybe you were shutting it down.
Yeah, you can talk if you want to talk. I'll leave it up, and if somebody want to come up, I'll be able to let them up.
Or if somebody want to come up.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to talk on the microphone though. There's gonna be too noisy in the background. I'm gonna have some noise.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
I had to turn off the YouTube. So you say you'll be around as far as the direction of the stuff. I get you. Hey man, I don't know. I just put stuff out there, see who what they say, run it up the flagpole, see who salutes.
Yeah. Maybe you can go into your little business plan model that you was talking about last night.
Well, I'm trying to get at least 7 different business plans together. Try whatever the amount of investment to get them going and all that may be wildly different. Some take $500,000. Some may take 15,000 just to get started, and another one may take $500,000 to get started, stuff like that. But if it's a good idea and I can see it through from the beginning to the end, it makes sense. It'll make dollars. It's just a matter of it. If anybody wants to do it, a lot of stuff is not what they call sexy. Like you're not making DVDs or videos, you know what I mean, rap music. That's all sexy stuff. But if you got a place where you're making 500,000 a year for making pencils, then it seemed like pencils would be the thing to do because it's not sexy. I know making pencils ain't sexy, so people don't want to get into. They want to get into something that's more. I don't understand because people still need toothpicks. I mean, people still buy toothpicks. It's the different things that a body can make are like simple and they stupid simple. But most people I'm understanding want to do something that's like, I want to open a store, restaurant, all of these obsolete concepts of business. I even heard somebody say the concept of school, you get a building and when I was a youth, I'm talking about when I first started school back in the day, we didn't even have a building. We did our classes outside. Almost all the time we were outside doing classes. Set up the chairs, whatever it was. The teacher did this, that, and that. And then I started noticing that in stuff like New York and stuff, they got closed in buildings. I was like, damn, I'm glad I didn't have to go through that. Nasty. Like Welcome Back Carter, I finally saw how New York schools were set up when I saw Welcome Back Carter. I was like, damn, that's nasty. I don't know. They don't even have air. Everything's shut off. Air circulating and nothing. I can't live like that. I have to have fresh air. But I can dig it. But what I'm saying is that I think more people should get into some kind of business. It don't take a lot to do business. We have a concept of business like it takes a lot, but it don't. You don't even need no paperwork or nothing. You just start hustling and you are in business. When you're born, you are a business. That's part of being born. You automatically are a business. Now, if you're doing business, fine. If you're not doing business, somebody doing business with your business. They'll hire you to do their business, hire you and do their business. Meanwhile, they give you a couple of dollars, and when they're done with you, they throw you back in the trash heap. If you're good with that kind of lifestyle, then I can dig it. But I am attempting to get people to see that we, as a people, have to build up a community business, a way that we function in a community as businesses so that we can work with one another and build ourselves up. And you don't have to, I know a lot of people cry, oh, I went to this cracker and that cracker, they wouldn't loan me no money, they racist and redline, and that's stupid. Because I was talking to an Italian woman, she said she ain't got no problem going to an Italian loan shark and getting money. And I talked to a Chinese woman. She said she ain't got no problem going to the Chinese people and getting money. But when we want money, we act like we gotta go to a cracker to get the money. What is that all about? Then cry because he won't give you no money. He treating us bad. That's all garbage, man. Grow up. Become real people. Grow up. Become part of the world. The international world. It's a whole world, man. People talking about, I don't care about nothing but America. If you don't, that's like don't care about nothing but your bathroom. Meanwhile, your kitchen, your living room, and all that shit is filthy, dirty, nasty. But I care about that bathroom, goddamn. Come on, man. I hear people talking crazy, man. This is an international world these days. The world is totally international, not just America. Not just, that myopathy. We shouldn't be so myopic. What has America done for us, for real, that we just center all our cares and our thoughts and our everything on America? That sounds crazy. I mean, we live in a country. Okay, fine. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about we limit our thoughts to where we're not even helping each other. We're looking for somebody else to give us a hand up. I'll go to the doggone bank and they won't give me no loan. Yeah. Go to your own people and get a loan. That's where you should go. That's what most people do. They go to their own people and get a loan. The Jews go to their Jews. The Italians go to the Italians. Everybody go to their own people and get what they need. We be trying to go to somebody else to get what we need. Like we can't provide for ourselves. If a people can't provide for themselves, pretty soon they're not going to exist. That's a given. If people can't provide for themselves, pretty soon they are not going to exist. And meanwhile, they're going to exist in a slave situation, because if you can't provide for yourself, you're dependent. And that means somebody could tell you what to do, how to do it, and which way to go, which makes you a slave to their desires. You do what they say. And it's enough of us to do whatever we want. Like I said, they say it's 40 million of us. At $1 a day, that's $40 million every day. We can open up a school every day, but we're not. And then we try to blame other people like it's their fault. We 40 million people. Ain't no fault with nobody else. Most countries not that big, 40 million people. Most countries not that big. And yet we acting like little punks. They won't do this for us. Look how they treat us. That's that punk shit. I'll be glad when you get out of that punk stuff. That's just punkish. I didn't know how people had became such punks. I wasn't around. I know I left the country. I know I travel a lot, but I thought y'all were on some real stuff. I ain't know a bunch of punks had taken over. Oh, they treat us like this. They shooting you in the street, shooting your women in the street, and you sit around and talk about, well, see, I can't even talk. I don't know how you talk. I don't know how you get up, and I don't know how you do anything under that condition. It's impossible for me. I can't live like that. I refuse to live like that. Under domination of what? No, that's crazy. Y'all have accepted a limitation that is untrue. You're making yourself a slave. Ain't nobody making you a slave. You're doing it every day. When you wake up, you be like, oh, I'm a slave. I'm going to play the slave role. Wake up tomorrow and say, hey, I ain't no slave. I ain't going to play the slave role. And start doing that. And then you won't be no slave no more. Just that simple. This stuff not difficult. Get up in the morning and say, hey, I ain't gonna do the slave thing. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna live free and die well. Live free, die well. If you ain't living free, ain't no sense in living. Nobody can tell you or make you do nothing. You decide every piece of your life. You make thousands of decisions every day. Thousands. You're determining your life. Nobody else. Just you. Kanye West ain't determining your life. Donald Trump ain't determining your life. Ain't nobody determining your life but you. Your girlfriend ain't determining your life. You giving her the doggone keys to the car to determine your life. Take the keys back. And she can't determine your life. Nobody can. Take them keys back, and you say, take the keys of your life back and keep them yourself. Don't be giving them to people. Determine your own life. You let some guy tell you what to do, and then you, oh yeah, well, my boss said this. You got a boss? A grown man with a boss? No. You have see, what you're supposed to have is a mutual contract. You do work for a guy. He's paying you a certain amount. That's a contract, not no boss. If he's your boss, you didn't fag yourself out. You didn't punk yourself. It's a contract. Long as you keep it up and up where we mano a mano. But when he's your boss, ain't no mano a mano. You didn't punk yourself.
Yeah, just focus on telling them what to do. Don't bash them in the head. That ain't gonna make them do right.
I understand that part, Dev. I'm not trying to bash nobody in the head. I'm just trying to get the head to realize what it's doing. That's all. I love people.
We already know that shaming ain't never worked.
Shaming.
Telling somebody that they is all the things that you was talking about. That ain't gonna make them turn around and realize it. You gotta at least tell them what to do.
Sometimes,
I mean,
to me,
put more the same smoke that we do in shaming. We got to put the same smoke in telling them what to do.
And I'm not into shaming, as you put it. I didn't know that's how it came off. What I'm saying is, there's some things that we normally do that maybe we should reconsider those positions. I didn't see it as shaming. I saw it as pointing out something. Look at it. If you want to keep doing it, of course, keep doing it. If you don't want to keep doing it, then stop. I didn't see it as shaming, but I could dig how you could see that as shaming. No, I could dig it.
I'm just saying with all the name calling and stuff. That's all.
Oh, the punking yourself out. I mean, if you're punking yourself out, that's what's happening. I can't argue with that. But a lot of people don't realize that's what they doing. That's why I was saying that. Not to be shaming nobody, but to say you don't realize what you're doing. Realize what's being done from an outside perspective. Most of us, myself included, look at things from our inside perspective. We have to be able to stand outside of the entire spectrum so that we can really see what's happening. Because once we up in it, it's hard to see. We too involved. We got too much to lose. We got too much to gain. We're involved too much. We can't get a objective view. So sometimes it's good to just step totally out of the picture so you can see the picture and then go back into the picture. It's okay. Yeah. But just step out so you can see what it is. Make something. I always say make something. You know what happens when you make something? Your mind, your body, everything goes into another reality when you make something. I don't know how to put it, but it's something like creative juices start flowing. When you don't make nothing, them kind of creative juices don't flow. And so a person's life can be void of creative juices that can make life a lot happier. Even if you just make dinner, some people I know make dinner and they just be so happy making dinner because their mind is somewhere else. They're not really thinking about making dinner, but by doing and making the dinner, their mind can go somewhere else and do something else at that moment. And that to me is very empowering. So I always say make something. You know, we used to say idle hands are the devil's workshop. Always keep your hands busy. That's how I grew up. That's what the motto was around the elders when I was growing up. Oh, that boy needs something to do. They would say that right away. Oh, that boy needs something to do. Anytime they see somebody going off or look like they going off, they just say, oh, that boy needs something to do. You got too much, idle hands is the devil's workshop. You're going to come up with noise and because the devil going to work you. But when you work in your hands and making stuff,
yeah, you got to replace it with something.
I know keeping your mind, your hands busy, because your hands they used to call them phalanges.
Yeah.
And for a reason, because they're part of an energetic construction. Our hands have a lot of power in them. I mean, energetic, how do you do this? People talk about Reiki, where you take your hands over people and you can heal them by not touching them with your hand. Because your hands emit stuff. It's energetic. It's energy. There's a pile of energy in the hands. And they meet up and all that stuff. And they can actually be used. That energy, I'm saying, that energy can be used. And when you're making something, you're using that energy, and that direction and flow of energy helps the body. It actually helps the mental health and physical health of the body. I was looking at somebody talking about manifesting, manifesting, how you manifest. And I forget how all the verbiage they be using with that kind of concept. But I know that's a lot to do with it. Is steering the mind in a position to where it manifesting. And when your hands make something, that's a manifest. They used to call the hands mano. Yeah, mano. That's what it means, mano. You manifest something. That's from your hands. Manifestation. Manipulation. All of them words have to do with the concept of the hands. So once the hands are busy and doing stuff, making stuff and stuff like that, all the rest of the body just feels better. It's more healthy. The sense of accomplishment is wonderful. I'll let you know that. The sense of accomplishment is wonderful. When you think you want to do something and then you do it, no matter how small or big it is, the sense of accomplishment starts adding up. It gives a person confidence in themselves. They're not so easily controlled and stuff because now they're building up their own self-worth and self-confidence. Is that better, Dev? I'm not beating up nobody over the head. I'm trying to say what to do to build up, right? I'm on the track, right? This time, right?
Yeah, you good, man.
I do about 5 things on the regular. I started back carving wood. I hadn't carved wood for years, and I started back carving wood because I was doing other things, especially the paper thing had me going. And now I'm carving wood, still making clothes, still doing this, still doing that. And when you do more things, the more things you do, it builds up some kind of value, self-worth. And that's what I was saying. We can build our self-worth. We work with each other and work with ourselves and build our self-worth because we're valuable people and we have great, the power and the abilities we have are astronomical. We could actually just run everything. All we have to do is work with each other. We can run the whole world. The world is actually waiting on us to do that. The world would love for us to come up because we have a disposition where we're not in a mindset as a people to dominate. Like the
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
they say, huh?
So we already run the world. We just give other people the keys sometimes. That's all.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. We giving them the keys. I agree with that. We don't have to give them the keys. We could keep the keys running. And I think the world would be more appreciative because a lot of those, like them guys came over with Columbus and them kind of attitudes. They were into domination and killing people and making people do what they want them. You know, that nastiness of domination. Our people don't, I haven't seen that displayed in our people over the centuries that I've studied different, you know what I mean, looked into different stories or different folklores or different histories. I haven't seen that of our people as a people that we get into that kind of domination. We easy. Our life is easy. We don't have that anger and nastiness that others have because they are miserable people. They miserable. We're not miserable. We're beautiful. We're happy. We're well formed. We live a long time. We we do all kind of things. Our minds are expansive. We as a people, we are not into domination because we can do our own thing. We're into live and let live kind of more than domination. Other people are into domination and they real with that. They kill their own people. Dude kill his dad so he can take over. That's nasty business there. And that's their culture. Wait a minute. That's their culture. Dude, that's their culture. Kill their father so they could take over. Our people be more like, yeah, I want my dad to live forever. I ain't got, we got a different perspective, a different culture. I can't even name two people in my whole understanding of our people that have killed their father. I can't think of two. Yeah, when I think of other people's, I can think of five that just did it last week and stuff. Because that's their culture. And we're trying to emulate them. That's why I say I don't want to be equal. All that stuff about we need equal. No, I don't. For me to be equal to a dog means I got to get on all four. I ain't getting on all four just to be equal to a dog. And that's kind of, to me, that's what we be, I'd say tricked or something into doing. Like Martin King said, he was tricked. And he tricked his people into a trick bag because he was tricked. But I think that's what be happening. Sometimes we get tricked. I don't think he's a bad dude. They turn because they sold us out. I think sometimes people get tricked. Sometimes people make a bad decision, but I don't think it's in their manners and stuff to hate us as a people. That means they hate themselves. And then if you hate yourself, you just kill yourself. That's easy. You ain't got to bring everybody else into that. I heard you say something about the book. Yeah, I did the herb book. If anybody can get it. It's an herb book. It's called Miyad, M-I, Miyad, like that, M-I. It's Jamaican patois I use for the yard. And in the yard, so much medicine grows in everybody's yard. Wow. I've been to people's house who were ill, and the medicine, which is the plants and the herbs that could fix their condition, were right in front of their door, like it's trying to come in the house and tell them, I'm what you need. But they go to the hospital and get drugs and get operations instead. So I came up with the book Miyah. It's cross references the herbs, the maladies, and everything. And then most herbs have more than one thing that it'll work on. Like you could take, I think it's eye bright. I'm just picking out anything. Eye bright is good for the eyes because it just said that in the name, eye bright. But it's also good for the blood. And because it's good for the eye, because it's good for the blood and the capillaries and stuff, it makes it good for the eyes. See what I mean? And all of this stuff works like holistically. And that's just what they gave to us when we were born. The earth was here. Everything we need was already available. Now they're telling us, oh, well, you need this and you need that. When you don't. When we were born, the world, we came into the world, and the world has everything we need in it. Everything we need for success, everything we need for anything is already here. All we have to do is learn what it is, how to use it, and then go ahead and use it. And not be afraid to be a front runner. Be a front runner. Everything we need is right here. People will tell you, oh, you need this, you need that. Don't pay that no attention. You say, I'll just say, well, we'll see, and let it go at that. Don't let that frame up your reality, because once they start telling you that, it'll frame up your reality and starts making you look for what they're telling you to look for. And so when something comes across that don't look like what they're telling you to look for, you won't go with it because it's not what they told you to look for. So I'm saying, when they tell, something always comes in front of you. That's just life. It keep coming, but it don't look like what they're telling you to look like. Like they say, okay, some guy's supposed to be coming down in a chariot or something from the sky or something like that. So if you don't see the guy coming down, this is a story, right? If you don't see the guy coming down in the chariot and all the rest of the stuff that go with the story, well, you don't think this is the guy, but this might be the guy. You don't know, because you got a story which limits you to, want to pinpoint that to be exactly how it gotta go, and it don't. You can create a whole world yourself, sure. There are exercises I suggest everyone do. You could do the samurai exercise of dying every day for 50 days. That's a good one. Die every day for 50 days. It's a good exercise. It's just exercise so you can exercise your mind and your imagination and get out of your reality as you see it today by imagining another reality, and get deep into it so you can get deep out of your narrative, your daily narrative, because that's what we are normally living, is our daily narrative. We wake up in the morning, we pick up the narrative, we put it in our head, and then we function on it like a program. It's a program. And we put it in our head, the same program every day. And I'm saying, make up a new program, put that in sometime, just so that the mind can see that there's other programs it can do. Otherwise, you start thinking that program is you. But that's a program. It's not you. It's not me. That program is not me. That's why I change up all. I mean, personally, I change up all the time.
All right, y'all got an issue with what y'all listening to. Y'all can click the link. Y'all not gonna have a chance to click it. I'm not gonna be able to talk on the mic probably in the next 10 minutes.
Oh, I hadn't even looked at this. Who is Wale talking to? Laughing my ass off. Is it someone sitting next to him? Laughing my ass off. Yeah, well, hey, I'm talking to someone who is sitting right on my shoulder. That's what I was telling my friend last night, the other night. People think the older you get, the closer to death you get. However, at birth, death is on your shoulder and it stays there. It don't move. Death is on everyone's shoulder, no matter what age. As soon as you born, death is on your shoulder. My sister, who was born just before I was born, she died in 2 weeks. She lived for 2 whole weeks. Death is on your shoulder from birth. You don't get no closer to death because you live longer. It's at the same place, right in front of you. One of my friends, when we was 11 years old, he had gotten a bicycle for his doggone birthday, and he was sharing the bike because that's what we did with everybody. And then he got greedy. He wanted to take another ride where everybody was taking one ride at a time. He took another ride because it's his bike, he said. He rode right up to the corner, turned around, and a car killed him. Coming down the street, the man was drunk. Just killed him just that quick. 11 years old. No, age ain't got nothing to do with how close you are to death. So yeah, I'm talking to the one that sits on my shoulder all the time. That's mostly who I be talking to all the time. I might be looking at you and calling your name, but I'm talking to the one on my shoulder. Get some pots or something. One of my girlfriends, she said she still got all them plants I love. I love 3 or 4 different plants, pepper plants and stuff with her seeds. And now she gathering seed. And she got pepper plants growing in her windowsill. That's all she got is a windowsill. But she's using it and growing food. And I think that to me, that's a great thing to do, is to help yourself to exist. Don't sit back waiting on somebody else to do it for you. Oh, they ain't doing this for me. They not treat. And a grown man, I'm gonna just tell you, man, if a woman or a child say, oh, they don't treat me right, I can tolerate that. But a grown man say that somebody ain't treating them right, I got a problem with him, because he's a grown man. Grown men don't get treated. Grown men behave. You cuss me out, you throw rocks at me, you're not treating me any kind of way. You're just behaving. And then I get to behave as well. See, this is mutual. This is no boss. This is grown men. Yes, when somebody treating a grown man, ooh, when I hear a grown man use that kind of terminology, I get upset. I mean, I'm looking at him askew. Like, what is wrong with him? Why he punking himself? I'm just saying. Get on the thing where, it's a grown man. I mean, a grown man, hey, I tell my son that. I've been telling him that since he was a child. When you're a grown man, don't let nobody treat you no kind of way. They do what they do. They ain't treating you. And then you do what you do. I have a saying I be telling people all the time. I say, do your thing. Go ahead, do your thing. Because I guarantee you, I'm going to do my thing. And that's what I suggest to everybody. Do your thing, man. Do your thing like you done lost your mind. This is your life. Do your thing. What you come here for if you ain't going to do your thing? You're going to be scared to do your thing. What you come here for? Let people frighten you into not. Well, no, do your thing till the wheels fall off. Oh, you ain't rich. See, you ain't. Them people talk a lot of garbage because they ain't doing their thing, and they don't want you to do your thing because the more you do your thing, shows up how much they are not doing their thing. So do your thing, man. Don't let nobody stop you from doing your thing. Do your thing hard. Don't even let yourself stop you from doing your thing.
Good morning, Wale. Good morning, Devastating.
Hey.
Peace.
Hey, who is that? Afro? Is that Afro?
What's up with it? What it do,
Okay.
Devastating? I actually agree with you on a couple points, Wale. You know.
Oh, beautiful.
As far as, black folks, for the lack of a better term, but I appreciate that term myself. But I think black folks need to take some charge of some sectors of production in their own right, in our own right. As far as producing some things, I definitely give respect to you on always pushing our people towards that type of idea. Production is important, like you said, produce something, manufacturing, I got a lightweight degree, in business. I went to school many years ago and got a little light degree in business. But one of the main principles of that is manufacturing, distribution, and consumption. And manufacturing is the bedrock of economy. That's what I was taught, and I believe that. As we see, people who control production. It's not so much about the dollar, even though the dollar is a useful vehicle right now, but it's really about the power is in controlling production. The people who extract the actual material from the ground or grows fruits, vegetables, and whatnot, whatever it may be. That's where the real power is, and that's where the autonomy is. Ability to determine your own destiny, because you supply the needs of your people. So it's not much someone can really tell you to do. You can educate your children in STEM if you choose to do so, once you control the means of production. So respect to that, Wale.
Oh, beautiful. I was going to ask you something. Are you familiar with what's called natural law or international law? Either one of those.
I think I heard of it, but I wouldn't mind hearing what your idea of it is.
No, I'll just Google it, man. I ain't trying to have no big ideas.
You mean like self-preservation? I was always taught that the first law of nature is self-preservation, to preserve oneself.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I was taught. If that's what
natural, as
go ahead.
Right now I'm looking at it and seeing what it says, and a lot of times I have to look in several places because as I learn something, I notice it's changing in the perspective. Like about college dictionaries, right? a college dictionary is one of the worst kind of dictionaries made, published. The college dictionary. But an unabridged dictionary is one of the best dictionaries. But college dictionaries, they're usually small. They just up to date word concepts and stuff like that, common usage. And they call it college dictionaries. But a real dictionary will give you actual definitions and stuff like that. But a college dictionary just tell you how words are used currently, especially in a college setting and all that kind of stuff, right? Which is not the actual word. So I have to look up different things, but natural law says this. Natural law says that everything has a right to exist. Everything that exists, everything, not people. And I know a lot of times people talk about law, they go into people and humans and stuff like that. And natural law is unabridged, meaning it's not just applied to humans, it's applied throughout the nature. And natural law says every being is sovereign. That's why I ask you, are you familiar with?
Okay. Well, if that's what you just read.
No, I didn't just read that.
Okay.
What I'm looking at, what I just read, it says a body of unchanging. This is what I found in Google. I don't know who did this. This is Oxford Languages book.
Okay.
Different books have different there's 3 types. What are the 3 types of natural law? Let's go through that a minute. Eternal law, natural law, human law, and divine law. They say those are Aquinas' natural law theory contains 4 different types of law: eternal law, natural law, human law, and divine law. I don't like this. I didn't learn it like. I don't mean I don't like it. I didn't learn it like that. I learned it like they got the what's this thing now when you make ordinances? The law that people use in the governments. That's not natural law, and it's not human law, divine law. It's something. Forget what kind of law it's called. When they just make up laws like they do, like Trump doing, he just writing paper and signing it, and now it's all a law. That ain't real. It's just some garbage he came up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's what's it called, positive law or something. I forget how they name these things. All these way they describe these things. I forget how they use their words.
Yeah.
Like
use organized things though.
From what I know of natural law, I learned all of this stuff that I know before. I didn't learn it from the crack. I learned it in a different kind of setting. I learned it from our ancestors, the culture, our culture, that I was taught by the people who taught me culture. And we were taught that there's no good and evil. There's no right and wrong. That's not natural law. That's man-made law. Good and evil, right and wrong, ain't nothing about that is natural. It's normal because everybody around you is doing it, but it ain't natural.
Yeah, but I think when man observes different laws in nature, it led him to explore and develop different sciences, and ultimately, I think it pushed us forward. From man even observing animals like birds and things of that nature led to man getting into aeronautics and flight and things of that nature. So.
Oh, you saw the flying robot, the bird robot, the Chinese, I think, came up.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking about that right there. I was talking about real birds and man's observations
Okay.
of birds.
Okay.
But
Well,
you know, I ain't got no problem with Chinese bird robots though. I didn't know about that.
no, but when you were talking about aerodynamics and the study of the, you know, of the animal and stuff, it brought me to that point.
Yeah,
That's
just
where
natural stuff. I think can lead to it and did lead to it. You know, different developments push men forward to innovate.
I
Well,
had for a
from the
long time.
observation of nature. Go ahead, Wale.
I had from a long time realized that we can fly, and we don't. We are not making enough things. We are allowing other people to make stuff, and then we're using their limitations instead of us making stuff and using our graduations. Because every time we make something, we make it better the next time and better. See, that's a graduation. But if we just getting it from somebody, no, we ain't graduating at all.
Yeah. Yeah, we known for that as a people, innovating and producing all types of inventions and things that are still applied today. In particular, we can look at our history in coming out of slavery and in slavery. You know, the Negroes were known to come up with innovative tools and develop and build upon already existing tools that made things easier and more convenient, ultimately for the whole of America. But a lot of it was Negro innovation, Negro inventions, and things of that nature. So, yeah, I agree with that.
I think it was the first what they call it, world exhibition. What they call that? The world exhibition where they have a big expo.
Mm-hmm.
They had moving sidewalks. That was back in the 1800s or the, I mean, you know, 1890s or I forget what year.
Like the Jetsons, the cartoon, the Jetsons, they had moving sidewalks.
I'm saying no, the what do they call them? The World Expos or something like that. They call them.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a few over the years, and the very first one I just saw one had. See, I don't remember all of these things like that, but I mean, as far as what date, who was doing it, what town, and all that. But it's a World Expo, they call it. That guy, are you familiar with Kev Gills?
Kev Gills? No.
I think I'm saying the right name. See, sometimes I'm not even saying the right name. Man.
What's that?
He's a YouTube guy, and he comes on. You know, he got a little show, a little live show that he comes on and talks for a few hours and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He brings out a lot of information.
Okay.
He ain't just on there talking. He's sourcing up. When I first ran into that dude, I was like, damn, a dude like this. However, he's heavily Christian.
Mm-hmm.
But that's his heritage. He explains that.
Yeah.
Is his heritage through his genealogy, his family. So he's following his path, and ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
I can't argue.
I ain't got no problems with people putting out factual information, you know.
But
it's just ain't nothing wrong with that from my perspective. If the information is factual and can be cross referenced and assessed objectively, I ain't got no problem with, you know, people put.
It might be called the World's Fair, but America has put on 2 or 3, and one of them has something called the Golden Book.
Mm-hmm.
They came out with that. I have a copy of that book. You know, I downloaded a copy of that book, but they had different stuff they came up with, man, all kind of stuff that you would be like, damn, they had that back then. That's what I was, you know, thinking about. It was like a lot of stuff, you know, And as long as we have the unbridled opportunity to grow, we are phenomenal. And the world knows that. This whole thing that's coming up now is setting the stage for us to take our proper place in the world. We have to take it, though. The door is open, but the slaves are scared to leave the cell because they've been slaves so long. It's time to leave this the slave cage and walk out. The door is open. You've seen movies like that, right? Where the guy opened the door and the nigga still be in the thing. He like, y'all ain't coming out. They all scared to come out because it's a thing that locks you in. Habits, over years of trauma will lock you up like you crazy, man. Lock you up like a constipation.
Yeah, I hear you already, but I think we should just pay attention to different events that are unfolding, and recognize what time it is. Black people gotta get together and begin to develop their own means of production. I definitely, that's what I came in on a conversation with you, is when you was talking about, make something, produce yourself. It's just an important part of being independent and developing independence. And I reiterate as I have before, Ibrahim Traore, what's going on in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. Right. They giving us a good example of Black folks who decided to take over the means of production. Heterosexual Black males in West Africa decided to take over their own land and take over the means of their production, because that's how you really get what you was talking about, Wale, sovereignty and autonomy. You got to be able to feed your own people. So strategically, I think that's what our people, that should be a part of the agenda, for Black folks, getting control of production. And we have a good example live in West Africa now. Heterosexual.
I'd like to ask you a question. How many? What's the gross population of that country you're lauding?
Lauding. I don't know the exact population of Burkina.
Yeah, man. You don't. I'll look it up, man. I got Google.
Yeah.
This stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
You say what the name of the place?
Burkina Faso. Burkina.
Burki. Let me see if it auto feeds. Yeah, they auto fed. Mm-hmm. They got population by religion. It's 23 million. Mm-hmm. That's less than half of how many niggas over here. I'm saying we are bigger than some nations, some countries, and we behave like children. We're not behaving like grown people.
Yeah, but Wale, that I understand your frustration. I understand your frustration, but we gotta just. My thing is though, we should look at working models, and functioning models, and I think that they have a good model. They put together interfaith councils as far as people of different religions, animists, Christians, whoever is in their country, and they sat down and they identified what is the common interests that support all those groups, and that's what's able to help them be able to build their government, a part of it. But the main thing is the military. The heterosexual black males decided to take over the means of production in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso to de-dollarize, to decolonize, and to take over control of the heterosexual black males decided to take over the means of production.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
You know,
I think that's
the main
wonderful.
thing.
I think that's wonderful, man. And I wish them well. You don't see what I've been seeing. That's what the little brother told me the other day. I mean, the guy I know from back in the day. He said, we've seen so many cycles. You know, being our age, we've lived through cycles. And we've seen stuff coming around. We see it coming around, be like, yeah, that's the same shit came around a couple of. We've seen these cycles. You haven't seen them, so to you, they are new. And I understand that, man.
Hold on, Wale. What you say? What's new to me? What you said? What's new to me?
The cycle.
What cycle?
The cycle is new to you.
I'm a nerd in history, Wale. It's how much history you talking about is new to me. I'm a nerd in history.
I know you have read historical narratives.
So what cycle is you saying that's new to me then?
The one that you're living in right now.
How so? What do you mean? Principally speaking, you talking about the economic times we're living in, the political? What?
All the above. Anything you name, it's a cycle. Everything goes with the cycle.
Yeah, if it's
in the cycle. The cycle itself is a cycle.
But by definition, if it's cyclical, it can't be new. You know, so you're saying
it's new to you. I'm saying it's new to you.
I know, but what I'm saying is, Wale, if you're saying it's a cycle, then it can't be new. It's something that is reoccurring, right? Because it's cyclical, right? That's a circle, right?
Okay, I agree. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, then, yes. So I'm just saying, if it's not new, what do you mean? How is it new to me if it's cyclical?
It's cyclical, and it's new to you because you were not here during the preceding cycles.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I could not have read about it like yourself. You
mm-hmm. And like I agree, you have probably read historical narratives.
Okay, I just wanted clarity. That's all. Go ahead.
People say they're historians, they study history and stuff without telling the full truth, which is you've read a lot of historical narratives. This is the truth.
Yeah, we live.
Where do historical narratives come from? What are people reading to get historical narratives?
Whatever, somebody write a book.
So, for example,
I just want to be clear. Hold on half a second. Hold on half a second, Taz. Just a half a second, man. Just a half a second.
You got it.
Peace, Taz.
Good morning, Taz. How are you, man?
What up, bro?
Please proceed. I would like to greet you, man, because you just came in. I would say, hey, or something, you know.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No, I was asking, like last night when we was talking, and you was talking about Jesse Jackson. So like, do you think that plays a role? Like, because for example, like if the things that you've done in, that you've accomplished in your lifetime trying to get the Black community ahead, right? If other people can just come and take credit for it, how does that play in the scenario you're talking about?
The scenario I'm talking about is
you're saying it's a narrative. So were we just to be clear, I'm asking, were we just told a narrative about Jesse Jackson?
No, actually, you were told a narrative about me and my conversation with Jesse Jackson.
Okay, I got it. It was about you.
Oh yeah, that's about Jesse. I don't know that nigga.
No, I know you don't know him, but you said he took your work though.
No, I said I gave him that work.
Oh no, I misunderstood last night.
And I said we went right through the same language last night. I gave it to him and he accepted it. You say he took it. You said that last night, and I said the same thing I'm saying now. I gave it to him.
What work did you give him, Wale? What work did you give Jefferson?
The concept of African American at that time in 1985, Chicago, Hyde Park. I forget the date exactly. I think about June 20th or something like. Anyway, I was over there in that area, and I was moving in a way that I wanted to see. My concept is social construction, right? So I wanted to move in a way that the social society would move. How to pluck from where I'm at, what strings to pluck to make the entire society do a certain thing.
So you were in the park with Jesse Jackson? That's what you're saying, Wale?
No, I was in the park with someone else, and Jesse came through. Him and some other people came through, and it turned into a meeting type of attitude. I didn't even know none of that was about to occur. And I was there, and I had, like I told Taz, I had previously attempted to speak with Louis Farrakhan, and I was rejected from there. You know, they were like, "Who are you? You know, that kind of attitude." So I just left him alone. But when I ran into Jesse, it was easy to talk with him, and we talked about it. It was the same thing, the African American, because at the time, Jesse was doing that core, equal rights, whatever the rest of that stuff he was doing, right? Which was governmental business. And he had a lot of stuff about, you know, they were comparing about equal rights and stuff like that. And they were talking about Irish American, Hungarians, hunkies. It was a big thing about hunkies at that time. You know, that's a Hungarian. Hunkies are Hungarians, right? You know that, right? Anyway, that was a big thing at the time. You know, everybody was saying hunkies, all these hunkies. So what he was doing was trying to get a position that would put him in equilibrium with the immigrants, because the immigrants appeared to be getting more out of America than we were. And his thing, I said at the time, they are using them hyphen. We can use a hyphen too. He thought that was a good idea to make it a hyphen. So he came up, he said, okay, we're going to throw it down just like I did it to him. African American. They say they come from Italian, they're Italy Americans, Italian Americans or something. You know, at the time, that's how the flavor was going. All of that has changed now. That's not how the verbiage is being discussed, or the circumstances are being discussed through that verbiage any longer. Are you following me? That verbiage is, and time is gone. That's why I said, even to Jesse, it's a point of departure, a place to start the conversation, because we need to have a conversation. And this is a good place to start it. And that's what I said. And that's what he decided to do, because it fitted in his agenda and in his circumstances at that time.
Yeah, that's what I was saying though. So you say we learn from narratives. So why do you think you were written out of history?
I wasn't written out of history, cousin. I just gave you the narrative. I just gave you my historical narrative.
Like I can't find you nowhere though in terms of the story. I was looking last night to see if you was credited anywhere with this story, and it's like, I mean, it's like they wrote you out.
Ain't nobody write me out, man. They wrote their story. That's why I say it's a narrative. All of this shit is a narrative, cousin. You think that's what happened? Because you read it in a history book? You think that's what happened? You're funny now.
Yeah, that's what I thought at first. That's what I thought at first, Wale. You know,
it's a historical narrative. All history books, man, all history books are historical narratives. And most of the time, there are second and third, fourth, fifth hand historical narratives, meaning like yourself, you read a bunch of books. Now you're going to write a book about the books you read. So by the time somebody get to your book, they 18 times removed from the actual historical narrative, because now you telling the history. You get what I'm saying? So I'm just telling you, as far as historical narrative, that I'm attempting to allow you to see the reality of the situation. And therefore, I'm telling you about my life. And I keep saying that, not Jesse Jackson's life. That's another book written by somebody else. I don't know that nigga. I could tell you what I did and my encounter. Like, okay, what's his name? What's his name? Offered me a joint. What's his name? Curtis Mayfield, right? Curtis Mayfield smoking a blunt. He offered me to hit the blunt, and I refused to hit the blunt, right? And that's my story, right? That ain't got nothing to do with as much with Curtis Mayfield. I don't know that nigga.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I don't smoke behind people, man.
Well, I still appreciate your work, though, Wale, because even though the NOI and Lou and all of them took credit from, you know what I'm saying, from your work, I just think, you know,
Right.
history will never reflect that came from you. You know what I'm saying? And you know, when we have the things that come to mind and the things that we can accomplish for our people, I think, you know, the people who actually do it should get credit. So, you know, when we start talking about why we call ourselves African Americans now, we should give more credit to you, Wale. That's my opinion.
Not at all. I don't see it that way. But you know, do your thing. Man. I'm just telling you the story as I lived it. Because I'm not telling you something I read. I'm telling you something I lived. And so it's going to be.
You, though, bro. I just want to thank you, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I understand you being modest and whatnot, but you know, the things that you did in regard to getting us to African American and our cultural identity and whatnot, you helped us to understand that we came from Africa.
The thing that let me take you further with that, because you don't know the rest of the story. This is like, what's the name of that guy? He used to do a show called The Rest of the Story. Forget his name. So cracker. Come on with the rest of the story. But the rest of the story is this. I took a deep dive into the history, culture, folklore, religion, and everything of Africa. And we are not there. We are not there. I hear people saying, oh, dude, do you hear my name is Wale? I took a deep dive. What I did realize and what I got from my elders is this. What people talking about from slavery to now, what we did after. You, Taz, you say you do history. You recognize that half of the states in the United States were not slave states.
Damn, I didn't even think about that. You sure right. Most of them wasn't. Damn.
We on some kind of fucking historical narrative that ain't even real. We floating like a butterfly in front of a fan. Anyway, the fan turn and just blow us this way and blow us that way. It's crazy, man. And people carrying those historical narratives, like you said, damn, and you are a historian.
Yeah, I just never thought about it. I never thought about it.
Other people not thinking about it because they ain't into history and stuff. Well, I don't care nothing about that stuff. Okay, fine. But a dude that is a historian and it never crossed his mind, then I gotta say to you, we're all living in a falsehood, and we should be able to recognize that right away and pull that garbage out of our head and throw it away. It was given to us by certain factions who revel in our confusion.
Yeah, but how will we know any better, Wale? If, like, because for example, like, the people like you who did things in history, we don't get those stories. So we have to know these things, and the only way we're gonna get them is if you tell us, you know. So I understand, but the narrative got to come from you, Wale. You got to tell more of your stories.
I was just listening to an elder yesterday on Iwapele, they call it Iwapele. I forget, Mosi Warrior, something like, I forget his name. But anyway, the guy comes on and they do a lot of Ifa work. That's their whole thing, Ifa. You know about Ifa? You having an idea what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. You don't need to know no more. You know exactly, you know, have an idea about what I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah.
And so he was on last night. And there was another dude that has been on a few times too, and they are elders, and they're saying what I'm saying. They'll tell you stories. They know things that they live their lives. They can tell you the life they live and the parents and who told them this and who did that. But we have to listen to them. We ain't gonna find a lot of what we do in a book, even though we can find a lot of what's said about what we do in a book. Only you know you. That did you read both of them books by Booker T. Washington, his autobiography?
Yeah.
He wrote 2 of them, right?
Yeah.
So
I thought that was outstanding.
So Wale, you saying the only accounts that you have is oral tradition? Is your oral tradition?
Not necessarily. I'm saying that's why I even mentioned Booker T. Washington just at that junction. And he wrote 2 autobiographies. He even said it in one of them. He said, look, I'm writing it again because I don't want nobody telling my story. I'll tell my own story. Because these mugs will tell you a story about all our people, and they talk, they got books and all that stuff about us.
But isn't Ifa essentially West African though, Wale? Isn't that related to West African peoples?
At the moment, yes. But how much about Ifa do you know? Do you know Ifa? Do you know that Ifa came to West Africa? Are you familiar? I mean, do you know about Ifa?
A little bit, but you know, I was just wondering, you know, because it's mostly well, from what I researched, West African.
Google, where did Ifa come from? Let's look. Where did he to West Africa? Where did Ifa come from? They don't even know where Ifa came from, but they know he came. Huh?
Oyo Kingdom? Isn't that Nigeria? With the Ifa system?
You're talking about today. Yes. You're talking about today. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm just talking about the history. That's what I studied, but maybe you know a different.
No. I'm saying
it was West African though. It's okay. Go ahead.
Listen to what I'm saying, please. Bear with me. Sometimes I use the wrong words. Ifa or Rumela came to West Africa.
What you reading from?
I'm about to tell you now. Where did Ifa come to West Africa? I'm just Googling right now. Because I mean, one guy did an excellent work on all of this stuff, man. I saw that work and I was like, damn, he's good. He did an excellent work.
You got his name, Wale? You don't remember his name? The scholar you talking about? Was it a scholar or was it
it's a guy on YouTube. He called Comet something. I just hit subscribe, and every time they come up, I see they thing. But
it's just a YouTube channel. Yeah, I don't like YouTube channels for sources though. Wale.
Oh,
No
listen.
disrespect to you or the dude you citing, but I don't like YouTube channels for sources.
So what I do is like I had mentioned Kevin Gills earlier. Kev Gills and
That's a
House of
YouTube
Khan.
channel, Wale.
Yes,
That's
I
YouTube.
know that. I know that.
Not a good
That's
source though, Wale.
It's not a good source for you. It's an excellent source for me.
Okay.
Excellent. Kev Gills gives out dates, times, and locations where you can cross-check and fact-check everything he says. He gives you that information. So does the House of Khan. Because I be asking Khan when he do a live, I say, give me the link. He said, oh yeah, man, I think this is coming. It's always coming. He'll tell you where to go get this, where he got it from. He ain't just on there talking out of his nose. So now I'm saying about the dude that does the comet, what is it called? Comet something. Anyway, he does the same thing. And his work, and there's another guy that did some work on Orisha, which is what I was talking about. His work is also so deep. I know people who are calling themselves priests don't have what he was putting out. And I know this because I know what he was putting out. And when somebody called right away, because they listen, I'm on Facebook. I get a lot of them EFI priests sending me, junk mail, as it were. Oh, you need help. We can do readings for you. You know that garbage. And I sent it back. I said, listen, if you got any power, free your people. If any of that garbage works, free your people. What the hell are you doing with poor people in your neighborhood, in your country, in your continent? And you got what kind of power? Nigga, what? That's how I respond to them. And they be like, oh, I got to leave this nigga alone. This nigga real.
Yeah, Wale, I just don't think most people, well, in today's world, in academia and scholarship, most people aren't going to accept a YouTube channel as a credible source on EFI, or really not any subject matter, to begin with. Most people aren't going to accept that as a source.
And
that's I'm just saying, no bias.
And that's okay with me. When they object, I'd be like, okay, that ain't no problem to me.
I don't think you should accept. I mean, I can't decide for you, but I wouldn't accept just a YouTube channel as a credible source.
Dude, I just told you on the YouTube channel, the guy, I don't even know why I'm doing it. Anyway, on the YouTube channel, the guy's covering certain concepts and considerations, right? And as he's covering them, he has his own opinions and all that stuff, his biases, no problem. However, as he's covering these things and he's putting out his opinions and biases, he's also putting out where to get the source material. He's not the source. The YouTube channel is not the source of the information. Are you with me yet? It's the source of getting the source. These guys come and give the sources. They go looking in their own search and they say, look, this is what I found. And then they tell you it. They say where they found it, and you can go check it out yourself if you care to. That's so YouTube.
What's one of the PhDs that the guy's channel refers to? Do you know any of the PhDs that
what's a PhD?
It's a doctorate degree. What we know to be a doctorate degree.
Oh boy, you're gonna lose me on that. I ain't got time for that kind of garbage. You're gonna lose me on that. I'm done. I can't.
A degree is garbage. Okay. All right.
What you? I know.
I mean, it don't have to be a PhD. You can have it's different levels, but I'm just trying to
PhDs. Cousin, I know PhDs who ask me for shit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What they got that stuff from wherever they got it, and it's limited. It's limited because they got it from somewhere, which means not only did they not get the whole thing because they got it from somebody through somebody, they didn't get the original. They got a version of, I don't know how many times removed from the original, their version, and just the part that they can take away because it was transmitted in these circumstances. They're going to take away whatever they take away from it, and then they're left with this myopic view of whatever they're even thinking about, and
Yeah,
they can function within the system.
myopic view is definitely dangerous because it's singular. You know, that's why cross reference, in my opinion, is good in research. To cross reference, especially with a variety of sources. It's best to have a variety of sources. You know, you may have a person, you know, persons of different descent, ethnicities, backgrounds, but they come to the same conclusions. That's a cross reference, you know. But I like
Oh,
PhD type level, doctorate degree, you know, type level. Not myself, but as research, you know, just from a research point of view.
oh, I just found out another thing. Reading here. So thank you very much. They are saying Ifa or Fa, because I know Fa people, is a geomantic system. Are you familiar with that term, geomantic?
No, sir. I'm not
I
familiar
got
with
to
that.
look that one up. Ooh, I'm liking this. Geomantic system. What does that mean? I'm loving it.
Yeah, but I've always heard it talk about African West African source though for that system.
Of course, and I said you're talking about today, and I'm saying, of course, that's what you know. That's why I say I took a deep dive. You ain't take no deep dive, which is okay. You don't need to. I don't see why you would. However, when I tell you I took a deep dive, and then you start telling me about whatever you're telling me, and I say, hey man, I ain't into that, and I'm done with that. So I'm gonna go over here now.
What's a deep dive though, Wale? What's a deep dive? What you mean by deep dive? Where do you say it comes from then? You know, I'm just trying to get what your take is on it. Where do you believe that Ifa comes from? If
I
not,
don't believe. I'm telling you what the book. I'm telling you what the culture says. They don't know where Ifa come from.
that's not what they say,
They
brother. It's not true.
okay. I just can't. Okay, well you handle it. Whatever you want to say. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go over here and read this
According
thing
to the
about
sources, that's not what they say.
geomantic.
They have oral traditions. They
What
that
what
are
sources are you talking about? What
Cambridge.
sources? Cambridge. Cambridge is boy. You gonna make me cuss? You telling me? You leave me alone with that. Let me finish what I'm doing over here, man. Because you
You
sound
don't
like
like Cambridge? Cambridge
yeah,
Scholar.
Cambridge is going to be an authority on E5D. Come on, cousin.
I didn't
And
say
then
an
you gonna
authority.
tell me like that? Oh, you didn't. Ooh.
I said a written
Are you trying to
source.
insult yourself or are you trying to insult
No,
me?
I said a written source that we both
Man,
can objectively take a look at, you know, other than, you know, a YouTube channel, you know.
cousin, that's why
But
I
go ahead
said
though. I didn't mean to offend you, Wale.
whatever
Go
the
ahead.
whatever the YouTube, I'm gonna say this again, whatever the YouTube channel is that I made reference to, it's because on those YouTube channels, the people who run them channels, they give you actual, you can check it out for yourself, sources. Now, to me, that's good. Because I talk to everybody. I talk even on here. I talk to Taz, and Taz say, "Well, I found this out," and I say, "Where you get that? Put the link in the back, because I'm gonna go ahead and check it out." Look, I don't understand what you are saying. It sounds, I'm gonna just go on and finish this. Geomantic system, and what that means. Geomancy is a system of divination that that interprets patterns and markings in the earth, soil, or sand to gain insights and guidance. It's an ancient practice. This is AI I'm reading. It's an ancient practice with roots in various cultures and traditions, using earthly elements and patterns to explore the unknown and understand the present and future.
So let me ask you a question about that right quick, bro. So Ifa, according to the things that I've seen, because I haven't studied it, but I've seen people running around like Umar Johnson. So is he like a representation of that? Because that's the only person I really heard talking about it. Is like he a representation of Ifa?
Not at all, but you know what? That guy, Dines, you know Prince Dines Amir?
Dynasty Amir? Yeah, I remember Dynasty, yeah.
Yeah, Dynasty is more of a representation, not Umar. Umar is a joke. Dynasty actually is initiated. I don't know what Umar is. Umar might have got one of them $100, $1,000 initiations that they carry out for tourists. But Dynasty has been.
Yeah, I ain't saying Buddy in a minute. I remember he used to jump out of some
I was just on Dynasty. I know Willie. Willie, Wall Street Willie was just on Dynasty show talking on their panel yesterday, day before, something like that. On Dynasty president, you know his name. Amir. But he still come on, yeah. He's still doing them travel things and helping people get passports and you know whatever else the rest of that stuff he's doing with the travel stuff. The thing I was saying about the Ifa is this, and a lot of, like I said, I read the whole thing about the divination, the geomantic, is because it's in a lot of cultures. It's not just in one culture here, one culture there. That's what I mean by I took a deep dive when I say that the kind of stuff is because the culture of the Chinese, they have what's called I Ching. Hey, man. You back already? All right. So there are other groups too, but those two, I Ching and Ifa, are very well kept information. The information is solid. You can understand it. You know what I mean? You ain't got to go digging up nothing. It's right. It's well kept. That's what I mean. You can study it anytime. And that's what I would suggest.
I definitely appreciate it though. I have researched Ifa, and it definitely, from my research, relates to West Africans, Yoruba in particular, and the Orisha system of Ogun, Oshun. Oshun and Obatala. But it definitely is West African. You know, I just would say, you know, and because I got to give respect to the system and where it actually comes from historically in the historical record. Not to say that you're not telling the truth, Wale, but just sticking to the historical narrative, the Oyo people, Yoruba, Nigerian, West African, you know.
Go ahead.
Shout out to the you know, the system. I respect it though, you know.
But I'm saying your knowledge about what we're talking about is all, as you say, academic, I reckon. My knowledge of what I'm talking about is all experience.
Yeah, research wise, yeah, it's according to the academic narrative. It's according to the historical narrative where I'm coming from.
Of course. That's why I see, because what you said to me just reminded me of something. You started naming names. And I just told you about Ifa I Ching, that you should look them two up. They rhyme.